not be able to get around or just coordinate themselves too. You get low, you don't have the minion wave, you win the fights, but it doesn't matter if you can't push something after.
And North America is going to have to figure out a way of doing that. One thing you have when you get the double AP composition is your turret pushing is actually a lot slower.
Right.
If you had a Jace on your team and you can both just wail on the turret. Since Rumble's melee and Karthus' auto attack is actually pretty bad, that won't be big. But Doublelift with a lot of items just chasing down Diamond.
Forcing the flash on Diamond. Does he decide to go in? He's got the blue buff. He hits the passive. He may be able to lifesteal. Oh, this could be bad news, Bears. Doublelift gets the exhaust down. Oh my gosh, the Requiem comes in. He doesn't have enough for collateral damage. He gets the first kill. You are not going to slingshot in, and he holds himself back.
Doublelift actually came very close to getting his team a double kill there, and this is now North America's time to take the objectives because people are down, their 80 carry is wailing on a turret, and the rest of the team is pushing mid.
This is perfect push by North America. It just got bolstered in the top lane. They had a kill for Jace, Diamond, and Alex. Then they went ahead and shut that down after their reactionary in every one of their moves.
And since they know the Twisted Fate ultimate is down, plus he's dead, it's going to be a very long time until Alex can actually aid an extra fight, which means this push for North America can continue.
Oh, there's the poke though. We got Soaz getting a bit of that Muramana damage in now with the Brutalizer. They're going to have to be careful on these engagements because they've gone for a lot of damage, but you see Saint so far ahead, Bulwark already.
I just got distracted by Doublelift's 250 minion kills because he has those at 22 minutes right now after getting a whole bunch of kills in that top lane. That is an absurd number on Graves at this stage in the game. 9,000 gold. He is 2.3k above Yellow Pete at this point. He has just picked up a Phantom Dancer and a pickaxe, very well on his way to Last Whisper. So North America's one weakness of this team comp was the fact that Doublelift was their only AD damage, but he is farming so much and they're giving so much farm to him, they're trying to bypass that.
And you see that Yellow Pete is actually still the way Misfortune is played, but really building utility, not going for the attack speed, going straight Last Whisper after that Bloodthirster.
And that's actually not that uncommon of a build for Misfortune, so he's doing the best with the gold that he has. The Black Cleaver might actually be the next item he wants, unless he decided to go for a Phantom Dancer if he's really worried about individuals diving him, but that's not the case with this double AP team.
And we got a 23-minute Baron going on here. It is going to be Diamond just waiting in the wing.
And North America messed up their last game by going for this and getting it stolen, but there it is while the split push happens.
They had enough wards. They've been controlling the game. Alex, like you said, the Lich Bane trying to push down the turret still. They are focusing on pressing advantages while losing a few as well.
And if they get that turret, it's still going to be 3 turrets to 3 for Europe, but they seem to have lost all hope of winning team fights. And as soon as Doublelift starts chasing down and beating up Soaz plus Alex Siege, it will be trouble for the rest of Europe. They need to wait as long as possible as actually Alex TPs to safety. North America has to reset a little bit.
See a Diamond trying to give an advantage to the team, seeing if there's a blue buff there, anything they can get to edge themselves forward here. They are doing it and keeping it in mind. We heard these guys, a lot of the players, you keep a good mindset, it's going to be all right. 24 minutes in, 12-3, it is looking grim, but we know Europe can pull through in these fights in the late game.
And North America hasn't actually shopped since the Baron buff. They're sitting on about 7,500 gold right now, so that big gold lead hasn't been shopped on yet. Their advantages are purely in experience and with the Baron buff right now, unless North America decides to shop, but they're very confident in their position right now, and they look to be pushing with this Baron straight after taking the buff.
The wards going down for both sides. Oracles are there as well, so European LCS All-Stars trying to give themselves a bit of a defensive wall here with the pressure that North America's bringing. They're not even split pushing these lanes. It's brute force tactic.
And it seems like the right call to not have went back immediately. They're going to have to go back now because of that huge creep wave accumulating in the top lane. I actually feel like if Doublelift gets that, he's going to hit close to 300 minion kills by 25 minutes, and that's probably exactly where he's running off to right now, as fast as possible, taking race on the way. He's going for some kind of Graves record here.
He is going to stick in the jungle, not going back for his buys. Skara had 2 grand on him, and he is still out on the Rift as well. So you've heard, oh, Service Embrace coming in. He gets himself an Elixir as well on the backside. These guys are just saying, we're going to fight again when we get out of the Rift.
And they realize they have a really big power play right now. They have 2 minutes left on the Baron buff. They have 1 turret left in the mid lane before they can get to the inhibitor, and a couple exposed turrets on the outside. This whole game, North America has had a little bit lacking turret pressure, but now with this huge accumulated advantage, they might be able to sweep through and take a whole bunch in one push.
Look down here, 25 minutes in. Dyrus building up the Rylas right away. The Leandries might finish next, but he also has the chance to go into the Zanyas. It's really just a chunk of change flowing into their pocket. Could decide a buy at the end of the fight.
And at this point, I think the Rylas is the right choice for Dyrus just because of the way they're chasing it after team fights. no one is focusing Dyrus in these fights, so he doesn't need to be able to have that clutch save that is on his Hourglass to be able to offer. And it's just going to allow more people to get stuck in that equalizer and more people to follow up.
It's scary. You put Dyrus in a fight, and it's almost like, where's the J-skate?
Look out, Alex.
It's like Scar just on the backside. He misses that, doesn't have the crowd control to stop him from Destiny, but Destiny is up, and he gets himself out of that one. Woo.
Will the Requiem get him?
Oh my gosh! That was over 400 to 500 damage.
Well, you have a global, so do I. Welcome back. I have the Requiem. That was a huge burst of damage that North America pulled down, and Alex thought he had escaped while burning some ultimates, but now he has just cost them a 30-second death timer and a very powerful push in the bottom lane.
Skara knew that was going to happen, didn't even pop the blue for it. These guys are playing so mentally and physically well in this game. It's like they're playing inside the minds of what is the EU LCS team going to do, not what are we going to do.
And keep in mind here, the last place team in this tournament, which will be the loser of this game, will not get a bye in the World Finals here. So these games really matter for these two teams since they want a better chance for the top-seeded team to make it through.
See what they can do, pressuring the first inhibitor turret of the game. North America chooses to go in. There's Diamond going in with the Zac attack. That is a huge shred from Bullet Time, but it's Saint wanting to go back in. The HPs are low for both teams. Saint takes a turret shot and goes down first. It's going to be all onto Dyrus, and then they're still going into the fight. Expresso gets hit up with a shock blast right through the gate, and a double kill coming in for Soaz.
And I gotta say, North America just was not cohesive in that push. Skara got caught out a little bit at the start, and then instead of either all going in or all going out, they got caught in that murky midway and just got punished by the persistent poke from Soaz and Alex. Plus, they took a lot of damage from Yellow Pete's Bullet Time before any of that started. That was not a good fight for them. And
at 27 minutes, you usually do not see the 1v1 for an AD carry at Dragon, but they have the capacity to do so. The map control, it's going to be 5-3 in turrets, 45,000 to 37,000, and 13 to 6. Now, this is very reminiscent of what they did versus the Chinese LPL squad. We'll see if they can carry this through.
Yeah, they hopefully aren't having flashbacks for their sake, and it's got to be a matter of mental fortitude for these guys because they can't collapse again. They played this game ridiculously solid, and the pressure is on here because even with that Baron buff, they were unable to crack the inhibitor wall that Europe LCS has been able to put up here. So maybe they're going to wait for the next Baron. Maybe they're just going to hope until they get a big team fight, but they got to be a little bit wary after what happened yesterday.
And these walls are becoming individual players right now. You already have Doublelift building up into a Giant's belt, factoring out that his damage is far surpassing already, and he can do that kind of plateau in safety to still fight.
Doublelift did this yesterday in his first game. He actually went Phantom Dancer, I believe. It was either Phantom Dancer Bloodthirst or Phantom Dancer Infinity, straight into like a Frozen Mallet.
Yeah, the Frozen Mallet.
So he actually needs to be careful he doesn't transition to defense too soon because we know that North America is lacking in attack damage, and since he's went for the defense early here, there will be a point where North America will be lacking in attack damage since they have essentially a triple AP team across the rest of their lineup.
2-0-7 Doublelift. You see how much damage these guys do to the turrets, and it's really not able to be answered just yet by the European LCS All-Stars. They have the items to engage that fight. We saw how much damage North America took at that turret engagement. The Black Cleaver, the Last Whisper, is there to shred everything North America's bringing to the table. So the Europeans are putting everything in their pocket they need for these engagements.
And North America is putting all the pennies in Doublelift too, because 336 minion kills. You have to keep in mind, it's not because Skara and Dyrus haven't been farming well, it's because they're giving the farm to Doublelift. Anytime they're pushed up in a lane and a wave comes through, they give all 6 to Doublelift. That's why he's got 12.8 thousand gold right now and 2,200 in the bank. He's gonna have to really perform in these team fights since they've given him so many resources throughout the game.
He is basically 3,000 gold ahead of everybody in the game right now. Finishing the Frozen Mallet like it was on sale. 30 minutes into this one, it is looking like a game one for North America, but it is not yet over. We know Europe can hold this one out, and we know they know how to guard that base.
And Alex has taken down a couple chip shots to that bottom lane. Only one turret between him and the inhibitor while North America tries to poke around this Baron. North America's going to want to initiate fast.
Diamond gets hit there. The ward control is going to allow them to engage this. Let's Bounce is out of the fight.
There's actually a misfortune with Alex Each, so unless North America gets this Baron down super fast, that inhibitor's going down.
This is going to be very big. That attack speed isn't there.
They got to worry about the steal, too.
They are going for it. The steal is not, could be there from Elastic Slingshot. It does not come in. The turret goes down. They're still just waiting on the outside. Will he decide to go in? Oh, they get the transformation of the Polymorph onto him. It's going to be Doublelift picking up the Baron. They're still on the inhibitor. It looks like they're going for Nexus turrets in the base right now. The pip showing you the damage, and it looks like they're going to be able to take out Diamond. But it's
losing their base. They got to get back.
They could lose the base here. Oh my God. They are going to go for the next Nexus turret. It may go down. They take down one. It's going to be Scar coming back.
Here comes Requiem.
Keeps him in. The Nexus is down to half health. Do they have enough damage to take it down? Oh my gosh, they get back just in time to save it. The Lich Bane is such a huge factor in this game right now.
Wow, Riv, is all I can say after that one. They barely made it back in time, but that is a huge detriment to North America. What a power play by Europe, forcing them into that decision. And North America almost with another throw at Baron like we saw against the Chinese team. They may not be able to come back from that because that back door is consistently open. They cannot rebuild that in any way. Even if the inhibitor respawns, that's not for another 5 minutes. North America might want to try to end this right now before they can even think about Alex Each stealing it again, but they can't. They have to be so incredibly cautious with how they push, or just go immediately.
There they are. They're on to Edward. They may be able to take him down here. Edward goes up, but he's only got dropped straight down. He goes down from X-Special. That is one for them, and the inhibitor is going to be there.
And this is a 4-man push. They're actually keeping Skara back, but they have so much power in these 4 people. Double with those 351 minion kills, plus the Baron buff. They want to end it, probably on this push.
Let's bounce his back up for Diamond. He goes in, double it very low, just gets himself out. Oh, he cleanses. There's the DF. The cleanse was too early. Can they turn this one around? Alex finally has the Zhonya's. Is it gonna matter? Doublelift still alive. He goes down to the Ignite Burn from, it's gonna be Alex Each. They continue the fight on. It looks grim here for Yellow Pete. The team is backing off, so has very low health as they get out of this one.
The focus by Europe was actually really correct in that fight. The fact that they took down Doublelift means this push cannot end the game for North America. They were able to trade an inhibitor back, but they did not get any Nexus turrets, and that was a successful hold for Europe.
You know, chat, an amazing play here from the EU LCS to bring back the bottom inhibitor turret to Nexus turrets. The Lich Bane was always the right buy for Alex. Like you said, he was shut down in middle. He wasn't there for fights after he got hit up that bad. He was there to make that play. They
pushed that turret so incredibly fast, and they turned themselves into a split push team right after they realized they couldn't win team fights early on at the Dragon fight, and they have really clawed their way back specifically off that play.
Looks like Yellow Pete taking a little love from the Gambit Gaming side, buys himself up the Guardian Angels. He's feeling safe. He wants that second life. So now they have 2 passives, or 2 lives, I should say. The Zac passive coming in and the Yellow Pete. That's going to control focus a little bit now that the Zhonya's is there. We saw that cause trouble for NA right there.
And it's all a matter of Europe avoiding North America as a unit. If EU actually faces NA in a full-on 5v5 fight, they probably lose the game. So I don't think we're going to see that in any capacity. It's all about Alex keeping pressure towards the bottom lane where he has that exposed inhibitor and no turrets defending the Nexus. And it's so tricky for North America to keep their own side of the map warded and make sure that TF can't pull anything tricky, because with that Lich Bane, that Nexus will go down so fast.
A little bit of a lull. We're going to take this for granted here.
Yeah.
34 minutes in. It's going to be a Dragon coming in for the Europeans when this is Doublelift's 1v1 Dragon. That's how much pressure they had. Doublelift was there by himself. It's now Europe's, and so is that side of the map. They have it back. They are starting to regain so much control, and they have, like you said, 8,000 gold down, a backdoor to always go into. Not very common.
Such a miraculous play to make that happen, and it's completely hamstrung where North America is able to go here. Now we see Doublelift, who's nearing 400 minion kills already at 34 minutes, off in a side lane. So if Europe actually got a fight here, North America wouldn't have all their damage in. EU might go in.
They're trying to hit it up a few times. Dyer's trying to get some tags down. They are just going tit for tat here. You see Alex Each going to the top side. Will he decide to go for this? Chat, it could be.
There were so many wards in that side of the jungle for North America that as soon as they saw Alex creeping forward, they went in. And the fact that there was Graves in the bottom lane, while Europe could have had a 5v4 fight and they didn't take it, tells me their focus is about backdooring. But Saint might catch Alex. Alex.
He locks him down. Oh my gosh, they are going to use absolutely everything. He gets hit up the depth charge. The bullet time goes right across, but is it enough? EU LCS trying to get the damage down here. Edwards on the backside. Yellow Pete is in the front right now, getting all the damage down to him. Guardian Angels goes down. Scar is still actually alive on this one. The Seraph's Embrace keeping him healthy, and it looks like they're going to be able to push through on that one. But look at Soaz.
Soaz is going for the Nexus. He did not die to the Carthusol. Can NA get back in time?
Does he have the damage? And Ramon is there. There's the W. He's trying to get the shots out. Oh, they're going to come back. He's going to go down to minions. There's Dyrus picking up the kill as well. It's so close to these football teams.
And now Doublelift, while he was split pushing, did not come to the team fight. His rally flag in the bottom lane was correct this time, and maybe he can get the Nexus turrets.
Deja vu Doublelift. We've seen it before. He's not against the Rise this time, but it looks like he's going to keep safe for this moment. Edward just in his face. He knows he can orb walk this one. Oh my gosh, missing the repel burst on collateral damage. A little of it ticking on, but it looks like they're going to be able to finalize that kill, and he's going to have himself a turret and maybe a death here.
Alex Siege spawns right now. There's 10 seconds left on Diamond and 7 on Yellow Pea, but all of North America is here. Sans Scara, they might go for the win here.
Locking up Alex there. It's going to be Doublelift only focusing on the Nexus turret, and the Nexus, North America getting backdoored, but they go right through the front door, and they bring it back to the European LCS All-Stars to go to a game 2.
That was such an incredible game. You can see the stress actually on the North American faces after that one, because boy, did they ever have that game in hand. And you can just hear the chatter in this arena as everyone has to talk after that game.
You know what, chat? The community said 53-47.
That was about it.
So it's looking like that's a damn good prediction.
That game was just really back and forth just because of the amazing plays that Europe pulled out near the end. Alex really tried. Soaz underestimated the power of the minions near the end there, and Scara actually did a whole bunch of work in that team fight, considering he'd given so much of his farm the whole game towards Doublelift, and then they actually won the last fight close to 4v5, maybe in part because the focus of Europe was on getting the Nexus rather than just winning the fight that was in front of them.
Absolutely, and we saw a completely changed team of North America that faced the LPL squad. Like, they probably went on Reddit, read all the comments. Guys, why'd you start to lose mid-game? And really, it was interesting that they were able to do it this time, too, because Doublelift was out of the fights. He was farming and still was able to come back and help the team when they needed it.
And I got to see what his final minion kill was, 408. That was a 36-minute game, 519 on Graves. Really amazing performance. Aside from that Frozen Mallet, just full offensive builds. That was
That's a lane
woozy.
He lane paycheck.
Doozy?
No lane
Doozy.
taxing. Absolutely a doozy, indeed. It's only going to make for a more amazing game 2. I mean, both teams fought perfectly. They just have to figure out why it affected them so much in the early game. Just the Wraiths getting pressured on Diamond. Diamond is usually everywhere, and they really did focus it.
Well, even at the first Dragon fight, we really saw how much control North America had, and it wasn't until that mid-game fall through that they did start to fall behind. If we think back to actually the last 2 games for both of these teams, Europe has lost most of the game consistently twice in a row, whereas North America has won most of the game twice in a row now. So if we're thinking about momentum carrying over across these days, North America would have a huge edge.
And momentum is huge. We've heard every player say it. But now let's send it over to D-Man and Freak to take us through the Game 1's biggest plays.
Thank you very much, Raven. What an amazing game to start with in that series. Wasn't really expecting it. I thought they'll have the lane phase. I thought this is all over. This is all over so easily. But what a crazy ending. The crowd in here absolutely went wild.
I gotta say, I love the crowd. It's one of my favorite things about live events.
On cue.
On cue. I'm actually... Yeah, I gotta say, I'm jealous of you guys at LCS. You get live crowds at your... I thought they were going to go again, sorry. And events like this are absolutely amazing. You guys, if you're hearing this and you could have come and you didn't, you're missing out. Because this is one of my favorite events. The crowd is absolutely amazing.
Absolutely fantastic game, and you know, everybody loved that game, and it was interesting to see, because as soon as the picks and bans came out, I was like, oh my god, they've just given Soaz Jace, and they've given Alex Twisted Fate, and they've given Europe this, and I was thinking, how is this ever going to go with their favor? But St. Vicious had other plans.
He was the guy who stepped up so much. I mean, he was the really undisputed jungler pick. A couple of the lanes were, well, it might have gone to Voy or Dyrus, it might have gone one way or the other, but it was like, we're definitely going with Saint. And he was actually making the calls during that game. He was the one really calling the shots, making everything happen, finding the ganks, and I mean, he caused so much of that game to go well for North America.
I can only imagine what you guys at home are probably thinking after watching that game. I'm sure the Europeans, well, it's It's 8:53 in London right now, so you guys having an early morning, you'll be sat there thinking, oh my God, we're 1-0 down. Wow. That's how wild this place is. It's pretty loud in here. 8:53 in the morning in London. The Europeans waking up to this one and thinking, what are they going to do? What are they going to do for it to get back into this one? Let's take us through this match.
Yeah, so let's actually start out with a replay of one of the big team fights, because that seemed to be the downfall of the Europeans here. So it's a dragon fight, and you kind of look at the sort of uncoordination, I would say, of the European team. Let's roll the clip out. It's just 2-0 right now, but it gets really, really bad really fast. So as pokes out, they have vision, they spot the Americans coming in, but just watch the engage. It's so incredibly strong. Just watch St. Vicious on Nautilus, right?
He needed to try to save. That was just the advantage from NA because they knew they had the Requiem and they baited that Varus ultimate in for a fake engage.
We'll see how the lanes are still faring. We see the bottom one going very well for Doublelift. Again, a 2-0-1 game for him to start off. Looks like they're going to try to get him going as well.
Scar.
0 mana Scar. He's got the blue, but he's not going to have enough to maybe get away from this one. Alex hits him away, dodges the Shock Blast.
Really having to wait for that flash until Alex burned his Q, because if he would have flashed early, he would have just been sniped. He was overextended, getting hungry for some of those minions. Scar tends to do that sometimes. Alex punishes him for it by burning both of his summoner spells.
Alex also played that one smart. He did not flash, so he may have the second engagement when Scar comes back. Scar used everything to get out of that.
Still Rod of Ages finally completed by Scar, though. He is slowly but surely farming up. This is not the clip you'd expect from a mid lane Karthus. I still think some of that happened because of the flash he had to burn early, and also because this is the first time Alex Each is really free to do what he wants. He's on an AD champion. He's really excelled on those since the start of Season 3, and if Europe wants to win, coming into the tournament, we thought they were going to have to play like Gambit, which meant Alex Each is going to have to just farm up a storm and then flank it in team fights, and they're actually on their way to doing that.
And you have to give a thumbs up and a hats off to Alex so far. How many times has Saint bed mid to give him trouble, and he's still up about 30 CS on Scar?
Yeah, we've been talking so much about Diamond sitting bottom lane. Saint's done that equally as much to Alex, but the ganks haven't even been close. That's why we haven't been showing it on camera necessarily, because every time Saint's in the wings, Alex is ungankable.
He just pulls it out, makes himself safe, and he looks like he's going to head back to lane. Now going up against the Rod of Ages tier, he himself trying to fill up that Muramana. He is almost there. We do have the Blade of the Rune King coming out into Yellow Pete. Looks like he's going Last Whisper once again for his second buy.
So that is a pretty good build actually on Varus. The Blade of the Rune King gives you enough attack speed that the Last Whisper is actually pretty critical to be able to get later. Plus he's going to want to kill Nautilus very early as well with percent health damage. I do like that combination from Yellow Pete. It's actually difficult to transition past that. So he's going to be hitting a pretty big spike when he completes Blade of the Rune King plus Last Whisper, as opposed to a regular conventional AD carry build.
Well, you see kind of a movement on the blue build here coming in for Ezreal. Definitely goes for the Bloodthirster to start that off instead of Lizard.
And that's exactly what Doublelift did in the North American qualifiers. The Bloodthirster first into the tier. That is my favorite version of the Iceborne Gauntlet's Muramana Ezreal, because you get so much power in the lane just off the Bloodthirster, and then you get to transition into the annoying thing, so you never really have that weak point.
We'll see how he utilizes it throughout the game. Right now he's got himself a good 10 CS up onto Yellow Pete. We do have Soaz here. Going to give some Dyrus some trouble in the top lane, but they back off. A little bit of a lull in the game for everyone as they just get their farm on until the next fight.
And the last we checked of that top lane, it was really Soaz sneaking up there at 20 minion kills to 40 with an item advantage, and then just kind of farming it out. Looks like it's been more of the same. These guys have not necessarily been fighting each other too much. They're farming up Dyrus, extending his lead by a little bit, about 14 more than previously, but still, those guys are going to be all about team fight tanking rather than fighting against each other in lane.
Scar getting hit up once again. Nice dodge there. The phase change by Jace. Alex keeping himself safe. A lot of aggression in that bottom lane, though, as they may try to go in for this fight.
Europe really wants to dive in, but the fight is bottom, and he is gone.
Yellow Pete gets obliterated on that one. Chain of Corruption is going to help Edward walk out of that, but that was big for them. 3 assists coming out.
And it's even bigger because the Dragon just spawned, so if North America can repel this push mid, they're going to be able to trade Dragon for Dragon with Europe, who got it earlier.
Dyrus coming down to focus his bottom lane. Like you said, that focus now being put down towards the bottom side of the map. Edward may lose his turret, and they may lose the Dragon with this amount of pressure. 6 seconds on Pete.
Very least, this is probably going to be the first turret of the game for North America, and a 17-minute turret really shows to the laning that's happened in this game and how neither team has really overextended. All the ganks have been about killing rather than pushing lanes, as we saw a lot of early in Season 3, but first turret down, North America gets a slight gold lead.
There was a ping on Dragon just now. Saint's making his way out there, but it looks like bottom is backing. So they say we at least need focus, we at least need vision. They're going to attempt.
And Yellow Pete's made it all the way back since dying, so North America didn't really use that window to try to get the Dragon. Both the top laners meandered their way back to the top lane to just start fighting up there, and it looks like the Dragon is completely deprioritized in this game.
Let's see. Looking at Diamond and Saint now in these inventories. Diamond still building up. Looks like it's to be team-oriented in that bulwark fashion. Saint going for fight. Not selfish, but the cooldowns, the armor, the regen, and really getting himself to help engagements for the team.
And the boots mobility was the rush. He's only been able to get 2 kills off of it since, but he could rush forward quickly. Europe, though, good ping forward timing, good back timing. Specialist not there. I think Europe's got this one.
They are going to be able to take it down. It may still be an engagement, though. No, the gate is going to get them out safely, and nothing comes back to bite them.
With the way Europe is playing this one, kind of in and out, getting the Dragon, not wanting to fight, not even forcing a Dragon fight, I feel like they think they're going to have a window in this game where they can win team fights, and they're just working towards that point.
Well, from last game, it was like their positioning and not team fights won it. So it almost looks like they have 2 avenues. But this team, like you said, bringing to the table, it's going to be pretty good fight teams.
I think they're really looking for Alex to farm up and become an unstoppable beast. They're going to get that Muramana transformed, I think, in a couple minutes. His Muramana is actually sitting at 720. So in about a minute, he's going to have that, and that's where they might start forcing their team fight. Maybe at the next Dragon. They're waiting on the Aegis from Diamond Procs. Soaz is waiting on probably a Sunfire Cape, as he just completes it right now. The Aegis goes in, and as soon as that last Whisper comes in on Yellow Pete, I think it's go time.
There we do, you see the Iceborne Gauntlet coming out. We have the Glacial Shroud onto Ezreal, almost charged up there and built up. Looking around, the last Whisper not finished on Pete. It's like these guys haven't gone back to buy too much, but wards always in the inventory. EU knows they have a bit of an advantage. Keep those wards out and keep the advantages pressed. They will be able to pick up this blue. This means Alex is going to start that poke game with Jace.
And it is a devastating poke game as he finally transforms his Muramana, because at this point in the game, Jace doesn't necessarily have a weakness. A lot of times, if you're going the full AD Jace, you're very squishy. If they close in on you, you can't necessarily kill someone off. All you have is the hypercharge gate shot. But now, with the Muramana, if they come in, he can use his W, 3-hit people for the full Muramana damage on every hit. That's not reduced, by the way, with his triple shot. So it is devastating when they go in.
Alex looking to do some powerful damage here. If they brawl, Dyrus trying to push the top lane, and it almost looks like they are avoiding the fights, as they know there's been a huge surge of power coming in to EU right now. They kind of got to take it slow.
And Scar is waiting to stack up his tier as his double lift. Even though I said there wasn't much weakness in double lift's Bloodthirster first build, when you get that Glacial Shroud in, that item by itself isn't protecting him that much aside from a bit of armor. Right. Glacial Shroud in itself is a very inefficient item. It's efficient once you put it into its upgrade. So if he gets his Iceborne Gauntlets, he's there. But since he's not there yet, it's really not giving him a huge amount of benefit.
It's all about playing that mid-section of the purchase. Weird to think about, but it makes a difference. So they're kind of playing it slow. Like you said, the tier getting charged up. Double lift, looking for that core item out of the Glacial Shroud. Dyrus, a little bit of harassment here, trying to figure out if Soaz is playing different. And it looks like Dyrus' Sixth Sense paying off here. He's not engaging whatsoever.
And even though Diamond hasn't had the most successful ganks this game, it seems like for how much we've seen him waiting in rushes, he has an amazing amount of farm. Maybe that Spirit of Lizard Elder plus just him sweeping through the jungle very fast is making up for it. I don't quite know how he's done it like that.
30 CS ahead of Saint. It looks like there is some movement up in that top lane. Soaz goes in, and he's trying to bait Dyrus into using that slice and dice. There's the slice, there's the dice, but he uses it to get away. Sixth Sense.
Dyrus is a patient man.
Wow.
He knows how to top lane, and he definitely senses something is a little bit up right here. I wonder if North America is going to try to counter this one, because they've been up there for a while, and finally they dive in!
Oh, Dyrus, you got too antsy in the pantsy! I don't know if you're going to make it out. He does! Still has the ultimate to throw down, and he did! A few more caster shots coming in. The auto attack there from Diamond. Oh, the flag toss! Lawn darts, that's why they're illegal.
Style points there with the kill from Diamond. Support is rolling in from him, but actually Nautilus is on the chase. North America might try to turn something around here yet.
There, the wall goes down, so they have vision on the other side of the wall. It looks like Saint is going to dive into this. Scar flashes. They get a good depth charge onto Diamond. He goes back to the fight, dodges it, tries to get some damage onto Double Lift, but he puts himself in for the safety of his team.
And surprisingly, the red buff actually fell off Diamond right before he died to Double Lift, so there is no red buff that Double Lift gets to have. Makes the dive actually successful for them, since they not only got a 1-for-1 without transferring a red buff, they were also able to pressure the mid turret when North America roamed up to support.
I was going to say Alex hadn't been back to buy in a while. Looks like he picked himself up a nice last Whisper after the Muramana finished. looking for a lot more items, an Infinity Edge to come out of Yellow beat this game.
Huh, so the pickaxe is actually going for Infinity Edge. Makes my whole speech earlier a little foolish, but I still think that's more of a late game transition build. It means that his last Whisper is actually going to be very slow, so if he's ever dueling Doublelift while Doublelift has the Iceborne Gauntlets, he's going to have a hard time actually breaking through that damage.
Oh my gosh, just going back. Alex E says, I'm getting out of here, but he meets a St. Vicious. Oh, the 2v1 in favor of Alex right now. He's actually fighting 3 people with Requiem coming in. Now into 1v1. A 4th person fighting Alex in this fight now with True Shot Barrage coming across. He may not make it out. 4 is 3 too many.
As impressive of a fight that was for Alex, it doesn't actually give his team an edge. He gave up assist pool gold essentially in that fight. He is such a powerhouse at this point in the game with his channeled farm, his last Whisper, and his Mirror Mana transform that he can take on 2 people at once and come out ahead. But if he dies, it's not necessarily worth it unless Soas can get the turret.
So we're gonna go ahead and say this game is a bit closer than last game. 6-4, the gold still within 1,000 now at 24 minutes. The turrets within 1. Pressure to the top lane still coming from Skara. We'll see if he can do anything to hold this off or get the team to bolster up with him. It looks like he's just gonna be there, farm it up.
And we have to keep track as well of Doublelift's power this game. 4-0-2, and for as much as Alex Each has been farming on Jace, Doublelift is right behind him here. 9,100 gold on Double, 8,500 gold on Alex Each. So of the battle of the biggest carry right now is to Doublelift, and with that Iceborne Gauntlet build, he's actually going to hit his max item build a little bit sooner than a regular AD carry. So NA will be able to have really a max item Ezreal quite quickly.
True Shot Barrage going top lane. They look to save this turret. That will be fine for now, and it looks like they are going to try and focus down Dragon 2 seconds from now. Skara still going to the top side. He's going to be at blue while they do this.
Skara's got to hurry up getting this blue buff because they just keep giving up dragons to Europe, and Europe has been on top of it. North America has not been in position, and this looks like dragon number 3 for Europe.
And they're actually on both sides. They are trifecta around the dragon happening, but didn't want to go in for it.
So with that dragon, Europe has the gold lead. They actually haven't been winning that many fights. 6 kills to 4. Really the only one who's been powerful on his own has been Alex Each. And since they're getting the dragons, we actually haven't seen the team fights getting generated by these guys.
They know the consideration for power of both of these teams is coming in. Last game we saw North America dictating a lot of what was going on. The Flay absolutely bouncing out. There's the box. The initiation comes in after this. Dyrus is still there to help Xpecial. It was going to be Doublelift coming in on the side too. That could have been scary for them, but each team backing off now.
Really interesting disengage, I'd have to say, because Soaz was the one caught out. He used his Let's Bounce just as a way to get tenacity and escape out of this fight. Good play by North America, burning the Let's Bounce, but we'll see who capitalizes.
Let's see what they can do. 25 minutes in, it is 6-4. But it is going to get a lot more hairy with these turrets going down. They are pressuring down the mid now for North America. This was North America's turret on the other side for EU, so a definite momentum push for Europe as we come into the mid game.
And this game is not even close to being decided yet, but it will be decided soonish, if that makes any sense, because they've been farming up for so much, and the team fights just haven't met the right conditions to happen. We need to have the dragon fights. The Baron fights could actually happen fairly quickly. You got to keep in mind, Skara is on Karthus, who can kill Baron incredibly fast. Doublelift finally picked up his Iceborne Gauntlets. They could power through a Baron here, or they could just look to force a fight, as Europe is actually trying to split push 2 side lanes.
There goes Soaz from the side of the fight. Will they be able to actuate on this one? It's at 26 minutes. The core items have been had, and it's not EU pressuring that turret. It's North America pressuring down. Their health bars aren't even moving. Soaz dropping very quickly. The passive about to pop for him. The True Shot Barrage actually not hitting the blobs, but they are able to clean this one up. It's going to be the 4v5 in front of the turret and a very healthy North American squad.
So Alex Each is actually still in the bottom lane, pushing these turrets down. North America knows what happened last time when they were getting split push, and they only get the 1 kill for the turret. Good trade for Europe, I have to say.
They start backing this one up. Looks like Alex still trying to pressure that bottom lane. Doublelift is going to be the one to stop here, and Alex, realizing that he cannot see everyone on the map, is actually staying here.
If Doublelift gets a single hit on Alex, there's a chance he'd be able to kill him. Alex has to be very careful here because the chase potential of Doublelift's Ezreal is immense. Dyrus coming up behind.
Dyrus almost in range. That is going to be a shock-gated Jace. Not going to be able to catch that guy. The EU trying to make some moves, trying to now pressure every part of North America's side of the map.
And they're really just trying to execute the split push strategy, NA not letting it happen.
North America back in the face of EU as St. Vicious says we can do it too. Thresh getting a kill, actually Xpecial comes up with 1 for himself in this matchup. Diamond going down, or Diamond hitting up as well by Double Lift.
And now with Diamond out of the way, no smite steal is potential for North America, but there are still the 2 solo lane damage dealers from Europe who might try to harass this one. North America going for this Baron. Wards are being spammed in from the outside. Let's see if they can get this one down or how Europe tries to contest it.
Diamond not in this one. They're not even going to pressure the True Shot barrage coming across. There it goes to Saint, and it's a 28-minute Baron for North America.
For all the split pushing, that one mistake may cost Europe. After that Baron, they are still up in gold, which shows you how much map pressure they've actually been able to attain throughout the rest of this game. But a very critical mistake by Yellow Pete and Diamond getting caught out in this one. We have to wait to see how North America presses this Baron advantage.
Blocket of the Iron Solari coming out for X-Special, and why? Because he's 2-6 along with his 6-0 and 280 carry. So pulling out the strength of the team right there. And on top of that, does that Locket protect the Nautilus shield from breaking?
It depends, I think, on the order of the shields when they're applied. They'll kind of stack on top of each other, so if they do, it would work very well for them. I really like Locket, particularly on X-Special, because Thresh in himself, his Lantern is almost like a Locket.
Yeah.
So he'll get a double Locket in some of these team fights and really frustrate a Shock Blast or any type of Let's Bounce. He can almost completely negate
Does that Locket, does shield consider the Locket cooldown of not being as much next time?
Not sure what you're going for, but Double is getting caught up by Alex.
All right, we'll have to see if Double Lift gets it up here. Alex, eesh.
Wow.
That was quite quick, the Requiem. Not really phasing him too much.
Yeah, Double Lift is got to keep his distance from Alex right here. That was an absolute crush, and that's what they're trying to do to stay in the game, is just keep up Alex's split push pressure.
Okay, let's see what they do at 23 minutes. EU kind of gathering in middle here, saying, power in numbers, buddy system, let's hold this one out. But North America is doing the same as well. You cannot not move as a pack right now. There is just too much strength to go around. 3 core items and the Muramana finished. Is Alex even able to build into that Hex Drinker for personal safety? And these guys are coming out. The Bulwark now, so Skara getting a little bit hit up on that.
Yeah, and Scar got the transform even though he had the really late tier, so he's managed to kind of reach that late game target's potential. No kills, he's definitely not the same threat as Alex, and we did talk about potential split push threat in the pregame and how Europe really needed to have someone who could solo any potential split push that NA throws at them. And the battle between Alex Each and Double Lift could actually happen a couple times throughout this game. That last fight was a great sign for Europe if they want to continue the split.
Looks like Double Lift somewhat close to finishing that item build for himself as well. The Boots of Lucidity coming out now. We do see the Bulwark on both sides. Cyrus picking up a Warmogs for himself, and everything just says fight, fight, fight.
The Dragon coming up pretty soon, but those have all went to Europe. North America hasn't really done much with this Baron. Their lanes from the sides are still pushing up. This is a fantastic hold from Europe so far.
See what they can decide to push. It's really up to the next move. North America trying to pressure a little bit of the jungle, still take away these buffs. Looks like they don't want it. The pink ward is going to keep them safe. There's the toss into Diamond. Could get up pretty good here. Piercing area coming from Yellow Pete. Depth charge to the back line. Chain of Corruption locks up just about the entire team. But look at Double Lift on the outside. Dyrus is able to finish the kill. They continue to dice in here. It's going to be Saint Vicious. Let's Bounce was completely used on Saint. Soaz is now going to be chased by 3, but it is going to deter them from an engagement with the rest of the team.
And he is out, so a 1-for-1 was a very good fight for Europe, considering they seem to be the ones to get caught out. North America was not able to get in position to deal their maximum amounts of damage, and that really wasn't that amazing considering how the fight started.
Yeah, it looked like it was going to be pretty grim. The ward coverage for both teams was really the saving grace there. They knew what to do and what not to do. Now the top pressure on the turret here at 32 minutes in, 10-6. They only get a few shots on. The siege clear, quite good coming from EU.
And it looks like North America's Baron is about to be spent. They have maybe 10 seconds left on it, so nothing really gained. They were down 1,000 gold after they picked up the Baron, and they're still down 1,000 gold. So this game is still yet to be decided, even after North America seemed to have that big break at a Baron.
Leandry's being finished up onto Soaz. They can get that percentage damage down, and that's going to help. We got a pretty tanky Saint and a pretty tanky Dyrus coming in there. Infinity Edge finished up onto Yellow Pete, but we saw instant depth charge onto Yellow Pete that fight. Really all he did was piercing arrow, so it's scary for him to get close in these fights.
He also got that Chain of Corruption, which held North America
the 4
pretty
5,
much
that's
in place.
True.
And it spread to pretty much anyone, which forced North America, or actually made them incapable of chasing all the way through. And wasn't that bad of a play by Yellow Pete after getting depth charge straight off the bat.
Saint pushing the top lane. Looks like they get a little bit of pressure on the Dragon, and they pick that up for themselves as well. So backing off, there's...
Look at Alex go!
Vicious just absolutely getting bit down by Alex. There's a shock blast. Oh, but he gets the shield down to save himself.
That is such a scary man coming out of the jungle. Makes Saint burn all of his spells. Alex did burn his Ignite though, so he can't do that as quickly to Saint in the future. And even though that was an amazing show of strength by Alex, it doesn't give them a big edge.
Double Locket now coming out for North America here. Now, those double Lockets degrading on W's. That's what I was
Those
getting at
definitely
earlier.
degrade on W's. You will refresh the duration of your own Locket. Full circle, we're back to there. Is Alex gonna go kill Double Lift again? Probably not, he's not.
Maybe not. And really, Alex Ish, at the point in the game where he loves to be, I can 1v1 anyone on your team. Now finishing the Mall of Memories.
This is a lot of the Gambit Gaming playstyle. You can't send a man for Alex, and he team fights when he chooses and then decides to destroy you. And if he can pull it off in this game, Europe's going to probably come out on top, but North America has been forcing some really good team fights. If they catch someone in the right spot and don't get kind of re-engaged around by Soaz, they're going to be able to push through for something pretty powerful soon.
And we see that power coming kind of to a bridge here as all the items at max capacity for Mirror Mana charges up. The Void Staff now onto Skara. It's going to help greatly with that bulwark damage as he gets into Defile the fight. And he's been using Flash to engage quite a bit. So with that up, these guys have a great engage on this fight.
And even without the death cap, Skara is sitting at 400 ability power, so he is still hitting quite hard. It's crazy to think, Riv, that we're 34 minutes into this game, and there's about 80 gold separating both teams, maybe less.
Yeah, even numbers at the top of the screen, even turrets on each side of the map. 10-6 is the kills, and that's just about what separates these two teams besides the mindset. 35 minutes into this one, a push down the mid lane for North America as we have Diamond on the top trying to pressure or push out that lane.
And Double Lift is actually only 1 item completion away from being a 6-item bluish Ezreal since he's got the red Bloodthirster in there. It's North America's time to actually press a little bit. They haven't been able to press in the last 6 or 7 minutes since they were able to pick up that last Baron, but they might force something big here since they got Void Staffs, Last Whispers, and a very strong Double Lift now, 341 minion kills.
Special with the Oracles, they're trying to gain control of the map and really put Europe into an uncomfortable position here. Alex Yee's actually taking quite a bit of damage from that shot on Double Lift, so they're trading Shock Blast damage for Mystic damage at just about the same amount.
They're just really poking back and forth. Neither team wants to engage too hard since they know the damage potential of both of each other. If you engage into a Karthus, the rest of your team is kind of cut off from yourself. But if North America tries to dive in, Zach's probably just going to jump through their entire team and start bouncing all over the place. So very difficult situations for both of these
There's
guys.
so many things to focus on in these fights. Who does Diamond Cataclysm? Is it Dyrus? Does he get out? St. Vicious just anchor toss out. Where's it going to be? Are the AD carries focused? There's so much to watch, and it looks like it may be all over a Baron.
And North America is actually trying to bait around a corner and get a catch of some kind, but Europe is really not taking the bait. They're poking safely. Edward's been back to base. They were not trying to see that one right there, which means they're actually in a bit of danger of letting North America take a Baron.
They are in on it. They have a pink ward in, so it's just going to be pink ward to ward battle as they try this one.
And he's going to peel out.
Smite is up. St. Vicious starts to peel off. Do they have it? The flash! Oh, he gets the terrain. Alex Ish with the fast flash as well.
But that means the flash is down, so the next time St. Vicious tries to ultimate, even though he doesn't have a flash to engage, they might be able to lock down Alex Siege. It will be a very touchy positioning battle for Alex since he has taken so much of that farm that he cannot get caught out.
Alex now going over to the blue buff. They need the poke to stay there. True Shot Barrage to the top lane so they can keep the focus exactly where it is. They do not want to leave the pressure they have. They know they have EU in an uncomfortable spot, like I said.
And EU is definitely on the back foot. They're the ones worrying about getting poked at Baron, but it's definitely not overly detrimental. They're feeling somewhat comfortable here, but a little bit uneasy.
Pressure now still at Baron. We've been here for 2.5 to 3 minutes. It's been tagged. It's been walked away from. This dance is becoming a grand waltz for these teams as they start to engage it once again. We're going for possibly the final dance. There's the toss into Alex H. The depth charge pops up too, but they dive to the back line. Cataclysm lets him get to everybody and needs to. Dyrus can't even get out of it. He's trying to fight Diamond. Requiem comes down. Is it enough? A double kill for Yellow Pete on the Infinity Edge 5 for him with the Blade of the Rune King. Scarra picks one up. It's going to be so far a 4-for-1. EU coming out on top, but it looks like the poke is still continuing. Double lift on one side, and it looks like they finally give up.
A 4-for-1, so many people flashing red, 3 there for Europe, below 25% health by the end of that fight, and that was an amazing counter-initiate by Soaz and Diamond. Even though Alex got hit by the depth charge, no one on North America could actually follow through. Scarra couldn't quite make it into the team fight, and the backline got wrecked by bouncing Soaz and Diamond's Cataclysm.
Locked up and knocked up in that fight. Such good crowd control use. They stacked it one on top of the other instead of right on top of each other. Looks like they're going to be able to grab a nice Baron off this, walk it down mid lane, and start to give a little bit of hell to North America.
Because we're really 38 minutes into the game now, those death timers after that 4-for-1 fight for really long. So normally after a really close Baron fight like that, you get to see no one have it because they're all alone, they have to go back to base. But they actually went back to base and then came all the way back to Baron, and North America was still dead. So they were able to take the Baron for free, which is great. Not for free, because of the fight.
Indeed. Because they fought valiantly and kept themselves alive. We were talking about it a little bit last game, is you fight something and you don't have enough health to do it. But Gambit's kind of finding themselves on, we have more than enough health to do things after these fights. And that, after being so uncomfortable, has to be a boost of confidence.
And they were playing this whole game up until now because they feel like they're stronger late game. The way they were trying to sneak the Dragons, how they were never really forcing fights because they wanted to reach a late game point where Alex was the most farmed on their team, where Yellow Pete could be a real threat when they're in these team fights, sitting in the back and just cleaning up. It's working for Europe right now.
Alex sitting at 100 CS per 10 minutes right now. He's got that 400. He's looking to give Double Lift a run for his money on that. And Guardian Angels being picked up more on the EU LCS side.
Hey man,
Very Gambit-y.
that's a, back when they were a Moscow 5 strategy in Season 2, when they wanted to end the game, everyone would build Guardian Angels and they'd make their final push. With the Baron buff, with double GAs, even though they're not as strong as they were in Season 2, that could be Europe's play here.
Extreme farm coming out on a lot of these guys. 300s for 4 of these players on the Rift right now. 2 for each side. Another 200 in those top lanes as Dyrus and Soaz have been going at it back and forth. And again, credit to Soaz. He went to that lane 40 CS behind to really help his team in these fights. And we heard what Shai said. You may be down, but you got to keep your head in the game.
And that's exactly what Soaz did, because he had a very rough game 1. He has not been having a great all-star series, but he is showing up in this game despite having the early disadvantage.
Randu and Zoman trying to be finished up onto St. Vicious. His flash almost coming up still with Alex Ishus from that last flash engagement. This Baron buff keeping them on their heels. Double lift trying to get some damage. Whoa, that's a good chunk onto Diamond there. There's the initiation, and it's not going to be too much. Oh, the Requiem. He's got Diamond. That's a for sure. Edward with one more shot. Gives himself the shield. Arcane shift in. Double lift going for another kill. He's going to be able to get that one. This is going to be double-licious, and he looks like he picks up Yellow Pete as well. 1, 2, 3. That's going to Scarra.
And Europe was so confident because they had double GA and a Baron buff that they let Double Lift sneak up on him, and these are very long death timers. 50 seconds on Yellow Pete, 40 on Diamond, 35 on Edward. They might try to end with these 2 Baron buffs still sitting on Europe.
The Death Chamber putting the sweat on the European LCS All-Star team right now. The first inhibitor turret to be hit, battered, and beaten down by North America as the inhibitor now lies in their eyes.
20 seconds still left on the shortest death timer. They got 40 seconds on Yellow Pete. Alex and Soaz have a bunch of damage. There are no creeps for North America. They're going.
They have the poke. There's the Zac attack. Let's bounce. Saracen brace for Scarra. They're going to fight this one out right at the Nexus. The front door is being beaten down, but Europe is doing everything they can to clean up the doormat. Dyrus left alone in the turrets. He may be able to walk out, but that was a big, big stop for Europe.
And now Europe is on the offensive. Alex still chasing, and we know how much damage he does.
Oh, home guard onto it special. Guarding it beautifully. The shock blast hits. The changes in the gate to come out. He will continue to chase. The jump on to the skies. Dunks him down.
And now we're throwing the gauntlet back around the other way. That is 4 death timers for North America and everyone alive on Gambit. I mean Europe, they're going now for the Nexus.
The supercharged Gambit, as a lot of Europe calls them, but they are the European All-Stars, hailing from many regions, coming together here for this spectacular play in the Shanghai Grand Stage.
15 seconds on Scarra, a 17 on Doublelift. I feel like they're going to res to get to the final edge, but this inhibitor is definitely going down, Riv.
Inhibitor for inhibitor. I don't know if they're going to be left fighting at the Nexus turrets. EU says it was a little risky. We'll back out for this one.
Let's take a breather.
Yeah.
I feel like we should take a break right now because that was unreal. All said and done, there's 4,000 gold lead on Europe. They are a little bit stronger than they were before that fight, but they have lost their Baron fight, and now they have the appropriate fear of Doublelift, I feel like. They focused him super hard when they were trying to take down those Nexus turrets, and they were within an inch of losing that game if they did not play that fight at their Nexus turrets exactly right.
4,000 gold, 2 turrets, and 0 kills separate these teams now, as they have been pretty much neck and neck. And with this gold lead, 4,000 this late in the game, it's distributed so so little between these players. It's not an item for them. It means nothing.
Yeah, the later you get into the game, the less a gold lead really matters. Yeah. It's kind of about the percentage, and especially when you start hitting 6 items, sometimes the gold lead doesn't mean anything because Doublelift is sometimes using his ultimate to clear a creep wave off the side or just push it back from the base because he's been maxed items for a while. It's not like his farm is actually netting him anything right now. It's just all about the team fights.
Doublelift, put up captain boots.
Home guard boots.
Those are, no, they are. This screen protector
Colors playing
just kicked
tricks on you, man. I wish they were captain boots because he is.
I was like, he's got the slow. He's got the gauntlet. Nope, screen protector, thanks. So 43-25 into this game, 14-14. We do have that 4,000 gold lead, but it could be not even there. Obsolete, as we said before. Locket of the Iron Solari coming out. 2 members for each team as they mirror that up. Guardian Angel's not up for Europe right now, so I don't expect them to be too crazy with anything.
No, and this is exactly where they almost lost the game the last time when Doublelift poked down Diamond and Edward pretty much by himself before the Rec Room came in. So they got the 1 turret and they're skedaddling out of there. The Baron is coming up very soon, and that may be where we see the next thing. But since teams have exposed inhibitors, they got to be extremely careful with where the back doors can be coming in because both of these teams have experience in that from the last game.
I cannot believe the CS in this game for the amount of fighting as well. 2 people over 400 now and still more cresting there. We're only 44 minutes in. You see this at 60 minutes.
You kind of do. That is a little bit absurd. We could very well see 500 minion kills out of these guys, but if they're smart, they're going to be channeling farm, at least Europe, into Yellow Pete. And North America is going to be channeling into Skara because Alex and Doublelift are maxed. They have to get more people to maximum power.
All right, we'll have to see how they coordinate this one, where the next fight goes. Bases are open. Inhibitor in the mid lane for EU, Inhibitor in the bottom lane for Europe, as they were able to grab the Baron and get the map objective free. They're going to have to work on other inhibitors, though, if Baron is up.
This is potentially it. I thought the game was maybe over a couple of times so far, and there is a gargantuan creep wave actually creeping up the bottom lane for North America. And NA can't bait around Baron because Europe could very well just run into the base if they did, but we might see a team fight in this mid lane. If anyone gets a catch, there's a flash!
It's on to Edward. The flash did come up. That means Alex has his as well. Soaz right to the back line. Diamond, the Cataclysm, but he jumps out of it with a flash. Leases everybody in the back line. Soaz very hurt. Just gets himself out with beautiful play. It's a kill from Alex on to Skara. Diamond now falls in the matchup. The Requiem comes down, but I believe it's Bloblets. He could be alive in this one. He will be, and it looks like they may not be able to save him. Doublelift pressuring on. Chat, we said these are long timers, and those are very low health bars.
And even though they're long timers, that was a 2 for 2. And everyone is actually going back to base now. Such a aggressive initiate there by St. Vicious, and it looked like that fight was actually going to go to Europe's way until Scar threw out that Requiem at the end. Here's the risk play, though. Doublelift next special, we're thinking about Baron. That would have been a bad idea.
Yeah, it's almost like both teams knew they had to have that. We have to blow some of the summoners on each team. Then the next fight will be the pushing. Oh, no!
No, you gotta watch out.
Catching on to that. Poke to him, but whoa, they are still going on to this. Alex East through the wall. He is gonna keep going. The flash comes out. He gets the shift. Oh, he tries to turn it around, but whoa, throws that true stopper out to the side.
And because North America went to check the Baron after the fight and let Europe just run back up with home guard boots on a bunch of them, and the gate from Jace, they made it there in a flash. That was almost a disaster, and what a crazy chase there by Alex and Doublelift.
What a crazy everything right now, chat. This is absolutely ridiculous. Still, even in kills, it just goes back and forth. The Guardian Angels are now up. Again, what EU was waiting for this to happen, and Guardian Angels aren't even being considered on the side of the North American LCS. They did go for a Thornmail on St. Vicious, but it's all about power, fighting, and staying in that fight for the one time.
And Sage is really just trying to run at Yellow P. He knows he's going to sacrifice himself for these team fights. That's why he's flashing in for the initiations. It's about really Double Lift and Skara for North America. Darius and Saint are kind of just distractions. And for Europe, it's really about Alex Each and Yellow Pete's damage, but Soaz is a much bigger distraction than Renekton just because of how much he's bouncing around. I feel like, I can't even be sure.
You can't. These fights are ridiculous. Like we said, you watch Diamond, but he Diamond Cataclysm.
Here they go, though.
Jump out of it. They are going for the Baron again. It does not look like they have a way to walk out of this one without taking damage on the backside. The wall goes down. They pressure him in. There's the first lock hit to stop some Baron damage. They begin to fight. Expesto, the Cataclysm to the backside is right on to Skara. He is shredding Soaz and Diamond right now. The first kill coming out.
Full health.
To Soaz. They are still going. Double Lift with full health in this fight. As Requiem comes down, he flashes into safety. And a kill onto Yellow P. Here comes that Guardian Angel. The 1-2-3. No, he misses it. But he shifts back in. Another 400 gold for
Double Lift is getting a Penta.
Full kill for this. The one kill. Penta for double. Penta kill. Double Lift.
Wow, what a way to get an ace at the end of a 48-minute game. Looks like North America is just cruising down for this Nexus.
There is no way they're going to take 60 seconds to take down the inhibitors. You can see the cams. Double Lift with a pentakill in the All-Star game. He may be the only one to go, though. Everybody has to back.
Oh, no.
Will they actually have enough?
Maybe not. I called it too early. There's 20 seconds left on Soaz's death timer. There's still Nexus turrets up. The game isn't over yet, Riv.
Oh my
Are you
gosh.
kidding?
The pentakill coming in. He was 9-2-6, now 14-2-6. And we said, man, they might want to channel some different stuff onto people. They just channeled everything onto Double Lift. But that puts a fear into the European team.
And the craziest thing about the pentakill is that doesn't actually help North America in the grand scheme of things. It shows that they can win fights, but Double Lift can't buy anything with those items.
Nope.
It's not like he's a more fed Ezreal now. He is just more of a realized threat here. The Baron wasn't even taken. The only thing they got out of that was a refreshed inhibitor. We're gonna get to see that fight again.
Absolutely. Like we said, they wanted to blow the Summoners. They wanted to get back in, and it has to be considered that 2 Guardian Angels went down over the entire fight for EU. And it looks like Baron, at 50 minutes here, will be challenged once again.
Diamond might try to run in for a steal, but they're way scattered and way behind. I feel like North America can get at this. Maybe the steal. Alex is running at full speed.
Here we go. They are going to lock it in. Alex just on the outside. The Baron goes down. Saint locks it up for the team. This is a very big NA. This is a very big EU on the thread of a victory.
The thing is, the last time it looked like Europe had the power hand was when they had the Baron buff, and it was overconfidence that cost them the momentum in the game. They got killed and chased back to their base. North America is going to be so confident off of this. They have to make sure they don't over push, because these fights are on a hair trigger with how they could turn in either direction.
You said, Jad, that goal difference not meaning much anymore. The kill difference not meaning much anymore. It comes down to the late game fight, the positioning, what can be done by these teams. It almost says the past 50 minutes have only tried and tested you to see how good you are now.
It's an all-star game. These guys, the true test of skill, the best players from every region here, North America and Europe, really giving me the best games I've seen all season. This is unreal right now. Skara with the death cap. How much ability power does that dude have? He's got 775. Alex has been max items for about 95 minutes right now. Almost everyone is getting to the max items. Yellow Pete's GA is down, obviously. I don't know how this game is going to end.
It's going to have to end with a fight, chat, and it's going to be bloody and brutal, but it can't be called. There's no one that has the good initiation over the other. You have Anchor Tosses, you have Diamond, who has had amazing cataclysms. Soaz has always been there to capitalize with Diamond on crowd control lockup, and it looks like, once again, they'll be here, a 5-on-5 in the bottom lane.
And there's still a turret up in this push. They're going to have to poke it down and risk getting initiated in on. There goes Soaz!
There's one. Soaz goes in, elastic shot, but that means he stays behind in a Jarvan ultimate now.
And look at that bounce plus shot, got Scar to half, which means if he tries to move into a team fight, it's going to be very careful. North America is very confident with this Baron buff. They're getting the turret, but they still are getting risked at for maybe initiation.
That siege pressure. Look where Diamond is standing. He wants the diagonal entry. I thought he was going for it. They are going to hold off another inhibitor, which means lane pressure to come in on EU.
2 inhibitors down is a huge breaking point in a lot of these games. but this is not your regular 2 inhibitor advantage because it's not like they're even up in gold at 51 minutes into the game with 2 inhibitors down. They're going to try to sweep around for the third one. They have about 2 minutes left on the Baron buff, so they can still get this next push in with the Baron. And if Europe was scared to fight at number 2, they're going to be scared to fight at number 3, but they can't give up number 3. They're going to have to fight.
These guys are reading the same book right now. It said top lane, both are representing right now for this turret. And it looks like with the push we just saw, NA should have this one as well. Will EU let it happen?
They have to go in, I feel like, unless they're giving up. That turret's falling fast. There's the Varus ultimate, but he gets hooked.
Chain on corruption onto Xpecial. Xpecial is locked out, but he did get the box down right before. Double lift on the back line, not taking any damage. Dyra's doing some great peeling. Skara damaging and lowering the fight. It's Double Lift still alive. The Requiem to come down to the fight. Oh my god, it hit him as soon as he came up from Guardian Angel. Amazing. Diamond gets taken out for a few shots. Will they be able to take this down? Diamond looking very grim. 1, 2, 3. Ezreal to come in.
4 for 2
to get the Nexus turrets. Can Edwards
It's just Edward. I think NA has it. They're going to finish off the Nexus.
It's going to be the Nexus. It's going to be Double Lift pentakill. They're going to carry this one on, and it's going to be North America moving on.
Those games were incredible. The energy from North America after that one. Just listen to the crowd. Amazing.
Come on, guys! Let's go! Woo! Baby! America! We're not last!
The community themselves is at a 53-47, and it couldn't have been any closer from you guys to our thoughts.
And you can hear the Chinese crowd now giving a mostly standing ovation to a North America versus Europe game. That was just out of this world.
I gotta let my heart settle down here.
Gotta catch my breath a little bit.
That was a superbly played game. Did we see a flaw from either team? The engagements were there. They couldn't get to Double Lift. That's not a flaw. That's great play by both teams and just hard luck.
I'm gonna be honest with you. A lot of that game I don't remember, so it's kind of hard to analyze right now.
Blur.
But I remember the pentakill. I remember Europe having Baron buff and trying to push down mid lane. It seemed like they have it, but then Double Lift killed a couple of them they chased down. They couldn't finish the Nexus, they get turned around. But the thing is, there was like 35 minutes of awesome game before that started happening. It just cleared away from my brain.
There was 35 and another game of awesome game before that.
Yeah, it's not like the first game was bad. It was amazing. We almost saw Nexus steal.
Yeah. To see
I love it.
The innovation from each team to come out. For EU to go from ground up in that game with no momentum from game one and almost destroy North America after having such a good lead. Anybody's game through the entire time.
I can't wait for the rest of the tournament because now we get to see North America take on Korea, who Europe actually got beaten fairly badly by. I still feel like all 4 of these teams have a legitimate shot of taking it, and we only have 3 games to figure it out.
And these guys brought out different stuff, somewhat different stuff for each game. They were able to switch it up. They figured out what bans mattered, and they really caused each other to play in an uncomfort zone and have to bring out their best all-star play.
I feel like all these guys, even though Europe lost this game, they got to walk away with that with their heads through the roof. That was just such an entertaining game. Just the showmanship between these guys. They played so damn well the entire time and just always went for the play. That's the thing that I like most about that game.
Never stopped. The adrenaline drip still going right now. But to take us through the big plays from that amazing game, let's head over to freaking D-Man.
Thank you very much, Riv, and wow, what a game. I'll tell you what, all the other casters, we were all sat here, it was like, get Double Lift, get Double Lift, get Double Lift. You were like, no, get away from Double Lift, don't touch Double Lift. And well,
I wanted a game 3.
It seems they didn't touch Double Lift.
They really didn't, and I gotta say, that game was ludicrously hectic. I'm trying to set up replays for the post game to talk about stuff.
That one. No, they used that one.
I think about
Use that
15
one.
times it was, all right, this fight. No, never mind that fight. We want this fight. No, never mind that fight. We want, the entire game is a highlight reel of, amazing team fights.
Fantastic, fantastic match. And really, and Jack really just hit the nail on the head. It's like there was this back and forth action, but there was 35 minutes before that, before the craziness really began. And honestly, probably 20, 28 minutes, I think it was still 4-2, so it was a real slow starter, but boy, did it boil up to an epic.
And it was funny as well, sort of how each team accrued their advantages as well, because you actually saw that same North American early game of doing a great job in lanes, of getting, I think, superior ganks overall. The Requiems were a really big impact. But the European squad actually controlled Dragon straight for a while, and they were winning in gold, I think, actually a large portion of that game, even though it felt like they were losing every fight.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic stuff. So let's check out really some of the key matches, key parts really of that match. It's hard to pick a singular one, but when there's a pentakill involved, it kind of speaks for itself.
All right, so let's actually take a replay of that big pentakill. Of course, the European squad is starting up on Baron, and because the North American team has the luxury of coming in and starting the fight sort of on their terms. I mean, they're under some time pressure, but because they get to start the fight, they get the positioning advantage. They get to fight with the walls in their favor. So let's run the clip, let's start it out, and watch how the North American team choose this. So Baron's getting taken down, that takes a little bit of time, but watch the positioning when the fight finally begins. European squad realizes, okay, Wallopane is here, Baron's too healthy, we have to disengage. St. Vicious and Dyrus are completely in the front. Diamond and Soaz jump on the back line, but they're only getting Skara. Skara hugs the front of Cataclysm, gets a little bit into the team, and no one is still hitting Double because he has the entire team in front of him. He jumps the wall to pick down Yellow Pete, and now he says, okay, I'm going to wait for cooldowns, I'm going to wait for Arcane Shift, and wait for Yellow Pete to revive, jump on him again. Alex can only do so much because he was not nearly as well protected as really Doublelift was, and he doesn't do nearly as much while dead as Skara does. And so you had kind of a positioning win there of the front line being in there for North America.
Amazing stuff, honestly. I mean, if you could put your finger on it, really, anything that Europe could have done to change the outcome there, what really would it have been? Because it seemed that the good old protect, the double lift, seems to work well. And actually, to be honest, he didn't need protection there. He was that mobile himself. He was getting around and attacking him from every action.
I think what they should have done is sort of realized their team fight priorities a bit better, because you're not going to catch Blue Ezreal, right? He's going to Arcane Shift away. He's got the Iceborne Gauntlet. You're not going to catch Blue Ezreal. It will not happen. And if you go and send Soaz and Diamond to dive Skara, you'll eventually kill him, but do you really care about killing a Karthus while all of your frontline was sitting in Defile? If they said, you know what, we'll kill Dyrus and Saint, right? And both those champions have % health damage. Both those champions can actually kill Dyrus and Saint. Then they say, okay, we'll just break down the front line and push forward and do it more as a 5-man team instead of dive buddies and, well, good luck against Renekton.
So, unfortunately, of course, that means that Europe are now out of the All-Stars, and they don't even get themselves a bye in the World Finals, so whoever does get through to them World Finals are not going to get a bye. They're not going to get that extra place. That's a big, big thing for Europe.
Yeah, it's what we saw, I believe, the Korean teams back in Season 2, where, I mean, they did okay, right? Frost and Sword both made it out of their groups, and Frost made it to top 2, so heck, maybe you don't need it, but even still, I think the competition, I mean, as we saw here, the competition's getting stiffer, right? Everyone tracks on North America. Well, North America's stepping up now, finally.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic stuff. Of course, coming up, we'll be joined by the Pentakiller himself. It will be Doublelift and North America's All-Star Support X Special, and actually finalists themselves already. Maybe they're going to go all the way. Who knows? Don't go anywhere, though. The 2013 League of Legends All-Star Weekend. We'll be right back after this.
getting a Penta!
Triple kill for this, the 1 kill, Penta for double, Penta kill, double it!
Wow, what a way to get an ace at the end of a 48-minute game! Looks like North America is just cruising down for this Nexus.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the 2013 League of Legends All-Star Weekend. And right now, I am very excited. As a European, I'm not sure I should say I'm very excited, but I am joined by the dual lane pairing of Doublelift and Xpecial, who have just knocked out the European All-Stars. Welcome, guys, firstly. How did you guys approach this matchup? Because, you know, after yesterday's pretty heavy defeat, it's something that you guys have practiced so heavily for the Chinese game. How did you approach this European match?
We saw that they played a bunch of unconventional stuff, and we singled out the stuff that we were scared of and the stuff that we wouldn't be able to deal with. And so we just banned that stuff and let them run whatever the hell they wanted.
Yeah, so, I mean, obviously the game one, it was pretty hectic, let's be fair, let's be frank. There was moments you guys had full control. You had 10 3-up in kills for a long period of that game. And then suddenly, you went for Baron, they went for backdoor. What was going through your guys' mind?
One thing we're not really good at is just coordination in like team coordination and where we should go late game. Because a lot of teams that we've been scrimming against, they never let us hit late game. We always beat them early, mid, and in the All-Stars, we've been like always winning late game. So it's something that we haven't gotten down to T, and it's really showing. But every game we're playing, we're getting better and better, and hopefully we can carry this into tomorrow's game and just do way better.
And then obviously, let's go through the second game. Sorry, when it came to picks and bans, they kind of let you have pretty much what you had before. I saw you hovering over Urgot and going, oh, we could do this again. Was that actually a legitimate thought that was going through your minds, or was it just a case of troll the guys?
Yeah, it was kind of trolling. Like, Urgot's not a pick you can always do. It's more something that like you just pull out once and you just cheese the hell out of someone. But like, Ezreal's generally just like an all-around good pick, and I've practiced him a lot.
Yeah, and the mobility that you had, obviously, if you looked at the team comp you had, it was essentially a CLG, protect the double lift, but you didn't seem to need a lot of protection. You were so mobile, you were getting around the sides of the team. Was that something that you guys as a team have worked on? It's like, okay, we need to just be highly mobile as a team this time around?
We try to get as much done in the quickest way possible, and honestly, like, everyone that game was just like, it was like a gun, like just ready to shoot. Like, people were just flash hooking all day. Like, Xpecial carried me in lane, like with 2 flash hooks, and Saint's not afraid. He just like flash hooks anytime he wants to.
And I heard during the game, obviously from our production guys, that it was actually Saint Vicious that was calling a lot of the matches there.
Yeah, Saint's our dedicated shot caller.
So, I mean, is there anything particularly different? Was he doing China as well? Was it simply a call nip? Because obviously he was at 7-0-3 against China at one point.
Honestly, a lot of the fault goes to me. I usually feed him a lot of information, but yesterday I kind of choked, I shut down, and I didn't give him the information that I should have. And today, I stepped up my game, and I gave him all the information he needed, and everyone else stepped up too. And it showed we played much better, and we're only playing better as this tournament goes on.
Well, I mean, that's big of you to say that, because honestly, a lot of the people yesterday were saying you would have been MVP of North American team yesterday.
Well, it's a lot easier to play mechanics when you don't worry about team calls, and it's something I've learned from just playing professionally, and it's a team game. It's not 1v1, so I didn't do my best.
Okay, so Europe, they had the Baron. They were pushing against you. How the hell did you guys just suddenly turn it around and get them on the run so quickly?
Me and Skara saw a catch on the right side, and I ended up chunking like Lulu and Jarvan both down to like 20% HP. And then that's just like, we're like, go, 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 go. Like, let's kill these guys.
So, and then obviously once that happened, it was a full back and forth momentum. How crazy does it get in the team comp? What, you know, the chatter, is everybody getting a little bit excited, or was it nice, calm, cool communications?
I think I said more expletives than like normal words that game. I was just like screaming at the top of my lungs. Like, I'm sweaty and disgusting right now, and there's like so much adrenaline. This game was just like insane.
And finally, how good is it to get a pentakill at the LCS All-Stars? LCS All-Stars, it technically was, 'cause it was Europe versus North America.
Everyone else is trash. right here on the shirt.
Everyone else is trash. Well, full-on CLG comes in. Thank you very much, Double Lift and X Special, and congratulations for making it through against Korea, which will, of course, be happening tomorrow. Now let's head over to Freak, who is waiting with more from the huge plays from the North American exciting win.
Thanks very much, D-Man. So I've got two great plays I want to show you guys, one from game one from game two. Let's show the first clip because it's one of these crazy fights right in front of the European LCS's base. And what I kind of want to point out is just the crazy individual plays that are made. So let's start the fight, let's start the clip out, and we'll see what happens here. So, North America is piling on down. They've picked up Baron. They want to kill off an inhibitor, right? They want to do a whole bunch here. It takes a little while to start. They get the great hook on Edward, though, and it's just, you kind of heard it from Double. He said, Saint is not afraid to start fights, not afraid to flash hook, just goes in, finds an easy pick. So they started out, and at this point, Europe's like, shoot, it's a 5v4 against Baron. We could lose our base. We need to make something happen. They wait for Alex to respawn, and they're going to all-in double lift here. Soaz puts on a freaking ton of damage, flashes out, double gets low. Alex teleports just a screen away to stun him, but look at that, the smoke screen from double lift keeps Alex from hitting him basically the entire time. It's only the ignite that finally brings him down. But now without an AD carry, North American team can't pick up anything else. They have no damage left. They have no damage dealers left in this squad. So they actually have to just take the inhibitor and leave instead of taking the base. So really good clutch decision making to all in the AD carry from the European team. Let's go to the second clip because we've got another crazy thing to show you guys. So right in front of the European LCS's base, North America wants to close the game out here. They still got a little while of death timer. Let's roll the clip out because it takes a little while to get started. So, all right, kill the minions, go face tank the turret. They're backdooring it, but Saint's tanky. They don't care too much. They start things off. And here, you're just seeing Alex be patient. He's trying to poke down, trying to deal damage, biding time until Edward, Yellow Pete, and Diamond can all revive because they basically just gotta basically start the fight here, which is more or less a 2 versus 5. So it's just Soaz just diving in and finding the right people. Skara and Double Lift drop immediately. They kill them so incredibly quickly that, they get Alex's GA, but that's basically it. There's no ability to counterattack, right? There's turrets helping them out, and they can just kind of clean them out of the base. The rest of this fight is just kind of cleanup. Of course, North America has to run away at this point in the fight. Dunking squishies with bruisers is so incredibly important. Chasing people down with acceleration gate is so incredibly important. But that's sort of what happens when you're actually allowed to initiate on the back line. That's what dive buddies are for, killing squishies off in a fight. That's the end of that clip. Of course, an amazing showing by both these teams in this best of 3. North America did 2-0 it, but it certainly wasn't without trying their hardest to make it happen. Of course, great competitors, and of course, we'll see NA later on in the weekend. But before we do, let's send it back to you guys at the desk.
Thank you very much, Freak. And, I'm still trying as well, like Double Lift said, there's a little bit of sweaty, obviously. Definitely got a little heated in here for everybody. I mean, you heard the crowd in that replay after the pentakill in some amazing games. The adrenaline finally calming down.
Yeah, the adrenaline drip is working through the rest of the body and a little bit out. We're calming down. The games, we don't even need to recap them again at this point. I'm going to watch them again because I need to, because it's awesome. And I think that's it. We're going to get to see it again tomorrow.
Absolutely. So let's go ahead and check out the updated All-Star team bracket so you guys get an idea of what's happening.
Yeah, with their win, the North American LCS team moves into the semifinal round where they'll face the Korean LCL squad with a trip to the tournament finals on the line.
Absolutely. All right, now it's time for some more awesome, a little bit of sit back, grab some popcorn. Last year there was one video that took the world by storm. Then there was a sequel. Those are pretty cool.
I like sequels.
And now it's time for the third installment in an epic series. And I like thirds. So it's the moment you've all been waiting for, presenting the world premiere of the Stick Figure Spotlight Part 3.
Captain Timo on duty.
I always wanted to be a baker.
You want some of this?
the shadow. Silent but deadly. Shen, we meet at last. Zed, challenge me, Shen. You're already dead. You cannot protect everyone, Shen. You couldn't even protect your father. Zed. I have unlocked the ancient forbidden art. You have nothing, Shen. I still have the element of surprise. After all these years, balance is finally restored.
That I can follow all of that goodness. So guess what? I'm going to make you guys do it. Let's take another look at your Twitter questions, and they better be awesome.
So
yeah, you can read.
I'll go for it.
Fancy.
At Normandy Jaden asks, what rarely played champion would you like to see played? And who would you like to see play it?
Well, if it wasn't this season, I could have said Kennen, but
I want to
damn,
see
he's
Victor
played a lot.
played. This is a personal opinion.
Victor.
Because I like Victor. Because I like vector targeting. And I think he's actually really strong.
I really want to see Cassiopeia play. I like some good Cass play.
Yeah.
All right, so we're going to move on to the next one. Jeremy Lee, 2008, back in the day. Which region brought the most impactful strategy to the weekend?
Wow. So the most impactful strategy for this weekend, I'm not sure yet because there's been a lot of crazy. I don't think there's necessarily been a crazy strategy that's come out. I'd say the Urgot, the double if picked in the defeat to Korea, was at least impactful for that particular game. Yeah. And at Snowlane asks, does Rivington carry wisdom in his beard? Because it's fabulous.
Yes, I absolutely do. It's where I keep all my questions for Jat and all the preps.
It's a good, awesome question.
Indeed, that was an awesome question. I'm glad we left it up to these guys. So keep those questions coming. We're at LOL Esports. And remember to use the hashtag AllStar because we're at this amazing event. All right, we've got to go to take a short break, but don't worry, because I'm not worried. We have a lot of awesome. The 2013 League of Legends All-Star Weekend live from Shanghai, China. We'll be right back after this. Welcome back, everyone, to the 2013 League of Legends All-Star Weekend live from Shanghai Grand Stage in China. We still have one more team tournament matchup today. It's the first semifinal showdown of the weekend between the Chinese LPL squad and the Garena All-Stars.
And China looked amazing yesterday in their game against North America, specifically PDD in the top lane, who we've seen just highlight clips of his double kill 1v2 rumble over and over again. So this will actually be our first time seeing the Garena All-Star team as well, who got a bye in the first round due to the TPA being the winners of the Season 2 championships, and since there was 5 teams, one team had to go on. So the winner of this will actually move on to the team tournament finals.
All right, well, there's an update on that. So coming up after the break, we'll see if the Garena All-Stars can justify their bye when they throw down against the Chinese LPL All-Stars. The 2013 League of Legends All-Star Weekend will return right after this.
2013 League of Legends All-Star Weekend live from Shanghai, China. It's just about time that we start our first semi-final team tournament match featuring the Garena All-Stars taking on the China LPL All-Stars. So let's meet the teams.
Well, starting in the blue corner, it's the 2013 Garena All-Star team. In the top lane from TPA is Stanley. In the jungle from the Singapore Sentinels is Hallelujah. In the mid lane, also from TPA, is Toys. At AD carry from the Singapore Sentinels is Chawi. And at support, former TPA, now from the Snipers, is Mistake.
So let's have a look at their opponents for this one. They are the Chinese LPL All-Stars, including the top lane from Invictus Gaming, a man who shaved his head today, apparently.
Yeah.
That came up on the screen here is, of course, PDD. The jungle from World Elite is Tro. Mid lane, also from Team WE, is Messiah. The AD carry, also from WE. Three of them, of course, in this lineup. And the support from Invictus Gaming is Xiao Xiao.
I suppose it wouldn't really be, if there's only one, you couldn't say we, it would be Team I. So I'm glad that there's more than one.
G. Never mind, they've got two. All right, we've seen enough and we've probably heard enough as well from us. But the members of the Garena All-Stars in our skills competition have been doing really, really well. But we haven't seen them perform as a full team yet here. And what can we really expect from them? Because they have 3 world champions, technically, on their roster. We saw them earlier on getting their rings. Of course, Mistake no longer with the Assassins. He's now with the Snipers. But that fact still stands. He's a world champion.
He absolutely is. The individual skill here is incredibly, incredibly high. And this is interesting because really both of these teams have, you know, a core of 3, right, that have played together for a long time, right? It's Team WE, former TPA. And then you've got 2 other guys thrown in there that hopefully can keep up and do very, very well. Now, the interesting thing is, of course, that, well, Toys has been brutal, right, in the mid-lane competition. He's been doing absolutely great individually. Stanley nearly took out his opposition as well. In PDD, I think it was, or am I?
Shy.
Yeah, it was Shy, sorry. So we've actually seen them individually do incredibly well, as I think they have the teamwork too.
Not sure that if we do see Oriana from Toys that it will be AD this time, though.
Not likely.
Probably sticking with the more traditional AP. And their opponents for this one, China, looked fantastic yesterday, but do they really have what it takes to beat the Garena All-Stars?
Well, PDD, I think, is going to be the big factor here. So if you kind of go back and say, look, the core of 3 are going to do well, how about the ringers? Well, PDD has been freaking phenomenal. The guy has been on point, absolutely. He had a 5-1-9 Rumble game. 3 of his 5 kills were in 1v2s. He succeeded in 2 different 1v2 scenarios and won both of them. And their teamwork seems to be actually pretty good. They've had a couple of falters, sure. You know, they had a couple of rough games against NA. But really speaking, they've been on the same page. They've been making good calls.
And coming off their dominating victory over North America in the first round, China's hopes to use their teamwork and a top secret strategy, apparently, to earn another win against the Garena All-Stars here today.
The China team is really scary. It consists of 4 really strong players.
下一场我们将面对来自于东南亚的 GPL， 怎么样打他们？用尽全力的打他们。
China has been coming up with a lot of interesting strategies.
其实说实话，战术，可能也不方便说吧。
应该要把微笑他的发育控制好吧，是对战中国队友的重点。
We have to win the lanes first, because China is really good. Every roles, every lanes, they are very strong at it.
他们是非常强的对手，我们会合理的利用我们的个人能力和战术的调整，去赢下这场比赛。我相信我们可以获胜。
All right then, guys, before we get into our first game, let's check out who you think is going to take this best-of-3 series and earn that spot in the team tournament finals. According to lolesports.com, which, by the way, the voting is still open, so you should definitely get yourself over there and check that out. 55% of you think that the Garena All-Stars will win this match. And I think the difference is, you know, that 15%, the 55 to 45 right now, are the 8,000 people in this stadium.
But what's great about this as well is, like, the audience has been pretty good at calling close matches, right? We had an incredibly, incredibly close between NA and EU, and even though it was a 2-0, the games themselves were incredibly, incredibly close. Even North America versus China was stupidly close as well. That game 2 was a ludicrous comeback here. And at this point, it's people saying, well, you know, last time we had a big international tournament, TPA slaughtered people. So I think it's a good place to start, honestly.
Yeah, I do as well. But the problem is, right, China are on home soil.
Yeah.
And the stadium today, I can, not with statistics to back that one up, but my feeling is that today it's fuller than it was yesterday. It certainly seems that way. It's definitely louder than it was yesterday, or has been at times. And I think they've all been waiting around for this special game that we've got coming up here, of course. China versus Southeast Asia. Now, the thing is, earlier on, Stanley, obviously from TPA, came out just at the side of the stage, and a huge crowd of people actually rushed over to him. So that just shows you that, you know, the fans, whilst obviously rooting for China here, they do have a bit of love for the Southeast Asians as well.
And that's kind of what I'm holding out for, is they've been so supportive of every player here.
Yeah.
Right? I've heard yells for Dyrus and Scar. We've seen the mobs for the TPA players and whatnot. And they've been deafening. Like, the double lift pentakill was pretty well deafening. I don't even want to know what a PDD pentakill sounds like, but we might not have ears afterwards.
No, I think this place had just turned into chaos. I think they'd be mobbing us here on stage and, you know, having a celebration with us here, because that's really how passionate these guys here are, and I can't really say that enough. I mean, you guys at home, obviously, you've seen the pictures on the stream. You've seen, or heard, I should probably say, through the microphones that are placed around the crowd. You can see there just a small portion of this incredible crowd here in Shanghai there on your screens. Not sure what they're all hankering for a look at this time, but there's been numerous occasions where we've heard commotion that spread through the stadium, and we've been kind of like, okay, what's going on now? Who's walked out from backstage at this point? And they are so into their League of Legends here. It's just, honestly, as a League of Legends commentator on the side, but a League of Legends fan, this is so great to see.
It's amazing to be here. It's fun when, you know, we know the camera's going to turn on, and I just have this grin that just sits in my face, and I can't get rid of it. I'm like, I'm here at the All-Star game. I'm here at the All-Star weekend. These are really good games. I get to cast them.
They all have been as well. That's,
oh my God,
that's
yes.
a great thing. Even the 1v1s, the 2v2s, you know, we weren't really knowing what to expect from them ourselves, you know, as a caster team, I guess we can call it. We talked a lot about how that's going to go down, what we can expect and things like that. And I think we can safely say that all our expectations have been met. We've seen some incredible stuff from there. The team tournament as well, even though 2-0, 2-0, 2-0 is what we've seen so far.
True.
Those games have been so good.
Yeah, almost. I think every series has had at least a comeback. Every series I can remember has at least had one of those games have a comeback there, if not both of them. And I'm waiting to see which the third game is going to be, because it's funny too. At the end of the first day, we're like, man, that was a fairly long day. Like it you know, took a good long time. We got a lot of games, and we're like, that was the least number of games possible. Like, that could have gone 50% longer, and we're like, man, that's just 2 BO3. Like, these guys are so good at putting on a good show, of, you know, dragging it out as long as they can if they're on the losing team, of saying, no, hold on, look, we can do this, really. And that's fun to see the fighting spirit that, you know, and Jat said it in the very beginning of the weekend, where, unlike most All-Star games, these actually matter. And you're seeing it in the players, in their attitudes, and how they're approaching the games, and what they're accomplishing here, because, you know, they're putting on those great individual performances you expect from an All-Star game, but they're fighting so hard to turn it around and keep themselves in the running that, you know, everyone is trying super hard here.
So there are basically, we should talk about this a little bit as well. 2 major things for the teams, at least, on the line here. The first of which, of course, is for the winner, an extra spot for their region when it comes around to the World Championships. The other thing, which has already actually been decided, was, you know, the one team that doesn't reach the semi-finals, in this case, of course, we've just seen that is Europe, will have to play, their first seed team will have to play. Got kind of thrown off there. There was a crowd cheering for PDD's freshly shaven head. I'm not sure why that is. Maybe we can find some information.
I feel like he would have lost a bet saying I'd beat SOAS 1v1.
Yeah, I think so too. I think that's how it went down. I mean, I know all about, you know, losing bets and
losing bets. So I heard you were going to do that anyway. And that scumbag Joe was like, I'm doing this as a ploy to get Twitter followers. Confirm or deny?
I'm not confirming or denying such rumors on air, Freak. I think we all know that my integrity is there, and you're just spreading terrible rumors.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean it. I am following you. I'm one of your legion of followers.
I am also one of your legion of followers.
Thank you.
That's good stuff. And what Freak said yesterday was something about 100,000 followers and losing the chin strap.
Sure.
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 There we heard it, everyone. Once Riot Freak on Twitter hits 100,000 followers, we are going to shave off that chin strap. In fact, no, we're going to wax it off because that sounds like more fun
Didn't sign
for
up for
everyone
that.
involved.
Didn't sign up for that.
But let's talk about the game a little bit more in depth
right.
here. We will be getting things started in just a second. The admins, the team's just working together there down on stage to make sure that everything's running smoothly for this one. Who do you favour in this? Because for me, it's really hard to call, simply because we've not seen the Garena All-Stars, as a team in action.
That's really the thing. It really, really is that it's not that they're unknown. Clearly, these are very, very well-known players. The GPL season has actually played more than the other seasons. So we're into the playoffs, the semifinals in Korea. Right, we just had the spring splits end in North America and Europe. China will go into their spring split playoffs after the All-Star game. GPL has actually already started their summer split. They're 8 games into it now. So they've actually technically got sort of more games to watch. They're actually seen as gone on a little bit longer. So you can look at Singapore Sentinels, right? You can look at TPA. You can look at what they've been playing. And TPS as well. They've been playing matches in their respective leagues. So it's not that you can't look at them. You clearly can research them. But we see them play outside their region so rarely. Chawi in his interview said, yeah, it's like us, Saigon Jokers, and TPA are like kind of the only really strong teams there. So you only actually get to watch a few of those matches as ones that matter, right? Where you're going to really pull out your A game. So it's kind of a mix of, do you really trust the picks that have come out?
I honestly don't know what to expect, and that's almost the beauty of this game, because it should be, or it could be at least, a bit of a curveball thrown our way, and I hope so, because I love those kind of games where, we're like, we can expect this, and this, and this, and then it's completely different. We're coming in to this one with almost no expectations, other than the crowd is going to be really, really wild throughout. We've got a lot of signs coming up here in the crowd. I'm sure you guys have seen them already on some of the shots. The World Elite signs, the IG signs, some individual player name signs, all in the LEDs, which look great here in the darkened out stands. When something happens, the signs all come out, and just a fantastic atmosphere in Shanghai here today.
And they even have these wristbands that have accelerometers or something in them, where basically if they start applauding, they light up and flicker, and you can
that's what it is.
Watch when people applaud.
Yeah, I thought they were turning on LEDs, being the obviously very smart man that I am. But that's why it lies.
You're good. You're good. This is why we commentate.
I'm just going to say it's the heat. I'm going to blame the heat for that one. But the players on the stage, as we said, will be ready to kick things off here in just a little while. First time that we're going to see the Garena All-Stars in action, and they're making us wait for it. The Chinese guys, they know what to expect here on stage. They've played already. A lot of them have played in those skill games here on stage as well, so they know exactly what their home crowd has got for them. And I just expect it to be a notch above when they're playing what is essentially the World Championship region, or the World Champion region, I guess we can call it.
It's true, and it's fun to sort of look at what could be for these regions, right? So Season 2, everyone who I sort of was like in the know and watched the international games was like on the Korea hype train. It was like, like a Zubu Frost or like the 50% favorite, like just at the start. 12 teams, probably Zebu Frost, right? And of course they made the finals, sure. And so a lot of people had them as that heavy favorite. It was like, Korea's awesome. And coming into the All-Star weekend, a lot of people said Korea's awesome. And, well, they've looked really good so far. But at the same time, we so rarely get to see China internationally do very, very well. But we saw Invictus win Stars War. And WWE took second there. And you had teams like TPA and TPS be there. And the Chinese did amazingly there. IPL 5, TWE won that above Fnatic, above M5, above Blaze, teams like that, right? Like, we, every once in a while, see the Chinese come out and obliterate everyone, and we know that they can be the best teams in the world. And then they're like hit and miss sometimes, right? Like, dear God, you almost lost early game to the North American team. What are you doing, guys? And, maybe it's because North America's catching up, but, right? Here's another big true test. How good is China?
How good is China? That's the question we're hopefully going to find out after this one. We can actually touch a little bit while we've got some time here on North America versus Europe, because something that I've not got a chance to comment on here. What did you think to that game, first of all? I was actually so impressed with how North America came out there, and if I'd have had to pick one team, honestly, before the All-Star tournament started to finish last, I would have said North America, sadly, but they've proven me wrong, and I am really happy that they have.
I'm really glad as well, because North America's gotten such a heaping huge portion of hate from the scene in general, because they did really poorly in the Season 2 regionals, right? Like, you had M5 and CLGEU take top 4, and then you had North America win cumulatively 1 map. And it was like, okay, well, that wasn't very good. Shoot, maybe we do suck. And it's cool to come through, right? Season 3, LCS, teams get to practice a lot more, and guys looking pretty sharp, right? They almost beat the Chinese mixed team. They came out to Europe. It's like, all right, guys, you actually are a good team. It's nice to see that my region is doing a little bit better, right? The players that come from where I come from, and that's good to see. And they did look impressive. I didn't think NA was going to do well either, and it turns out they're actually looking pretty strong.
Just shows you what hard work and practice, and really having a strong schedule with the right managerial team behind you as well. They've had a manager in there and also an analyst to help them go through the game, so they've prepared hard for this one, and that's what you get. You reap the rewards after a while. They're going to play Korea, which is going to be a tough one. They looked formidable yesterday against Europe, so we'll have to see how that one all goes down in the future. But Europe going to be rightly disappointed. They've come out and quite openly said, we haven't done much practice for this tournament, which, I don't know, as a European, I'm a little bit disappointed in, because at the end of the day, it means an extra spot, however many that will be, when it comes to the winner of this tournament for their region. So it is an important factor in things. And also, the point which I made a joke halfway through it in the last time I tried to explain it, is the team that finishes last, they don't get their first seeded team into the playoffs directly. They will have to play through the groups.
Yeah, exactly. And again, when you looked at what happened with the Season 2 regionals, right, or the Season 2 finals, I should say, the playoffs, right, when North America cumulatively wins 1 map, their top-placing team, TSM, they only got there because they won NA and got a bye. And Europe, certainly they looked really good in Season 2, but, I mean, this could be everyone bottom 12 placing, and that's a rough thing to kind of consider for yourselves. So this needs to be motivation for really all the teams here, right? Well, shoot, we're fighting for fewer and fewer spots here. Only one region gets that extra spot. Guys, some of us going to be all on the group stage. Everyone's got to buckle down over the next, however many weeks of games that are left before their regionals, and be ready to beat everyone else.
Now you can see the stadium here, the Shanghai Grand Stage, which is indeed a grand stage. And that's before this amazing stage is actually put in there. I don't think we've really seen much like that from esports. I don't work for Riot technically, so I can praise what's been built here. It looks absolutely fantastic, and I'm sure that everyone involved in the building process, which, by the way, those guys definitely deserve a shout out, because that is some hard work. But what we're going to do here while we've still got a little bit more time is actually go to a few more Twitter questions. You guys have been asking all day, and you can continue to do so at LOL Esports using the hashtag AllStar. The first one comes from, wow, this one's going to be interesting.
Hesselhofer?
Hesselhofer. I think it's David Hasselhoff,
yes,
actually in disguise, trying to get in there. What do you think is the most frightening team comp to face, Freak?
Ooh, the Demacian Commandos. Full commando gear, like that's pretty dangerous. I mean, Jarvan's right, hugely contested. Lux has been great overall. I just think when they all come at you with their dark green and their sunglasses, you just got to run and hide.
So a more serious answer, at least from my point of view, I hate knock-up teams. Teams with lots of knockups are just ridiculously frustrating. Obviously, when it comes to the pro scene, every comp has its counter. So it's never it's not too often that you see a full-out 100% certain type of comp. Never 100% poke, because, of course, that's got its weaknesses.
Yeah.
And everything's got its weaknesses in there. But for me, knockups are the most frustrating thing ever.
So, Joe, you're afraid of a ring in your finger and of being knocked up. What are you not saying?
Nothing. I'm keeping that one a secret. You're going to out me if I tell you I know that one. The Real Magros asks, which champion are you most excited to see played by an All-Star?
Orianna and Twisted Fate, I think, are my two most favorite champions to watch, just because, like, it's great to see the mechanical plays from champions like Vayne and all those cool individual playmakers, but Orianna just can do so much.
Yeah.
There's so, like, I mean, we saw AD Orianna from Messiah earlier. She can just turn around fights. I remember, what was it, Alternate, right, with the 3,000 ELO shockwave that clutched them a game. Like, there's just things like that that are so fun to watch from Ori. And then Twisted Fate has that same sort of, like, out of nowhere things just happen We've seen them like the Messiah highlight reels with Zhonya's where he'll port then Zhonya's, or he'll start the port and Zhonya's before it goes through, so he still baits a bunch of cooldowns. Like, there's a lot of tricks with that guy.
Yeah, I'm into that kind of thing as well, you know, the almost one spell that can change the game. The Shockwave, the Destiny, the hooks from Blitzcrank, from Thresh, even from Nautilus to some extent in there as well. Still got plenty of love for Soraka, Singed, and Nunu there. They're definitely up there with my top 3, but I really love those spells that can really just change the game with one, if one lands out of 5 even in a game.
Yeah, it's a really, really fun thing to watch. We'll see if we get some more of those high-impact champions. So, next question for us. Chad asks us, Benieki? Sure. How do you feel esports has evolved compared with traditional sports? I think the phrase I'm going to say is catching up, right? I think traditional sports have been around for longer than computers.
Definitely.
So I think it's fair to say that esports is younger, but I think when you look at events like this, I've seen the outcry on the internet about how people feel about the stage setup and everything, and I mean, it's amazing to see how much it's grown, how quickly it's burgeoned and spawned events like this. It's a bright future.
Yeah, I could probably talk all day about this kind of topic because, you know, I've been around for so long and I've seen, you know, an event where just a few guys will be working and, more importantly, watching. Definitely not in a stadium like this full with 8,000 people right now with a stage this big behind, with a crew that's worked for days and days and days and days to get everything into position. You can't really imagine how much goes into these kind of things. And then there's you guys at home. There's about 1 billion% more of you now than there was 5 years ago. And that's just it's really interesting because you have to wonder if we've come this far in this short space of time, what are we going to be like in 10 years? What position are we going to be in? And I think we can safely say for fans and, you know, for everyone that's working and involved in eSport, this is the most exciting time that we're having right now.
Absolutely it is. I think we're all going to be going up and joining Snoopy in space for the next tournaments in the near future. And yeah, it is such a bright future. Like, it's hitting the same point, but it's just a point of happiness of, I've been around esports for 10 years or so, and I remember when all tournaments were like, yeah, it's like a side room at some other sort of venue and you rent out space, and now they're just for the tournament. And it's because of guys like you who are watching, it's guys like here in the stadium, and guys like the ones on your screen who are going to be playing the matches here.
Exactly, and we are in Champion Select. We finally got around to it. It is, of course, going to be the Garena All-Stars versus the LPL All-Stars. China versus Southeast Asia. Bands coming out here, starting off with the Garena All-Stars. Malphite and Jarvan. So one for PDD there, one for Troll in the jungle. Lee Sin taken out, Kennen taken out for LPL, and a Twisted Fate finisher. Messiah, his favorite ever, and his most known champion, I think we can safely say. He's not going to have it today.
This is so smart. The question was going to be Rumble or Thresh, and this puts GPL under pressure because LPL is going to take Rumble and or Thresh if they can get it. They ban Sona, which means Stanley takes Rumble, they get Thresh, and then don't allow that sort of second pick support that we've seen them want so badly. And so they are going to take the bait. They're going to say, yes, we were going to take Rumble. That was their plan from the get-go to steal that from PDD. And so now, I mean, I have to expect Thresh. I have to expect probably the Zac jungle as well, to me, is the likely pickup there. But we're going to wait around. We've still got a few more seconds for them to make their choices.
Well, Kazik's one that's been left open here in this one. And, well, you were close, but...
No, not at all.
Up for that one, Freak. Kazix and Karthus locked in here for the Chinese LPL All-Stars. And, well, that's off the bat two very scary champions.
Those definitely are, and those are just huge, huge playmakers, right? They're champions. Karthus especially is a champion that both Messiah and Toys plays just exceptionally, exceptionally well. The Kazus can come in there as a jungler, as a top laner. I'm trying to think, because IG is a team that will swap their AD carry and mid, like Zitai and Kid will swap. I guess neither of them are in this game, so it doesn't matter, but then one, like, Zitai will play AD carry and Kid will take Kha'Zix, and so it just depends on who's the expert there and who's going to play as the champion, but I guess like it's probably going to be PDD on that Kha'Zix there.
Well, we did see the Thresh and the Varus locked in there, as you can see on the model list behind the players. Now, that support and AD carry role locked in for the Garena All-Stars. On the other side, it looks like we're going to be seeing a Caitlyn.
And this is really funny because the GPL picks, half of them are big-time GPL picks. They're champions that are super, super common. Their Thresh is up there, Varus is up there. Rumble is like almost never banned. Out of 120 games, he was banned only 8 times in the whole like GPL 1.5 seasons. But they grabbed it so quickly, they're trying to pick LPL champions.
On the other side, LPL going for Hecarim, another one that's very, very popular over here in China. And of course, the support locked in for that one was Lulu. Over on the other side, we are going to see an Orianna here for Toys. Not going to be AD this time around. And a Zac there locked in for the final pick.
I really, really love this GPL lineup. It's so well put together. They got a nice mix of stealing picks from GPL. And the thing is, Stanley plays so many champions, there's no way he doesn't know how to play Rumble. You've got the Toys Orianna. You've got Hallelujah. It's interesting because Harla is a supporty jungler. He's not a farm stealer like Insec or Diamond or Troll. And so you'll see kind of a more low econ Zac, but Stanley, Toys, and Shawi can all take lane farm. That's okay. Having a support jungler works here because they're all playing carries otherwise.
Well, it looks like that last pick is going to be coming in for Wei Xiao, and his support player, Zhao Zhao, of course, from Invictus Gaming, is going to lock him in that Caitlyn. So final pick there for the LPL All-Stars will be Caitlyn. So a Caitlyn Lulu bottom lane. That can be a scary lane in itself.
Yeah, that's one of the best, probably literally the best 2v1 lane in the game of traditional picks here, because they both have line nukes that can wave clear incredibly well. Lulu's doesn't even have fall off for hitting multiple minions. You've got the shield, the Hex for disengage. Caitlyn can disengage, put traps down. They can poke enemy champions under their turret because they're both long range with their basic attacks. These guys will crush a turret so very fast. And Rumble does not have wave clear. He's okay getting 1v2, and he'll survive and he'll play through the game. But Stanley will have a really bad time in 1v2.
Yeah, and we shouldn't underestimate the wild growth as well from Lulu, which I think is something that is looked over a little bit. The fact that you do get that knock-up from it as well with the likes of Thresh in there. If someone you don't quite want to be hooked in there does end up getting hooked through, you can wild growth and knock the Thresh up, and all of a sudden you might be able to turn something around there. So a couple of great lineups here coming out for both of these teams. The bans that we really expected to come in there, the Twisted Fate in particular, did come down, but always interesting to see that the Rumble, the Thresh, Kha'Zix in this case as well was left open. Really heavily fought for between the teams.
And that's just, it's so funny because the Chinese teams, like, they're very secluded in a way. We don't see them internationally a lot, and they actually play a lot of the same champions. So a stat I want to bring out is the number of champions that are picked or banned more than half the time. So in North America it's 7, in Europe it's 8, in the GPL region I think it's also around 8, and in China it's 13. There's this group of champions that the players will not let go of and will play over and over again and say, no, these are the ones that we want to play, and they just play each other over and over again. And so the Chinese teams are like, yeah, we want those guys. GPL steal a few away, and they made their own lineup here, and now they've got to work with it.
So here we go then, it's game number 1 of the Garena All-Stars versus the LPL All-Stars. Southeast Asia versus China. And the crowd getting behind their teams for the start of this one. But let's have a look here at level 1, because specifically over with the Garena All-Stars, you've got that hook in there from Thresh, which can be absolutely devastating. Nothing really similar to combat that or to really weigh up from the Chinese though.
It's going to be just an interesting sort of setup here. So human line of scrimmage so far is where these teams have gone in the early game and saying, look, we don't want to risk anything too deadly just right now. We'll start the game out defensively. Stanley, so I made a mistake here talking about P. Diddy with it before. Basically, he's opening up Flame Spitter and spamming it on cooldown to build his heat above 50. Once he's there, he's going to do 25% bonus damage with the Flame Spitter, and he'll actually gain heat by spamming it. So he wants to get to that 50 mark and then just start messing with people with a lot of heat.
Start bringing the heat onto the Chinese side. We'll see if that can work out. We see there 2 wards down in the tri-bush. Right now, the Green All-Stars got 2 up on the top side, 2 on the bottom side. A similar scenario here for the Chinese LPL All-Stars as well. So a pretty defensive start to things. Neither team wanting to put any kind of risk. However, we can talk about lane swaps here, because it looks like the one thing that we can see definitely is that Lulu and Caitlyn, Wei Xiao and Zhao Zhao are going to that top lane.
They absolutely want to 2v1 this matchup. That was their goal from the get-go. Go mess with Stanley. He's the best equipped champion you know, unless GPL won on 2v2, which they don't. I mean, it's way better. It's way better it's way better that it's Stanley than that it's Toys taking that for their lineup. However, the LPL squad have already set themselves up something nice. PDD's already got blue buff and level 2 going into this 1v2 lane.
Well, right now, Chowie and his support, of course, Mistake going down into that bottom lane, so they are going to be sorted in that one. Xiao just having a bit of a peek over towards the enemy blue buff there, getting wards down. It looks like Troll is going to be headed over, galloping into position with that Hecarim. Zach is actually just switching over onto that blue side of the map. But I think there was a ping to retreat there, and this is going to be a blue buff stolen away by the LPL All-Stars.
This is so smart by them. They have that 2-on-1 in the top lane. They know they have the numbers advantage. Oh, was that Smite stolen? Sorry, I lost.
No, it was Troll. It was Troll.
All right.
No problems just yet. That's why.
Sorry about that.
The Chinese crowd here can throw you off. They get loud about some small things for this one. But he was obviously able to pick that one up, and of course the blue buff went over on the other side, I believe, to Kazakhstan in that bottom lane there as well. So a little bit of an interesting start coming out. GPL All-Stars already starting off on the back foot there. You can see that blue buff for PDD, and that is an ideal start when you're going to run a 2v1 lane like this.
Absolutely. He's got a decent amount of experience. He can spam his ranged ability, that Void Spike, to try to last hit, try to wave for a little bit, keep his turret alive. He's in way better shape than Stanley in this 1v2 situation. So now it's on what can Hallelujah do to turn that around and make this not as bad as it is for them.
Well, Troll is actually coming down here, and this may just be in the nick of time. He's going to try and force his 2v1 lane away, and may end up getting hooked in. The hook is going to land here. Troll will be able to get back to safety, though, and not too dangerous. One thing that we always talk about is the ganks through this tribush. Zach almost removes the need to do that because of his elastic slingshot. He can jump so far to underneath that turret that you almost don't need to take the tribush angle, and he is going to jump in right here, and PDD gets the safety.
Great reflexes by PDD. You can see, or I can see because I can see the wristbands lighting up. You can hear the crowd cheering every time this Chinese squad makes a good move. It's going to get loud when they do something even crazier than that, but I'll see what ends up happening with this one. Right now, though, Toy's not in a good spot.
Troll's coming in from behind here. They did get the wall of pain down. Toy's going very low. Will be forced to flash away, and that is flash burnt in middle. You can't really afford to be playing aggressive now when that horse is on the map and you've got no flash.
Very, very good job there by Troll overall, and that's going to make things risky for him. He's now looking for that top lane, maybe for a dive. Thing is, he has clearance to do it. They've got so much work for him in this top lane. He's going to choose to counter jungle instead.
He's actually got a level over Hallelujah here, and he's going to spot his position. Hallelujah just actually going in there, smites the big wolf down. He's like, no, Troll, you're not going to steal that one. Meanwhile, in his bottom lane, Mistake has taken a lot of damage here. They need to be careful, the Garena All-Stars, that things don't get a little bit too hairy for them on that front. Troll has just taken the Wraith camp. And Chowie is starting to push in there right now. The hook not quite landing on towards PDD, but that tower has taken a battering.
And the GPL team their AD carry is winning in minion kills as well. So Chowie, right, he's that ringer, right? I mean, Wei Zhao, everyone knows him. He's an amazing AD carry. Chowie's coming in here from SGS. We didn't even see that team in the Season 2 World Playoffs. And Chowie's doing very, very well, has the highest minion score, and he's very, very close to killing off that turret if it weren't for Troll.
Yep, Troll is in there. Are they going to start to push forward? Mistake is actually almost up to full HP after we said he was low a little bit earlier on. Here's Stanley in that top lane, and there you see the danger of that Caitlyn Lulu. They can hammer you up from range, and especially with that headshot from the passive of Caitlyn as well, it can become dangerous.
It absolutely is. And, you know, this is, again, 3.6. Caitlyn still triggers headshot by hitting turrets. This is going to be the turret right now for GPL.
Yeah, this will be turret number 1 of the game. They're going to leave the minions to finish that one off. And that may just be instantly countered here. Wei Zhao and Zhao Zhao are still pushing that top lane. Stanley trying best he can with that Flame Spitter to stop it happening, but he will be finished off here. And that leaves us bang even on gold, bang even on turrets, and I suppose we could say on kills as well. Still no first blood.
So what I want to point out right now is make those comparisons to the top lanes and the AD carries. A small lead here first, but here comes a fight on Toys. The counter kick for Hallelujah.
Wow, a shockwave coming down here. They're going to go in towards Messiah as Hallelujah comes around the side. Troll is chasing down Toys. Don't forget he's got no flash. Here comes a Requiem, and there is First Blood coming out. The shield from Mystique, not quite enough to keep him alive. First Blood for China.
Absolutely great play by them. Troll is making his presence felt and finding those places to gank. Of course, it is not hard to gank a mid laner who does not have flash anymore. Toys thought the counter gank would have worked with the shockwave, but Messiah did disengage and then say, guys, I have a global. Thanks for First Blood.
Yeah, backing straight away to safety from that. But look at this, the Garena All-Stars. They are going to be grouping up here in that middle lane. They lost their man in the middle, but with the fact that they've got the AD carry support and the jungler there, they may try and put some damage down onto this tower, or Troll may just go for them. He's got his ultimate up. Mystique going to go low. Troll goes low himself. Will he die? Yes, sniped off in the end by Chowie. Mystique actually still alive there. The ignite was not enough to finish him off. 1-1.
And I just gotta wonder, is there a Caitlyn trap and a random brush to steal that one away? Looks like not. Chowie did pick up the kill credit there, so right off the bat, it makes me think, look, who's gonna be the big carry? AD carry Chowie or mid laner Messiah? Because those are the guys with the kills so far. They're the ones with the quick early lead.
Wei Xiao. This is where Wei Xiao gets really dangerous. He's got time to farm, free farm on his own. We've seen it time and time again. He almost disappears from the map for a while. He's not on the radar anymore. And then when you do notice him again, he's built up masses and masses of CS. He's obviously only a little bit ahead right now, but that's pretty commendable considering that Chowie and Mystique could force them to force that bottom lane out earlier than the LPL All-Stars in the top lane. They've switched that and come to this 2v2 at bottom.
So now I want to watch these matchups here because this is a 2v2 and a 1v1 where both teams are pretty much equal. The items are identical for the AD carries. The farm heading into that top lane was identical for the top laners as well. So now it's kind of a rehash of the skills competition. It's, look, okay, Chowie and Mystique, you didn't do so well, you know, against Double Phoenix Special, but here's your chance to sort of redeem yourselves in this matchup. Can you do it here?
There is blue buff for Messiah. Toys already got that one a little bit earlier on, and Toys is ahead there when we look at the creep score. Wei Xiao was just off to the side, and this is one of the beauties of Zaken. You know, similar jungle sim, the Jarvan, for example, that can slide through the wall. They're able to get a start on an early dragon.
And that's such great play by them, and part of that was due to that bottom turret being dead. They got to start the shove, push the minions all the way up. The pink ward has been down there for about 2 minutes. They had the pink ward and realized, look, the Chinese team just apparently doesn't care about this. All right, we can run for it.
Yeah, that's the early push. They are going to land the hook in onto Xiao Xiao. He's going to go down. That was just destruction there. They actually used quite a lot to secure the kill. We saw the ultimate out of Rumble, out of Varus as well in there. So used a couple of ultis, but better to use them than to let that kill go.
It's actually really good for them because Dragon's already gone. There's no big team fight objective on the map in any amount of time soon before those ultimates come back.
Hallelujah, just diving over the side there, doing a lot of damage. Carter's forced to flash away. They didn't want that shockwave to have the ability to knocking him down. And there is Wei Xiao again. Talked about it earlier on, constantly pushing. Is almost going to get himself back to a 10 CS lead here.
This is that Team WE play style, right? Caitlyn is self-sufficient. She can disengage very, very well. As long as Xiao Xiao wards enough for her that she doesn't get jumped on by Zac out of nowhere. PDD on Kha'Zix to do the same. He wave clears incredibly well. He scales so great off of items, and he can escape with leap and with his slows and with his invisibility. Messiah can just hold the mid lane and farm and just share globals, and then Troll can just make his presence known wherever he wants. This is WE playstyle right now.
Yeah, and PDD had managed, you know, in those 2v1 situations to get the better of things. Let's not forget he had a blue buff as well at the start, which definitely helps you out to spam those void spikes and what have you. He's currently 20 CS almost in the lead. This is going to be turret number 2 here for the LPL All-Stars. There's no one around currently for the Garena All-Stars. They're actually headed top to try and counter it.
This is actually a very, very good move by GPL. The funny thing is, the Chinese could have kept pushing bottom, but they don't have enough vision to know kind of where everyone was going. Turns out it's like a 5-man group top. That secondary bottom turret could have been killed by Wei Xiao if they wanted to.
Wow, Hallelujah diving in there, and PDD says, not today. Hits him with the void spikes. Hallelujah just backing away from that one. And that is a scary Kha'Zix, obviously. Hallelujah and Stanley saying, we can't really stick around. They're going to clear out very, very quickly, and it's not really worth being in trouble there whilst trying to get that turret down. Currently in gold, it's only a 200 gold difference, so it's not even that as you watch it tick over there. And it is, of course, the Garena All-Stars who have that very slim lead.
And the funny thing is, that's a 100 gold lead with a dragon to their favor. So the actual minion farm is going the way of LPL. If the game just sits like this and they're allowed to just farm for a while, they'll probably keep growing this lead as well, which spells bad for GPL's late game.
And we can see the late waves coming out from Carthus already doing good amounts of damage. I mean, that's a Catalyst and a tier in there for Carthus. It's not like he's really got any power built up into that one just yet, Messiah. So something to keep an eye on that front, that would be for sure. Let's have a look at the CS and how it's developed again. In that top lane, or certainly the solo lane, PDD and Stanley, that's improved for PDD at this point. 85 to 55, 30 CS difference, and overall a 300 gold lead. That's with Dragon. We should, again, point that one out.
Yeah, exactly. There's actually globals in the favor of Stanley. And this is actually... So it's funny because it doesn't matter a lot for Stanley, but it matters a lot for PDD. So none of the back line of GPL is all that safe, right? None of them have good, amazing disengage tools. Like, they have crowd control, and that's nice, but they're not Ezreal. They're not Karthus, where you could just blink away or you don't really care if you die.
Oh, there's a hook on towards Xiao Xiao. He's in a lot of trouble. The box is going to go down, and he flashes perfectly timed there. There's a snipe from Chowie, but he flashed over. But there's a lantern to save him. And that was a fantastic move, just to the point where I thought, oh, Chowie's gone a bit too deep. He's got the lantern to save him. Are they done? Yep, hallelujah. Going to go in, but not too deep to attack Troll.
Dude, the forethought from Mistake there was amazing. He's like, Xiao Xiao can only get away by flashing this wall. I'll lantern to reveal who's there that might protect him. Oh, nobody. Go flash the wall. By the way, when you're done flashing him, come hop back across, Chowie. Don't worry, I got you covered. He thought like 2 steps ahead for that one, and it paid out beautifully.
Garena All-Stars are currently... Oh, forget that, because Chowie's coming down bottom. Wei Xiao was just doing the golems at the time. But there was a big pile of Garena players just getting up towards that top area. Wei Xiao now is going to be still pushing. He's going to have Hecarim here for a little bit of support. Chowie is going to start to back here underneath his own turret, but they're stealing away jungle as they go, and that is going to be a red buff. That's not something that the Garena All-Stars really want to be losing at this stage.
And the thing is, GPL has the same stranglehold on the top side of the map that LPL has on the bottom side of the map. The thing is, GPL's not realizing they can steal Lizard right now. It's up, if I'm not mistaken. I see the minion marker at the very least. Yeah, the Lizard is just there, and they're not realizing they have the control to just take that away. So, I mean, the Chinese team are sort of more aware of their advantages and taking control of them.
Man, look at Garena All-Stars just looking to get that turret finally, which they've managed to do. That's given them the turret advantage back at 3-2, and thus the gold advantage has climbed a little bit in their favor to now 500 being the difference. Look at this, Troll has gone back to that red buff, the lizard buff that we were talking about, and he's going to take that for free here. Whereas it probably should have been stolen away, considering how the patterns of vision and control were at that point.
So now it's up to what do these teams do, because GPL has been the more, I would say, aggressive teams in terms of looking for fights, and you can see that by looking at the AD carries. That's actually really, really telling, because LPL says, look, Wei Xiao, go be your late game carry, keep running to a side lane and taking farm, we'll deal with the rest, we want a big Caitlyn. GPL, they've been pulling Chowie into fights a lot. Chowie's been in every single kill of theirs because they're looking for fights. He's not getting nearly as much farm as Wei Xiao, but he's farming champions, so he's still keeping up.
No, but we are going to be seeing Garena All-Stars going for Dragon, and they're going to take Dragon as the hook is landing here on towards Stroll, and they get everything down. The boxes in there as well. Mistake gets the kill. The shockwave landed onto Wei Xiao as well. Messiah is going to be taken down in this one. He's going to get his ulti off here, which will take out at least Mistake, and that is one back. But right now, the kills are going to start raining down. Chowie is low. Stanley is super low. They're not going to keep chasing this one. Oh, what a snipe from Chowie. Comes across the side there. They had a ward down in position to give them the vision. Great ending to a crazy fight.
Oh, Chowie, in his interview he said, I like playing caster AD carries. I used to be a mid laner. There's those mid laner caster carry mechanics right there. I mean, That's basically the AD carry version of a needly spear. Just like, and you're dead. Thanks very much. That was so impressive by Chowie. And you know, to go back a step as well, I can't believe LPL turned that fight around so well. They got their Hecarim killed for free and said, "It's fine. We'll run through it. We'll take him out."
What? Who do you give that fight advantage over to? I mean, Dragon was taken by GPL. It was an equal fight for all intents and purposes. And the kills, look at Chowie now. He's 4-0 to Bloodthirster, Zeal, got the Avarice Blade in there as well.
I want to say it's like literally exactly equal, with one caveat. So Chowie and Wei Zhao each got 2 kills and 1 assist. And the difference, though, is that Messiah got one of the other kills. He's at 2 now himself. But Mistake, the support of GPL, has 2 kills himself. That's actually a bit of a detriment. They don't have gold completely on the right people.
Well, right now he does have an Oracle after that, and he's starting to clear things out. He almost walked into Troll and said, nope, I'm not going to be playing with that. I want to get myself away. There's a hook nicely dodged by PDD. He's not going to fall into that kind of trap, but we see Garena All-Stars. We talked about the stranglehold that they had on this top side of the jungle of the LPL All-Stars, and they seem to be continuing that trend here. As we hit 18 minutes, you know, we're not too far away from the stage where they'll start pushing those inner towers, and that's when that jungle vision really comes important.
Exactly, and you're seeing that the teams are already trying to prep for it. GPL still feels like the stronger squad. They're the ones pressing forward. They're the ones warding aggressively as well. That's where they feel comfortable, thinking that, look, we're still better than you. We can still take these turrets down. And heck, that mid turret's down to half. They're kind of showing it.
Yeah, that is in one push as well here. Messiah taking a big chunk of damage. There comes a snipe, and a 3-man shockwave comes out. They didn't follow up there too well, but they're going to keep going through. Troll trying to keep them away, but the Karthus ultimate will come down as well. They're going low. Only Varus is dead at this point. Zhao Zhao is very low. Hallelujah, Stanley and Mistake all running for their lives. Here comes Caitlyn. Here comes the Kha'Zix. Can he get those resets out? Toys is going to go down, and they kill Kha'Zix off there. And I think he would have hoped to do a little bit better from that one as he was backing away from, as he was running into them, I should really say. But either way, for the Chinese side, that's 3 kills for 2.
That was really, really impressive. The fight start there from GPL was so good. They caught Messiah, and they caught him outside of Defile range. The Tendril Corruption went to him and helped finish him off, so there was no Defile damage. But the counter engage was just so good. PDD got enough early damage from Hecarim, from Caitlyn, and from Karthus that he could get the resets, jump onto people, and clean up that fight pretty well.
They've lost their blue buff here now, as well as Hallelujah and Chowie start to move out. They're paying off towards Baron, which, I don't know, less than 20 minutes into the game certainly would be a long Baron kill, that's for sure, and I don't think something that they'd necessarily want to risk at this stage. I think Xiao Xiao and Wei Zhao just going to be headed back home on that top side of things. Let's have a look at where we are with gold, because there's been a swing in that right now. The Chinese side actually have an advantage by around about 500.
They've equalized the turret kills to 3. They've been kind of, I guess I would say, winning team fights just a little bit by a little bit over time, so they're scaling quite nicely. Chowie gets the blue buff there, and this is the scary thing, because Wei Zhao has been in rough spots a number of times during these fights, but refuses to die. He got nearly caught out at that Dragon fight where GPL took Dragon and fought them, and Wei Zhao managed to escape anyway. He's got barrier up now, and it's a 5-kill Caitlyn with IH Phantom Dancer. Wei Zhao is huge right now. He's actually, now that he's past Chowie in kills, is going to have more gold individually by about 380. And if you can't remove a fed Caitlyn, she's going to kill your team.
And we see Chowie, who gone a bit of a different path this time around, going in for that Static Shiv along with the Bloodthirster. What do you think about that item, the Static Shiv, at this stage of the game, being so close?
So I actually like his build a lot. So he's basically playing as a caster. Bloodthirster Varus is not uncommon at all. It's stacking up attack damage to make your abilities deal more. Static Shiv I like on caster carries a lot as well, because you get that initial extra 100 damage burst on your first auto attack that even spreads in case you didn't quite hit the right guy. When you look at what this GPL lineup is trying to do, it's group a bunch of people together, hit him with a shockwave, hit him with the equalizer, hit him with the Varus ultimate, and heck, for good measure, Static Shiv all of them on top of that. He's really playing into his team comp. He might have built the same thing anyway, but for what it's worth, it does build on the team comp here.
So right now, Dragon is coming up in just 20 seconds time. GPL All-Stars are just waiting here over on that south side of the river. A couple of wards being thrown over the top of the wall. So there's double buff, of course, on Wei Xiao as well, which, I don't know, just makes him even more scary than he was a little bit earlier on. As Garena started to come out there, I thought they might try and get in after Hecarim. Never going to be an easy target to lock down with that speed that he can move. The Oriana ball just being moved around there by Toys. Will he find his target? Wei Xiao was hit, but decided not to follow on through with that one. And that dragon has now spawned, and the Green All-Stars have pushed LPL back, so they may have a chance to get in. There is a shockwave coming down on towards Messiah. There is a chain of corruption as well. They've got the first one. Chowie picks that one up, but can they continue through here? Carthus ulti is going to take him 2 down, and we still have PDD alive. He gets one. Hallelujah, not going to escape this one, and this will be kills left, right, and center for the LPL All-Stars. They've got 4 out of 5, losing just 2 of their own.
That is so brutal for this GPL team, and a lot of that is just that they don't have a good answer for Messiah, and they're healthy enough here they could even try for Baron, and it's only Chowie to defend that.
Yeah, they are going to be starting things off here. Chowie is over in that top lane, and he's actually recalling right now, so he's not actually going to be in a position to stop that one from happening. They've got plenty of time till, well, even Hallelujah, who of course has a smite on that Zac, is going to be even spawning. So this is going to be a Baron. It's taken them, as I said before, a long time to get it down, but long time or not, it's a vital pickup.
That's absolutely huge for them. Every member of that LPL squad had revived by then, so 5 people will have that Baron buff. Their team has about a 2,400 gold lead, and every single team fight has gone just barely their way. Hallelujah is still trying to get a runic bulwark. He's been trying all game, he's still not quite there.
So you had a great answer for the static shiv there, Freak.
Yeah.
What do you think to the Locket of the Iron Solari on Varus?
It actually kind of works is the thing, because their backline is getting bombarded by Requiems, right? They aren't surviving the AoE team. They just are trying to basically prevent resets from PDD. Like, Chowie doesn't get to kill anything if he's dead. So, yeah, he's losing damage output for it, but I understand the logic. No one had money. They needed a locket for Requiem. It's like, screw it, Chowie, it's on you. Sorry, dude. Good luck with that.
I'll give you that one.
I mean, it's the only thing I can think of. They need that item. They really do.
Makes a lot of sense, and that Requiem has been the thing that's been tipping the balance, I think we can safely say. They've been trying to back away into safety once they see that go down after killing Messiah. Right now, though, the LPL All-Stars are pushing down this middle lane, and they've got Baron on, let's not forget, so they're going to be literally stripping as much as they can away from them, Wolves included. They try to starve the Garena All-Stars from any kind of farm. They're going to be on the defensive until this Baron buff is finished.
It's absolutely going to be the case. They can look for a hook right there, and we've seen them start fights off a Thresh hook or a Verisalt. Equalizer comes by and they kill one person, but almost every single time the Chinese team have found a way to answer for it and either equalize in kills or go +1. So I'm not even sure what opening is even available for GPL here.
Yeah, I think it's a case of really sitting back from this. As shown that they can't really do much, and this position, this inner turret for the blue side, you're very pokeable from a good few angles, and especially from a Kha'Zix who can Void Spike just into that tower range with those upgraded Void Spikes here as well with the Spike rack on.
Yeah.
And now a couple of pot shots coming out from Wei Xiao, and that's simply the plan here, and that's all they have to do at this point. When the wave comes, few hits from the AD carry, and at some point it's going down.
Well, they have so much sustain with the Baron buff, and they have poke with Carthus Wall of Pain and everything else. They're going to go in.
Shockwave actually landed onto Wei Xiao, but he's not going to be focused on. He's right at the back as PDD does decide to jump in there. It's 2 kills coming down. Are they going to be able to clean things up? Here comes Carthus. Here comes Chowie from the PDD from the back, and he is going to be able to pick himself up too. Triple kill coming out for Wei Xiao as well, and that was an ace for 2 once again here for the Chinese side.
And this LPL squad is just so aggressive that their backline is free to do whatever they want. Messiah dives in with PDD, dives in with Troll. Xiao Xiao takes part as well. And Wei Xiao can sit there like, no one's even touching me, and cleaning up the fights every single time. Wei Xiao's getting the cleanup. He's 9-1-4, but I gotta say the entirety of this LPL squad is making this team work.
And that's the interesting thing about it. So the shockwave went in towards Wei Xiao, which is almost the ideal start to a fight for them. Maybe if they got a little bit more than just the shockwave on Wei Xiao. But when there's no follow-up and there was no attention paid to him whatsoever, what are you going to do about it?
I mean, it's going to be hard to do much about it. Let's actually check a replay of that last fight because you can see just how strong this LPL squad is. So Messiah runs in. Shockwave did not stop Messiah. And so you get the disruption in there from the Hecarim, and you just get to clean up everybody, right? They're just walking forward, dealing damage. Wei Xiao is just sitting there saying, hey, I got to make a last hit there. I got a last hit there. He flashes to steal away the triple kill onto Chaui, but just the amount of disruption from Hecarim into Kha'Zix into Karthus, it's hard to actually focus the right target. You're feared perhaps to fight anyway, and you just kind of get melted down.
I mean, they actually started to try and back out as well, I think, once they realized, all right, Shockwave did hit Wei Xiao, but that's all it hit. And it's right at the back there. We can't follow through with that one. And the LPL All-Stars doing a great job of following right up on top of that one. They're currently 4,200 gold in the lead, 4 kills and 5-3 in turrets. Everything going to plan for them so far here on home soil, and if you can't already hear the crowd definitely behind them for this one.
Yeah, this is a hometown crew. We've asked if this was going to be too much pressure for them or if they were going to thrive in this environment. Right now, it looks like they are thriving. They're still undefeated on the weekend. They're going to go in on Troll, though.
They're going all out on Troll here, who's already had a couple of ultimates thrown his way, and he'll say, not likely. I'm just going to get myself out of there. Not really a problem. He's going to recall in the bush just underneath, and that will be. You see there that the Green All-Stars even using what Equalizer went in there. We saw a lot used to try and take him down, and they didn't really do much to him. He's just under half HP for that many players on him.
It's a very, very tanky Hecarim here. A lot of defensive items on him, and you can see just how difficult it was for this squad to break him down. So now the turret goes down. That's 6 for LPL. What the GPL squad really needs to do right now is actually deal with the proper threats. They can't kill Wei Xiao because the team can't dive. It's not even a dive team. Like, yeah, you can initiate off of a pick with Rumble and Orianna and all that, and you can do that. But in a team fight, this GPL squad doesn't get to reach the back line. Stop shockwaving Wei Xiao. You've got to say we either pull Messiah back with a shockwave behind him and pick him out with no defile damage, or they wait on PDD, bait him out, throw so many shields at themselves that they don't take any initial AoE and be like, no resets for you, we're all still healthy, kill Kha'Zix, and then try to clean up the fight from there.
Let's have a look down the items here, because we've not done that for a little while. We do see, actually, we'll forget that because they're going to try and close in on towards Rumble for this one. Let's see if that glitter lands from Xiao Xiao can actually land onto Emu and get him in. And there is the Thresh Lantern. Will pull him off to safety, but that sets them up nicely to push his top lane down. Look at Kayle, Infinity Edge, Phantom Dancer, Last Whisper, Quicksilver Sash, and those Berserker Greaves. Compare that to the Bloodthirst, the Shiv, a BF Sword, and that Locket of the Iron Solari. Certainly, in damage, you can't even compare them.
Not at all. The only way that Wei Xiao even dies in this fight is if he gets caught by a Thresh Hook or by Chaui's ultimate. So the only thing Wei Xiao needs to buy here is, well, I didn't bring Cleanse, so I'll bring this instead. I can't see Wei Xiao dying unless his team gets mopped up in a team fight and he sticks around too long. So it's a 9-kill Caitlyn who's very scary and is not going to fall over. It's a hard thing to deal with.
Going to have that wild growth as well if needed. Although Messiah going to be a prime target for that as well once he dives straight into the middle and getting that defile range down. Toys here has to deal with super minions coming in the middle, which could actually cause them some problems over in this top lane because the push is coming in from the LPL All-Stars. You can see the wall of pain slowing them down. PDD trying to dig away from that side as well.
So right now it's GPL trying to catch up in items. The problem is they don't have a lot of time for this because Baron is being started by LPL. Problem is LPL has actually not enough vision control. They haven't swept the ward out that looks at Baron. GPL is not going to fall for this.
No, to do with that Oracle to come in there, and well, the hook from Mistake not connecting whatsoever, and there was a ward on his position as well. There you see the Void Spikes and what they can do to Toys. So another wall of pain goes down. And they are starting to clear things out. Are the LPL All-Stars here going to go for Baron because they see Toys coming away? Actually, the Requiem is going to come down straight away from this one. Is that going to be enough to force them back? That was Captain Obvious play in my book when you want to go for Baron, put that Requiem down and hope that they're going to be too low to even dare challenging for it. But right now, they're stood on top of a ward, and the Southeast Asian side know exactly where they are.
Yeah, well, the thing is, they had a minion advantage for a while. Just now, the mid inhibitor respawned. LPL wanted to say, look, lose your base or lose Baron, choose one. Turns out they actually didn't have to lose either one. Toys backed, pretty much at the right time. Not enough pressure was made by LPL. Again, because that ward was there, GPL didn't get baited into anything. However, here comes PDD from the side.
Coming in from around the side. And Green All-Stars. What was that? Where did those Void Spikes come from? They will back away. We finally have Troll clearing out that ward, which is a welcome thing for the LPL All-Stars. We've got that Lantern to throw around as well, which will maybe make some difference. There's 3 traps down there by Wei Xiao on that ramp. That is a nice thing to do. The Stroll is actually going to go in there, gets the knockback onto Mistake. Messiah is right on top of them, and here comes PDD. Zonya's used by Toys, but it's not going to be enough. A decent shockwave comes out, but honestly, I'm not sure that it's going to change the outcome of this one. It's a double kill for PDD. Here comes the ace in the hole. Chowie just about escaping, but where are they going to run to from this one? They're running north. Toys is actually inside of the brush here. Going to be spotted. Wei Xiao going to go head to head with Hallelujah, who will flash over the wall. There it's a one-shot. Wei Xiao is legendary. Hallelujah on top of a trap right now. Wei Xiao definitely doesn't want to give him that gold. Will go to middle and auto-attack himself back to hell.
This is very, very good for the LPL squad. Only Hallelujah is alive. Wei Xiao managed to win that duel in very impressive fashion, so this gives them control of the base. This is inhibitor for free, and I'm not sure if they can Baron off this. They're still a little bit hurt.
Still a little bit hurt. Troll does still, of course, have the Oracle, so we'll see if he decides to do anything with that one. The bottom side of the jungle of the Green All-Stars is up and available for the taking, but of course that's not really the focus. Yeah, red buff would be nice, but they are going to go for Baron. Let's not forget that Caitlyn there, with that Bloodthirster in there, is going to be healing up very, very quickly on that one. And are they going to try and bait them in? It'd be a very risky play just because of how low Wei Xiao is. And the fact he's 10-1-6 right now. It's a lot of gold to be giving over to someone if he does die.
LPL almost bit off a little bit more than they could chew there. I was actually trying to watch the movements. Wei Xiao went toward red buff, and they're like, no, we can do Baron, we can do Baron. So he turns around. PDD jumps on a Baron, they start that. No, wait, guys, they know about this. They're coming up to us. We got to stop this. They pull back down. They jump in the brush. Okay, well, maybe they're going to go for it. We can stop them. They start recalling. No, wait, maybe they're actually going for it. We need to stop recalling. Just a word. Okay, Wei Xiao, go to base.
Maybe a little bit of not so strong communication. Let's not call it bad, because right now these teams are not looking bad whatsoever. But there are the times where you do notice that you've got 3 players from one team and 2 from another team that, that you've not practiced hours and hours and hours for weeks and weeks on end with each other, which is, of course, what you're going to get when it comes to an all-star game like this. Messiah, of course, is looking very strong right now. Going to be moving up towards that death cap by the looks of things here shortly. Does have the Xerath's Embrace plus that Rod of Ages in there as well. Other side, Zonya's Hourglass for Toys. We saw that being used earlier on with the Athene's Unholy Grail as well.
Okay, so very, very powerful here. Toys does have a good, decent grasp of items here. He's going towards the death cap as well. He's really going to need that because they just need a bit more damage on their team right now. However, he's not going to get enough time to complete it as LPL are already starting off Baron.
Baron has been started. We are going to see the Garena All-Stars coming in. Hallelujah just started to charge up there with the elastic slingshot, but it's not going to be able to be stolen. He was smited by Troll. There goes the shockwave. They managed to take down Messiah, but he's going to really bring out that Requiem. Is it going to bring the pain? Yes, but not quite as much as before. But look at PDD. He's on top of them. They're going to clean up here. That is an ace. A quadra kill in the end coming out. It was Wei Xiao who got number 5 there to stop the penta for PDD. What a fight from LPL All-Stars.
Scumbag Wei Xiao letting Doubleth be the only pentakill so far. Or Doubleth have the only pentakill so far in the All-Star tournament, but this could easily be the Nexus here for LPL. They're diving in for the Nexus.
Yeah, they're going to go for this one here. They got those shields coming out, Lulu. And forget that, they've got super minions coming in. They're going to rip through this one. And the hometown favorites here, the LPL All-Stars, are going to take game number 1 against the Garena All-Stars, and will be just 1 round away from the grand final of the All-Star Tournament weekend.
Absolutely great play by those guys. It was close for a while. but the end game, they really, really turned it on. And I gotta say, the number one thing there was actually their team fighting. Maybe the number one thing was PDD.
It looks scarier without his little bit of hair that he had earlier on this morning. I actually saw him outside and was like, I'm not sure if that is PDD anymore. Oh, it is him, yeah. And then people came up to him and were laughing at him, you know, because of his bald head. But yeah, that doesn't seem to have really changed much. His Kha'Zix from this one was strong.
It absolutely was. He got into that 1v1 against Stanley, and I don't know where the minion lead came from, but when it went back to 1v1 and 2v2, they were equal at around, I think, 48 or so. And then suddenly it was like 96 to 54. And I was like, well, PDD's winning that lane. He's doing pretty well for himself. And I mean, you saw the cleanup at the end there, finished 11-2-9, had an incredible performance overall. And that's right. That's that triple threat dynamic. They've got Kha'Zix, Karthus, and Caitlyn all putting out a bunch of damage. PDD was the cleanup crew, and he did it.
Well, we'll obviously be back here for game number 2 in a little while, but to take us through the major moments from China's game 1 win, we're going to go over to Jack and Demon here in just a moment. But as I said, game number 2 will be coming up in a little while. We should mention Wei Xiao just before that as well, because I mentioned him early on, once his tower had actually gone down, that he always creeps back into the farm. He's even a little bit behind. His tower goes down. He falls off the radar. And when he comes back, you know, he's pumped up like he's had 6 months at the gym. And he's a beast. And, well, you saw it in his kills by the end that it just really snowballed out of control for him.
And it was well played by his team to make that happen. Certainly he was mechanically sound, positioned himself in team fights very well. Right? 11-1-8, only 1 death. That's hard to do. But his team set him up for that whole thing, set him up for the farm, set him up for the positioning in team fights, and he played his role perfectly.
Well, strong first game, the LPL All-Stars 1-0 up in this best-of-3 series. Let's head over to Jack and Demon to break down game number 1.
Thank you very much, Joe, and what a game. My God, this place is bonkers right now. They are absolutely loving the fact that China came back into that one, because the game started off and Garena were looking good. There were 4 or 5 1-up in kills. We saw that amazing skill. Chowie jumping over, flashing in, used the hail of arrows, spiked him down, jumped on the dark passage, back he went safety. That was superb play in this game.
And then from there, the game really just progressed to almost a standstill until we actually had a fight in mid lane that we're going to get into a replay of right now, where we had Garena and LPL just even, and it was really a decision of Garena to go in, because I believe they initiated with a shockwave. Let's actually roll the clip right now. So we can see they get Messiah on the shockwave, and that makes them think they can go in, but they actually missed the death sentence, and then Troll crushed in on top of Karthus. Really, since they went in on Messiah and didn't instantly kill him, it allowed PDD to close in after everyone had taken the AoE damage from Hecarim and Karthus. Really, just the team comp in general worked because they had enough upfront damage to allow the cleanup from Kha'Zix and Caitlyn to come in.
And it seemed like that was just a toys call. He's like, well, I've done my shockwave, I've caught Messiah. That's one of the targets we want, but everybody else was it's just like a one-man shockwave. I guess it's the same as a one-man crescendo. It's like a mare wave, I think it is, Joe likes to call it.
Yeah, and I feel like they were riding a wave of confidence coming into that fight, so they thought the one-man shockwave was going to be enough, and it's just, wait a minute, now the other 4 people are going to come initiate on us. But really, from here, they carried a bit of a lead into a Baron fight.
Into the Baron fight, and what a Baron fight, by the way, because Wei Xiao stepped up his game a little bit. And I say stepped up his game because every time Garena were being aggressive, they were picking up kills, but he was getting double kills off the back of them every single time.
And Doublelift had a pretty good game himself. Wei Xiao wanted to outdo him by farming up. Let's actually roll this Baron clip right off the bat, because LPL gets the Baron, and then it looked a little grim for them right at the start of the fight. Keep in mind that it actually turns into a bit of a 3v5, but you can see Karthus goes down, Troll goes down, they're low enough. PDD's actually backing up, and at this point, when he sees the Requiem going off, he changes his mind. It's go time. Amazing. Hop, 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 hop. Goomba stomps. Garena, Pro League, gets the quadra kill. That was awesome.
And the amazing thing there is that obviously PDD picked up the quadra, but 2 of them used Zhonya's Hourglass on their Requiem. They didn't get hit by it. They were both there, but they just happened to all be clumped together, and you're just like, going in.
And at that point of the game, they had so much damage and so much confidence in their damage. One of the big things we noticed about PDD yesterday was his ability to assess the situation before it happened and just know when he can go all out aggressive, and that was a perfect example.
And the fact that he played Kha'Zix, and honestly, I don't remember him once going in and you're thinking, oh, he went too early, or oh, you're too late to get in the fight. He went perfectly every time. You even saw it on the tower earlier on.
There was multiple fights there where he either died as he got the last hit on Xiaohui or just finished him off with the sliver. So just amazing judgment throughout the game.
Amazing judgment. So what are we thinking? What are they got to do? Garena mainly, because they started off so well, and China's teamwork just seems unstoppable right now.
I feel like Garena just kind of needs to do more of the same, but not get themselves into too many bad fights. It seemed like China really dictated the pace to them, because once we had that mid lane fight that changed the game, they were a little bit afraid to use Shockwave to initiate, and they just got initiated on by Hecarim and Karthus walking into them.
Yeah, and like you say, that Shockwave, it came very late in the last fight as well. So coming up, the Chinese LPL All-Stars, they only need one more win to earn their spot into the team tournament final. Who will they be facing if they get there? Who knows? But when they climb back into the ring against the Garena All-Stars, don't go anywhere, because it's going to be coming up in a moment. It's the 2013 League of Legends All-Star Weekend. We'll be right back after this.
OK，我打他一波，打他一波够了。我马上时光了，我拆。好累啊。
There goes the shockwave. They managed to take down Messiah, but he's going to really bring out that Requiem. Is it going to bring the pain? Yes, but not quite as much as before. But look at PDD. He's on top of them. They're going to clean up here. That is an ace. A quadra kill.
Welcome back to the 2013 League of Legends All-Star Weekend. And right now, we're happy to be joined by North American LCS All-Star jungler, Saint Vicious. Welcome, Saint. Now, you just come off of an amazing victory against the European All-Star. So, what was the key factor in winning that crazy game?
Hook City. I don't know. The honorary sixth member of all the other teams, Baron, didn't mess us up that bad that game, I guess. Even though he had a little hiccups at the back door and all that.
Yeah, I mean, we already talked to Double After Next Special a little bit about the games, but because they were so crazy, I feel like we can talk about them a little bit more. Even in the first game, when they started the backdoor you, what were you guys thinking, and did you have flashbacks maybe to the second China game yesterday?
Oh, I don't know. We were all yelling like at the top of our lungs. Like nobody could even hear because everybody's yelling. So they're like, "Oh my God, go back, do this!" And they kept trying to stop us from backing. And luckily, somebody—I don't even see who got it back in time, but they just ran up and mopped them all up. And I don't know. It's just like by the end of the second game, we're just so like hyped and tense. I don't know.
How much did the crowd help to hype you up, or was it? Because they had a standing ovation for a North American team at the end.
I know, it's crazy. Like the Chinese crowd is just insane. There's so many people here, and like, I mean, they really get into it. It's crazy. It's like actually like a football stadium or any other like a sporting event you'd see.
And I know coming in, you guys said you had a lot of practice against the Chinese team. Were you able to get research on the Korean team? Because it's a strange thought to say, okay, we're going to lose to China, win the losers bracket game, and then face who? This has to be a difficult matchup for you guys from a preparation standpoint.
I mean, all we really have is OGN to look at, and of course the game's here. I think we should just look at all the players individually and see what they prefer and their play styles, and just try to beat them early. Like, Korea has really good team play and really good team fighting, so just try to take them out early.
I want to ask you as well, do you think, as a last question, do you think this is the best possible all-star lineup for NA, or did you just have the best possible preparation?
That's such a trick question. I think it's definitely a really good lineup, but one tweak could maybe make it better. I don't know. I'm not going to say what it is, but...
Leave that one for later.
All right, thank you very much, Saint. And now let's send it over to our casters for Game 2 between the Chinese LPL and the Garena All-Stars.
Thanks a lot, Shocks. And after a huge win by China in Game 1, what does the Garena All-Stars have to do to turn this one around for it? Because it was so very, very close. It must have been a knock to the confidence of the GPL All-Stars.
It was really, really close, and something like that, like, you kind of come at it and say, look, let's just try a different strategy. I don't think there's any one person who like didn't step up or had a terrible game and threw it or anything. They had the right ideas. They had an early gold lead. They ganked well. They fought pretty well. It was more like a good strategy from LPL kind of broke them apart. Like, Messiah just got a little bit too big. Maybe they ban out Karthus, saying that's too big of an impact for this game. Yeah. But that's kind of it. It was like Messiah just did a little bit too much damage, let PDD clean up. But a comp like that is on a razor's edge for if it can take your team apart or not.
Well, one thing's for sure, we can see on the bottom right-hand side of the screen that they're not going to let him have Twisted Fate, even if they do decide to ban Karthus in the future. Lee Sin and Kennen taken out, and there is the Karthus ban from the Garena All-Stars.
So that actually breaks apart a lot of the LPL strategy there, because it was, look, we have guaranteed initiate with Hecarim and Karthus. Guaranteed damage will chunk you to half health, and then Kha'Zix will clean it. I'd be surprised to see Kha'Zix return here, just because I feel like unless they can show another mid that can do the same sort of thing and soften everyone up, you don't have the same sort of setup here. Now, what's interesting about the LPL squad, though, is they've actually never picked the same champion twice so far this tournament. They've actually, every single one of them has played something different every time, which kind of just shows to me, actually, their depth in champion pools and their depths in strategies.
So Jarvan 4 was the final ban here from the Garena All-Stars. Sona, of course, was banned out by the LPL All-Stars, and there is the Rumble. First pick in for PDD. We saw him winning out on 2-2v1 situations in their game against North America yesterday. 3 kills he picked up from those 2-2v1s.
Yeah.
He's a beast with Rumble.
Yeah, I mean, him going to first pick Rumble is not surprising in the slightest. It's a really, really big pick for him. It's one of his most played champions, actually, throughout the LPL season. And of course, yeah, he broke the streak of not playing the same champion twice, but it's Rumble. yeah, you're going to pick that guy up if you get the chance.
It's fine to play him twice, I think, especially when you're PDD, and we've seen how strong you can be on it. That, of course, leaves the Kazakhs open at this stage of things, and it looks like the Garena All-Stars will decide to go that route for this one. But what will they add in here with him?
Well, at this point, they've really got to make their decision on strategy. They've got to figure out what they actually want to run here, or if they're going to start out safe and say, well, we'll run the Varus, we'll run things like that, and adapt from there. So Kazakhs, I'm interested by the pick of where it's going to go, because Stanley or Toys could play it, even Harlot could play it, though he's not a huge carry jungler. But, you know, like Varus went well for Chawi. They're picking comfort pick there. Kazakhs, I want to see where it goes. But, again, we're seeing a different lineup here now for LPL. Messiah can hardcore engage. Rumble can follow up afterwards. It's actually a little bit reminiscent of GPL's lineup last game.
And Messiah's Diana is another one which doesn't sneak through too often.
No.
He is a monster with this Diana. So, I don't know, 2 very strong picks already for them. But they do have that Varus. They do have the Kazakhs as well. They're not, or what you'd call second rate at this stage of the game.
Diana is, I think, the #1 mid laner in China right now. If it's not Rumble going to the mid lane and someone else topping, it is that mid lane Diana. So it's just a hugely important pick for these guys, and it's that hardcore engage. Of course, they got that favorite Thresh back as well. So Messiah's got 4 unique champions for himself, but the rest of the LPL squad is saying, dude, great, you're giving us the stuff that we got game 1 against NA where we slaughtered them.
So let's have a look then at the next ones. We're going to be seeing Nasus coming in and a Zyra. Now, this could be interesting.
Yes. So Toys as well as Messiah both have played mid lane Nasus. And the thing is, this still fits to the lineup. Could be easily support Zyra, mid lane Nasus, jungler still to show, and the top lane Kazakhs. And that actually works. They play an AD heavy team. They've got Spirit Fire to break things down, a big frontline tank in Nasus to soak a bunch of damage, and they can all kind of get knocked up at Stranglethorns. It's a pretty good setup so far.
Well, could be a Zyra in the mid lane as well to stop that Diana, giving chase, knock her up, root her down, with then the Kazakhs in the top lane, Nasus in the jungle. Still, a lot of possibilities here on the side for the Garena All-Stars. Looking like the LPL All-Stars, on the other hand, are, I was going to say, going to go with that Hecarim here, but right now they're sat with Elise and Graves.
I mean, Graves makes a lot of sense. He follows up very, very well with his frontline burst. That's kind of what happened. It's sort of the other side of the LPL squad last time, right? So the first time around in game 1, it was, we'll soften everything up, and then it's time for cleanup crew. This time, it's find the dude, make him die, we'll go from there in a 5v4. Graves is the burstiest AD carry. Diana's hyper bursty in mid lane, Rumble equalizer, Hecarim. We saw how crazy Hecarim was before. This LPL team is like, guys, we're going to jump on you. You're not going to get away from us. We have such long range engagement. You're going to have a bad time.
So what are we going to see here then from the Garena All-Stars? Final pick of this one. They're 1-0 behind, so they have to win this game.
Yes.
Otherwise, their All-Star team tournament is over for now.
Yeah, and they didn't even win a single map here, which is maybe going to turn some heads. You know, it makes you wonder just, you know, have they suddenly fallen short of where they were last year? And I don't think they are. They looked very, very good, you know, this time around. You know, they look good in game 1. The individuals look good in the skills competition. So if it is Jace, it's, I mean, I guess we actually could see jungle Kazakhs. Like, even with Jace locked in here, and the thing is, like, people are going to laugh at me saying, of course it was jungle Nasus, freak, you idiot. But, like, Toys legitimately plays mid lane Nasus sometimes. We could still see swaps come through at the end.
Well, Jace, as he said, is the final pick in that. We'll see here how these switches come around. Right now, it's looking like Stanley or Kazakhs with Jace, with Toys in middle, and that Nasus in the mid lane. Everything is expected from the picks over with LPL, with Rumble up with PDD in the top, that Diana in middle with Messiah, Hecarim jungle, and the AD carry support of Graves and Thresh. So, you know, 2 different team setups the last time, but I think the LPL team have, you know, they've got some very strong and very comfortable picks here for this game.
Hugely comfortable picks. Graves is one of Wei Zhao's standbys. I mean, everyone here, their champion pool is very, very large, but Graves is one who plays a fair bit. He's one of the more common Chinese AD carries in general. Like you said, comfort picks definitely through and through for LPL. And again, their lineup is about finding someone with death sentence, and they will die if it lands, finding them with the Hecarim ultimate, the Onslaught of Shadows, and fearing them back into your team, finding them with Diana going for the Moonfall and sucking them in, slowing them down, and the team follows up. No matter which one of those lines up, you've got Graves for collateral damage, and you've got the Rumble for the equalizer. That first target will fall over. So, single target pick, clean up from there. Now, the GPL squad is a bit different. They've got a different sort of setup here where it's very, very poke-based. Stanley is Jace in the top lane, Toys is Kha'Zix in mid. They're going to be poking out from afar and trying to soften up the other targets. To be fair, there's no healer on LPL, and then when the fight starts, Zyra's got good disengage or counter-engage, Varus has good counter-engage, Nasus has crazy good counter-engage, and you've got a lot of tools there to turn around a fight, or just run away if you really want with Acceleration Gate.
Well, one thing that we know for certain coming into game number 2 is that the crowd is behind the Chinese team right now.
And in front of them, technically.
Very well in front of them as well. I suppose you're right with that one. They've been on their side this entire time here and have been extremely loud there in game number 1.
Yeah.
They are now on the blue side with a 1-0 lead on some very comfortable champions. I'd say they're in a very good run-in for a final spot here in game 2.
And they've looked great. They've seemed sort of fated for it. The very first game they played, man, did they look stellar. And that is a scary thing to deal with there is a fired up, revved up Chinese LPL squad. They certainly can have what it takes to close it out. So let's go through the early game ward and lane assignments, because right now LPL are saying, look, your blue buff is ours. We're going to ward it down. Might just set up a bit of a tent here and camp it out.
Yep, gone straight up in there. 2 wards already put into position, and well, you've got a Thresh in there. That hook is, if not a kill, then a guaranteed flash out of someone. If that lands, then someone's like, well, or if that goes near them, they're going to try and flash out of the way for it, that's for sure. So we'll have to see if Xiao Xiao is on point with them and what they will exactly do. And, you know, because of that Thresh and the looming threat that he is, they've pretty much just walked in there, and the Green All-Stars have had to say, well, we just back off. They can't just stand there and force them out, and that's allowed them to get some good vision early on.
And it almost forces Harla to just be so hyper aware of his own jungle situation, because they know the vision advantage is here for the LPL squad. GPL has to be completely ready for any engage and ready to turn it around. Now, last time we saw LPL take 3 of the 4 buffs very early on with successful invades. I'm wondering if the same thing's going to happen here.
Oh. Now waiting here. They've gone over a ward though. The position is known. Yeah, LPL All-Stars have stood on a ward there as well. From the GPL side, well, let's see. Messiah is there around the corner as well, and looks like the Southeast Asians have decided it's not going to be worth it at this stage of things to actually push out of there. So let's have a look down through the lanes then instead at this stage of things. Going to be Toys versus Messiah, Diana versus Kha'Zix in the middle lane. Bottom lane will be Thresh and Graves versus Jace, and Rumble in the top lane versus Zyra Varus. Talk us through those 2v1 lanes, because obviously Jace with his double stance is going to have a better time there.
Jace will have a slightly better time farming, but he is more gold reliant than Rumble. So you've got kind of the champions in their right spots, where again, Jace will farm better, but he needs the gold. That said, the pushing is going to be pretty close though. So, you know, both 1v2s aren't going to like life very much. The turrets are the thing I'm really concerned about. Graves and Varus both wave clear very, very well. Mistake will actually have a better time harassing and a better time pushing than Xiao Xiao. He's got longer range, he's got more AoE. That feels like a slight advantage there. I feel like GPL will push faster.
I see Messiah and Toys just going head-to-head. Toys got a slight advantage on him there in levels, and it is only a slight advantage. That should be pretty much okay for him there. Guyana a little bit behind, wants to make sure he gets that siege minion. Definitely don't want to lose out on that chunk of gold at this stage of the game. Interested to see how that one all develops, but of course the junglers, they're going to be absolutely instrumental in this one, with the Hecarim and the Nasus coming down into these lanes.
Well, here we go. Harla is going to show up and say, look, guys, let's make it a 2v2. Hecarim from Troll is going to be doing the same thing. And this is actually, I think, a really, really good thing for the GPL squad, because getting Harla up to level 6 to allow him to maybe solo a dragon is really, really huge. I feel like it's interesting because in terms of gank pressure, Hecarim 6 is way more important because Onslaught of Shadows is amazing. And we saw how good Troll's ganks were on Toys back in game 1, even without the ultimate. And so letting him soak up farm. Oh, but Stanley's in a harsh place.
Stanley's in trouble here. He's actually going to be forced to flash away. The Ignite won't have enough damage there to get the kill that came out of Xiao Xiao. But just showing that they can definitely have him away with this one. Nasus going to soak up some free farm in that bottom lane. Meanwhile, Chowie here, along with his support Mistake, he's going to do a lot of damage to PDD, but Mistake did take turret hits in that as well. So pretty even stuff in top and bottom in terms of how it's going for either side.
It's interesting because they're really choosing to put a lot of pressure on the champions more so than the turrets, not letting them sit there and get free last hits and catch up in gold. Stanley has already gone back for his tier. He last hit enough minions in the 1v2 to get to that point to say, well, now I have infinite mana, I can start charging tier. I don't care if I get denied quite as much because I can still spam. There's a GPL pushing that turret down lower and lower, but here comes Troll at the top lane.
Troll going to come in. Mistake is going to have to land that grasping root onto him. Does manage to land it, but is it going to matter? They're onto Mistake. There it is. PDD takes down Mistake for first blood, but can they take out Showy here as well? PDD needs to be really careful as the barrier comes in, and he will get the kill, but he dies in the end, and it turns into a double kill for PDD.
Well, great couple of kill pickups there for PDD, but I'm not sure he needed to go for Chawi there. He was safe in the brush. The counter gank there at the bottom lane, not quite as effective. Nasus, not the same ganking power as Hecarim, to be fair. But again, I'm not sure PDD needed to show up there. I feel like Troll had him on his own, and Chawi didn't need to get a kill there.
Yeah, I think so as well. Oh, Wei Xiao taking a big hit there from Stanley. Hallelujah going to come through. There is a lantern. They pull him back underneath the turret. And Jason's taken 3 hits from that one. They pull Hallelujah in there. Can they put him down? Why did he put the Spirit Fire in there? Is he going to go down to this one? Xiao Xiao goes very offensive. Can he actually get the kill? He's going to put the lash back on towards Stanley. Here comes PDD around the side as well. An acceleration gate will be able to get him out of there. And Stanley puts the damage back, and well, that was on a knife edge.
That was an absolutely brutally close battle right there. Everyone putting the summoner spells. The PDD's looking to stop the recalls.
Oh, and he's going to stop the recall for now, but can he go under the turret? Xiao Xiao is going to be coming in from this bottom side, but it looks like they will be safe. That would be a big risk for PDD to come in as Mistake. Does get hit there by Messiah. And a bit of a crazy start to this one that honestly could be tied up. It could even be a lead for the Green All-Stars right now.
It could be very, very soon if they can take this turret down. They've got better turret pressure, right? This turret's down below a quarter health. Stanley's has not taken nearly as much damage because Harlow basically set up a camp right there and said, no, you're not going to take this down for us. An early pink ward comes down from Mistake, though. They want to set up a counter gank at some point in this top lane. I don't know if it's going to work yet, though.
Right now, Toys low on mana as the pink ward does come down into that one, and we see the flash in there. Oh, Messiah goes straight in on top of him. He's going to get the kill. Lots of turret damage, and Nasus is just around the corner. He's seen Hallelujah come in. Spirit Fire goes down. Wither is there. You're not escaping from this one, Messiah, and it will be the turret that finishes him off. Hallelujah gets the kill.
All right, so no assist does go to Toys, though. So this means that basically, as far as the lane is concerned, Messiah got a 300 gold lead, as well as a champion kill lead from that encounter. Which, honestly, you know, with the lane going a little bit rough for him in the beginning, but now with Seeker's Arm Guard completed, this might start tipping it in Messiah's favor in a lane Toys was winning before.
Bottom lane is starting to push on towards Chase very heavily. PDD's Rumble having similar troubles here at top, but look at this. Level 6 Nasus, ulti on. Time for an early dragon.
That's so good for Harla, you know, getting that side lane leech farm by camping in Stanley's lane, and then, I mean, getting the very fortunate sort of counter gank, I guess, on Messiah. It's just completely clean. That's so big for GPL. They really needed that.
Yeah, massive pickup for them. And there you see the love from the Chinese crowd. A big round of applause for them for that one. A move which, hinders the local team, but you just see the appreciation for exactly how well the Green All-Stars are playing this one. Let's have a look down the CS from this one. Rumble, compared to Jace, is an interesting one. 23 to 46. You'd expect that, though, from, Rumble and Jace being in that 1v2 scenario.
Yeah, those lanes are exactly playing as we expected them to. The one thing that's not as expected, though, is how well Wei Xiao is doing in last hits compared to Chawi. Certainly, yeah, Chawi got ganked and killed off, but you had the similar crazy gank on Wei Xiao at the bottom lane a little while ago, but Graves is still kind of better for that whole encounter. And, I mean, I'm getting kind of flashbacks to Game 1, Hyperfed AD carry. His team kind of makes everything happen for him.
Yeah, very scary. And now both mid laners have got the blue buffs under control as well. As you mentioned, Seeker's Arm Guard plus the Amp Tome and Boots for Diana. On the other side, Spirit Stone and double long swords coming out for Kha'Zix. So not headed up yet towards that tier.
Now, Lizard Elder is going to be the first item for him instead, which again is poke-based. It's cooldown reduction, it's mana regeneration, and his W will apply that true damage dot. So as long as he can land some poke damage, he'll start wearing down the competition. I am curious when the tier will show up, though.
Look at this, Hallelujah and Mistake have been waiting for a long time inside of this brush to try and catch out PDD. There we see the equalizer come down to try and stop that from happening. He's got no flash, gets knocked up by Stranglethorn, finished off by Chowie. 3-3, solid kill. Lot used for it, but a kill's a kill.
It is going to be worth it. They're going to get the turret off of that one as well. Again, worth it is the name of the game for that one. So they finally equalize themselves in kills, equalize themselves on turrets, but Wei Zhao is still an unstoppable farming machine that has to be dealt with.
And this is exactly what we talked about in that last game, that he can do this kind of thing, and well, does do this kind of thing on a regular basis. And we'll see how they try and keep him in check with that one. Varus now getting a BF sword in with that Vamp Scepter and the Berserker Greaves and the Doran's Blade. Right now, just see Vamp Scepter, Doran's Blade, and boots for Graves. But of course, Wei Zhao will be headed home to farm shortly.
And that again speaks to the play style of GPL, right? They actually got the advantage in globals, but it's the fact that they are actually ganking for Chowie's lanes. He has 2 kills. He's been participating in champion combat, whereas Wei Zhao has just been split pushing minions. Just like last game, Chowie has the early game gold lead because of this whole setup that's really, really big for him. Let's see if they can contribute, though.
Oh, Toys is going to have to jump over the top there. Does manage to get there slow. Oh, but the flash out coming in. Messiah going to explode him. And that was risky play from Toys in the first place. I'm not sure why he was up there by the race.
I guess he just thought he had enough vision control that no one was going to show up for him, but definitely wrong about that one. Leap didn't save him. Great play by Wei Zhao, and actually for their efforts, LPL are rewarded with a turret. That is huge for them.
Yeah, and that's all because of that kill there. That middle outer turret going down, Toys going down. They've picked up the bottom outer turret in response, but you definitely can't put a comparison to losing that middle outer turret and everything else that offers you.
And this game is so strange right now as well because Hallelujah is actually down, split pushing the bottom lane with Stanley. He's getting more levels, which is good. Nasus really scales off of levels well. Maxing out Spirit Fire, maxing out Wither, and getting a second point in his ultimate are so important. But here comes another fight into Toys.
Oh, Toys, he's going to be the unlucky man here. Surely as the equalizer comes down, Messiah's on top of him. Exhaust is down. That won't matter. They decide not to be greedy and leave Mistake to back off. They've covered the bottom tower with the AD carrying support as well. Chowie's going to be the man that tries to stop this top turret being taken down. Messiah actually got really, really low with that one. PDD's probably going to have to back off for safety reasons.
This is just a just crazy game right now. It's super interesting. Different things are happening really this time than last one, and it's just explosive. People are looking for fights all the time, diving constantly, and it's because both teams get to do that. Oh my gosh, PDD's solo mistake in the top lane, but Chowie's going for the counterattack.
Yeah, Chowie is going to be pushing in for this one, gets the slow, pops the blight. There's a flash in as well. PDD is going to land 1-2 harpoons, but Chowie showing that he can snipe. And, well, we've seen harder snipes from him in game number 1, that's for sure. But nonetheless, good pickup. But again, PDD racks up a kill. That's allowed him haunting guys this shopping trip home.
And even still, that kill right there really speaks to Chowie's familiarity with his champion, right? He put the ult down, did all the damage, got the blight stacks, then said, okay, I'm going to charge my Q. I'm slowed when charging it. If this doesn't kill you, I cannot chase you down anymore. But this will do enough damage to kill. Charged it up long enough, said, okay, this will do enough damage, sniped it out. Really great sort of familiarity with his champion by Chowie.
And I tell you what, Toys, not really having the best of times of things here. They got that Kha'Zix early on since it was left open. Currently 0-3-0 is ahead in the CS, but that's not really to be compared to Diana's 3-1-0. Right now, it's actually only 100 gold difference, if that, in there. But now we do see the Dragon up in 30 seconds. Hallelujah, of course, did start it off just as he hit level 6 before. Let's see if they can lock that one down again.
They got some damage into Xiao Toys with a bunch of pain. He's got to leap away, though.
Yeah, put the box down there, and Toys decided not to follow through. I don't think they quite had vision of what was maybe waiting for them over the other side of that tri-bush, and decided not to go in. Toys is going to try and push that bottom wave out.
Yeah.
There is a ward there down for the LPL All-Stars, so they're going to be spotting the Garena All-Stars when they start to move in. Stanley actually trying to put some pressure on that middle turret, but we'll see what happens here to Dragon.
The Toy split push is the right idea here. He's 0-3 with no assists, which means he's not worth much gold. He's got boots of mobility, so he just can get away from lanes whenever he wants. They're going to be able to take away the Dragon, and look at that! Beautiful play right there, right? Lantern across the wall, you charge across, no smite still, all right, back out I go.
Yeah, that's the beauty of that lantern, you know?
Yeah.
We saw it in game number 1 as well, that you can put yourself in almost impossible positions and still manage to live from them. We did see a turret going down with that one. Not sure exactly which one it was. I think
top lane PDD,
top lane,
I think.
yeah. That top lane finally dealt with. Let's have a look down the CS again, because that's kind of changed a little bit since the last time. Actually, Jason Rumble almost even now, and that was a fairly big disadvantage that PDD was in after those 2v1s.
And it's interesting to watch sort of how LPL splits up their farm, because 4 of the members on the LPL squad like to farm. Troll likes to farm, as well as the 3 sort of standard carry roles. And you see that. You see 68 on Troll, significantly higher than what Hallelujah has, who typically defers farm to his teammates. And so we'll kind of see them equalize out a little bit, but PDD has been split pushing the top lane for a very, very long time. That's how he got a little bit closer to Jace's score. Wei Zhao, of course, we know what he does. He takes the solo lane the entire time and gets the highest score in the game. The really big factor, though, is Toys, because he, like I said, a lot of deaths, not a lot of kills or anything, split pushing constantly. The actual pickup of the Elder Lizard lets him take away jungle camps quickly as well, which also contributes to his farm lead.
Also picked up the Hex Drinker and boots of mobility here as Toys, and he is going to be pushing this bottom lane out. Did take a little bit of damage earlier on. That was Jason Nasus that had started to push down that side. Well, things have hit that now kind of stale period, as they often do around, you know, between the 14 and sometimes 18, 20-minute mark, where both teams feel that they've not got a big advantage and they're a little bit cautious of pushing out in the wrong places.
And this is certainly, you're seeing them try to find some places to go aggressively. Hallelujah's going to get caught out, though.
Yeah, Hallelujah caught out. Toys was off to the side. The box is down. Wei Zhao is there. Messiah gets the kill. They might not be finished just yet. They're going to go in towards Toys. He's forced to jump away from that. And just as I was saying, no team willing to be caught out in any place. Yeah. Hallelujah almost face-checking straight up towards those Rays in that bush there. And they were stood on top of a ward as well, which didn't help scenario out.
It was a little too aggressive from that team. You can't make a lot of easy plays with Nasus and Kha'Zix, because you don't have enough damage yet to force something down. Wither and Void Spike slow is not enough to make sure you get kills for free. Not when you're in enemy territory right there. That seems like a bit of a mistake. But at the same time, it's, you know, you got to realize that we're getting ourselves closer to a late game scenario where you've got big giant carries. And Xiaoi's not going to be able to live very long as a big giant carry. There's a Fed Diana on the other team.
They need to be careful on this middle outer turret here. 4 men for the GPL All-Stars are waiting. They've got good poke coming out of Varus and Jace. Actually, coming out of all 4 of them, and Zaru can even throw things down under Kha'Zix as well. So we need to be a little bit wary. Wei Zhao goes in there at the side. You see the Void Spikes. There is that Q coming out of Jace as well, the Shock Blast, and Wei Zhao all of a sudden down to half health.
And Wei Zhao's actually alternating points between Quick Draw and Smoke Screen. So he's actually playing, like, I remember KX used to always max Smoke Screen second on Graves. We've seen a lot of guys max Quick Draw. He's actually going sort of this halfway between attack damage carry and burst caster. He's not just going for the Smoke Screen burst here. So he's hedging his bets a little bit and saying, look, if burst doesn't work, I've still got cleanup power.
There's another Shock Blast going through the acceleration gate. Troll just trying to get to the front side of the tower and push them back as Equalizer actually coming over from Rumble, and Messiah is going to dive in there. Oh, and look at the ultis that they've thrown at Messiah after it popped that Sonya's Hourglass there. PDD off to the side. Toys is going to be pulled back here. Surely finished off on the left there as they do go in. Troll is very low. He will die. Hallelujah will finally put his ultimate on from this one, and the Garena All-Stars walk away in the end. A massive fight, but only a 1-for-1.
There's still a couple of guys left around the sides, though. They could re-engage. Xiaoshao's there. The flash route does not quite land. They might keep chasing, though. Nope.
They've half chasing, half gone back. There's the Lantern going through. Messiah is definitely not healthy at the side. And there is Wei Zhao coming in. PDD not quite landing there. And Wei Zhao did come back. He's still got full HP here, which could be a deciding factor until the Shock Blast hits him. And I think safer here for the Chinese side to back off.
And it's interesting to compare Toys. Oh my gosh, another fight. Xiaoi, you bit off a little bit more than you can chew right there. It's interesting to compare Toys, though, to the Kha'Zix played by PDD, because PDD would always come in at exactly the right time and clean everything up after his team engaged. The thing is, JPL Squad has some good early poke. They can bring things low and then turn it into kills for Kha'Zix afterwards. But Toys, he's waiting in the wings, but getting found. Wei Zhao's landing death sentences and saying, no, Kha'Zix, I'm going to squash you like a bug. You don't get to clean up.
And that was a ridiculously close fight considering what happened right at the start of it. The ultimate came out of Varus and out of Zyra on towards Messiah, who Zonya'd perfectly in that area so that both of them were effectively wasted. And quite surprisingly that they were so close despite that fact. It's 2 big crowd control ultimates.
And that's just because Diana dove in there. Messiah tried to start the fight afterwards. And, you know, they were positioned well. Chawi went for the Infinity Edge build, so he's got huge damage output on just an auto-attack basis. And if you don't bring that guy down, if your fed Diana isn't assassinating an AD carry, then the AD carry is going to clean up your whole team.
Right now, the Dragon about to come into play at 10 seconds. Let's see how that's going now. Ping's in there. Wards all put in position. Rage out, just going to be getting the red buff as Troll walks straight into Ward's toys there on top of a ward and then turns back around. A charging horse. Always a scary sight. More wards put down from the LPL All-Stars. Mistake has an Oracle on right now. This could actually turn into a really big deal in this game.
Yes, vision control means a heck of a lot here because of how easily these teams can one-shot somebody. You saw the ult chain a little while ago, I should say about 10 minutes ago, when you had Varus into Nasus into Zyra at the top against PDD, and they just killed them off with nothing to do. And of course you've got a fed Messiah Diana who did the same thing on the other side. Getting someone blindly is huge for these guys.
Here we go, and he's going to be taken by the Garena All-Stars. Another nice pickup for them, and they're 2,000 gold almost in the lead in this one. So despite being 8-5 behind in kills, they're tied on turrets, and they've got that Dragon control nicely down in this game.
Yeah, that's the one thing that's keeping them in such great shape, because you can see that they are actually, I don't want to say categorically because it's not for everyone, but they're kind of down in minion farm. They are down in champion kills as well, but it's like the EU versus NA game, where the NA team was a little bit better at team fighting, but the Europeans always were able to pick up dragons, and that kept them into the game and let them pull it to late. That could happen here as well.
What a hook from Xiao Xiao. Sadly for him, the rest of his team weren't quite on the same page there. Took them a while to actually get involved, and by that time, Mistake had already walked himself away from the immediate danger that was coming in. But let's have a look at that farm, because it's a 20 CS lead for Wei Zhao in the middle. Kha'Zix's 40 CS in the lead. Jungle is a 20 CS lead for the Hecarim. His top lane 146 to 140. Very, very even stuff. And you can see there the difference that it really separates to across the board is still fairly slim, apart from when you look towards those AD carries, which is almost 1,000, and the supports 3.7 to 5,000 gold here.
Yeah, there is an undeniable gold lead for the GPL squad, and a lot of it's on the right people. Even Kha'Zix's toys is more farmed than Messiah. The only one where there's really a saving grace is the fact that PDD is gigantic. He is on Rumble. He had an amazing performance in the first game of the tournament, and I think it's really on him to make team fights happen unless Messiah can one-shot Chawi. That's really where the LPL team fight looks, you know, like, yeah, like they're up in kills, but they're not the team that's winning. They need things to go their way. They need to get the picks or get amazing equalizers to win this game.
Now, once Chawi would be out there, that would be a severe knock for the Garena All-Stars. We'll see what they can actually do with that one. Right now, they are just pushing constantly this middle wave out. The Xiao Xiao's pink ward is going to help them clear out Baron. So Troll is carrying an Oracle Elixir right now, as is Mistake. They've both already taken that and will be clearing things out as they go around. Ironically, there's that one there in the death bush, which no one has decided to walk over up till now. Mistake actually going to get hooked here. Is he going to go down? He flashes away, but it's not going to be enough. Troll comes over the wall. PDD's right in there. Chawi's been focused. Chawi is dead. PDD is going to get jumped on, but there is the Zhonya's going to be used. Can they follow in for any more here? Wei Zhao leading on the front line does get slowed. Troll takes a shock blast and they back off. That was a 2-for-1.
And Mistake had the opportunity to use his ultimate. He flashed out of the engage, but never cast it. Oh my gosh, Stanley takes a bunch of pain. The flash from Wei Zhao, not enough. Nice try right there. Again, Mistake could have ulted in that fight, and that might have been enough damage to turn it.
They've done a lot there. Wei Zhao and crew have a minion wave pushing up. This looks like it will be the first inner turret of the game, and that will be the case as Wei Zhao finishes it off. And that brings the gold back to under 1,000 at this point. That was a nice little fight, and I was just talking about how that Oracle used to clear things out, and the funny thing being that he'd missed that one on in the small death bush, as we call it here in Europe, that ended up actually costing them. That was giving them vision the whole time for that hook to come around.
And that's the funny thing about ward clearing, is that you clear wards by being near the wards themselves. You're actually visible while trying to deny vision, and that was where they actually got their hook from. That's where they found the engage onto Mistake, I should say, and actually started that fight. And that's the thing, is when you sweep wards out, you actually want to get wards deeper into territory to make sure your support isn't overextended, getting caught out trying to Oracle sweep. When you compare to what LPL did last game, at some point Troll was one of the Oracles, because you're not going to catch out a Hecarim.
No, that's for sure. He's going to be away before you can really blink from that one. We have seen some more items being picked up. I think the one that we didn't touch on was that Zhonya's, which was instrumental for PDD there in that fight, and the way that he popped it right at the last second.
That was absolutely huge. I mean, these Zhonya's pickups, they're easy to buy for these guys because the GPL lineup is 90% physical. All you've really got is like the passive and the W damage from Kha'Zix and from Varus, and then the ult and Spirit Fire from Nasus. It's decent damage, but not enough that you like must go Runic Bulwark to combat. And you're seeing that there, right? The jungler here, Troll, he's gone for the Locket of the Iron Solari, right? He's getting armor for himself and an AoE shield. MR, not as much needed, don't worry about it so much. And of course, the rest of them can just buy Zhonya's. It's so convenient, and it works against this lineup.
Right now, the spot that Toys is actually down on that bottom lane. The Oracle will reveal that there are no wards on Baron itself. And this is something that the Green All-Stars need to be a little bit cautious of. The plants are thrown down by mistake. A cheap way, luckily for Zyra, for scouting out if anything is actually going on down in that Baron pit.
That's one of the cool things about these two supports, is both She and Thresh have ways of checking the Fog of War with their W abilities, for what it's worth, and that helps them really. I mean, W still has those nightmares of the ward battles. Another engage though.
Mistake getting caught out, the box is down. Here comes the Strangled Thorns, but PDD had done an early Zhonya's to prevent all the damage. Messiah done the same, and here comes a big push around. Can they follow through? Already one man dead. That's just Mistake at this point, and the LPL All-Stars may go back around. Another hook lands, this time onto Hallelujah. Toys is going to have to jump away. His teammate not going to have the same available to him, and that is 2 kills from 2 hooks. Amazing play out of Xiao Xiao.
Absolutely beautiful by him. Toys will not be able to clean up this Blizzard buff either. PDD is going to want to control that one, and that's what that team does. They find a guy and they make him fall over. Great just engagements there. Messiah finds another one. Stanley's just gone, and he flashes away from Chawi, but still now a 3 for nothing for this LPL team.
Such good play there from Messiah to get that one down, and that's the kills raining their way. There's a dragon available, and Chawi says, well, let's try and make the most of a bad situation here and get another dragon, which, funny enough, will keep them in the gold lead.
Yeah, they are right now tied. I'm surprised LPL couldn't find a Baron out of this. It was really because their kills were so far apart. Mistake died early, then he came back. As he was reviving, they got the kill. The first one onto Harla, and then as they went to go stop Baron, they got the kill onto Stanley, but again, they were so staggered that they never had the numbers advantage enough to take Baron down, so they don't get to cement anything out of that. You just got the 1,300-ish gold from 3 kills, which, it's not that massive.
Not huge whatsoever. And we're 28 minutes into this game, which a decent amount of time. Messiah is actually going to dive in here. There's the equalizer. Mistake's going to have to go around the side as the hook lands onto Hallelujah. He is a dead man. Then comes Jace from the side, but Mistake going to be knocked away by Troll. And now they turn around on towards Toys. Can they lock him down from this one? And they see the snipe from Varus, the shock blast from Stanley trying to ward them off. But again, it's 2 kills picked up. And again, Xiao Xiao, so good with these hooks.
Absolutely beautiful play by him individually and by the LPL squad in general. They're snowballing a mid-game lead by saying, we want to fight, we swept your wards, you won't see us coming, we're going to keep finding you and making these happen. GPL are trying to stop the Baron attempt. Troll taking so much damage, Toys finds it! Wow. Beautiful play, now they can't Baron.
Yep, and right now LPL going to go in on towards Toys. There is the Zhonya's used, but can they follow up? The hook lands again to allow Wei Xiao the kill. There is the acceleration gate down, but Messiah is still going to chase around. In the end, decides to leave both Stanley and Chawi to run away from that one. Had a crazy, crazy few minutes here in that middle area.
Toys forgot that PDD had Zhonya's. He wasted Leap thinking he could put the damage down and kill off Rumble. That did not happen. He got caught out. Again, great plays by Xiao Xiao and the rest of the crew, but, well, another one.
incredible stuff. I mean, that one was slightly easy. It was running straight towards it, but nonetheless, keeping a good record up, that's for sure. No one there to follow up from the backside of him, no. But they must be sitting on a decent chunk of gold here. I mean, look at the kills on them. Yeah, 1,300, 1,700 for Messiah, 1,400 for PDD there in the top. And look at Wei Zhao, over 10,000 gold, as is Chowie right now, who still actually has a minute gold lead over him.
It does, and you can just tell that that's what global objectives really do for you. When you've taken every single dragon, you know, despite a kill lead or despite a minion lead, you get to be bigger than your opposition, and that's just so huge for a lot of these GPL guys. So, you know, it still comes down to, because they're just looking for that one fight that works for them. Despite losing every fight, they're keeping themselves in the game, right? They're finding ways to stay equal, pick up dragons, pick up whatever it is. They're keeping themselves close here. They just need that one fight to go their way, pick up shutdown gold on PDD, shutdown gold on Wei Zhao, shutdown gold on Messiah, and suddenly, whoa, we just got 5 grand, we can win the game off that.
Yeah, could be a big item spike from that kind of scenario. Right now, the LPL All-Stars actually pushing through as Baron. It's going to be kicked off there by the plants, and Xiao Zhao probably cursing mistake there. Which did that with his Zyra. Again, a battle for position around this ward. I'd love to know exactly how many wards have been cleared out from that Baron pit and from the sides there, because they have spent a good 10, maybe 15 minutes up until now doing that.
Exactly. You know, these guys are looking for ways. I think the LPL squad really looking for ways to close out the game, because, like, the fact that they're winning every single fight means that they're winning. The gold kind of lies to you and says, well, clearly they're equal in power, sort of, but the fights don't really lie. They tell you who's the more powerful team, who's better organized or better executing, and it's on LPL to turn those team fight wins into something real, because if they throw one out, again, it's shutdown gold. That's a rough thing. So, yeah, they're farming for now because they haven't found a real opening. They're playing the ward game, and we see a lot of teams do that, but they haven't found their way into the base, or they haven't found their way into Baron.
One thing they have found is a lot of hooks, and that certainly with those wards down there becomes a lot easier. Mistake here, just on the edge. Needs to be careful. He's been hooked there once before. As they start to move around that Baron, EDD gets hit by the Void Spikes coming over. Very tense game. The LPL All-Stars know that they could wrap up position in the grand final if they manage to win this game. That would, of course, see them going 2-0 over the Greener All-Stars, who then naturally have a big uphill climb. They're 1-0 behind on the red side in China against China. Yeah, it's already stacking against them from this one, but they are going to go in onto Xiao Zhao. He gets the box down. Surely will die from that one. It's Hallelujah that picks that one up, and LPL want to get out of here. They don't want to fight this one, and why did they back away? Will they go in towards it afterwards? Yes, they will, and they're all going to drop down. The equalizer is in such a good position. They're going to rip them to bits. That's an ace coming out for the LPL All-Stars, and look how quickly it can happen.
PDD is so good at judging fights. You hear the crowd cheering for that one. Messiah came in, sucked them all into a little ball, said, yep, you're all going to take that full damage. PDD said, guys, we know we've got it here. They're all lined up for it. And man, did they just capitalize on positioning. Lost one for free, doesn't matter. You're all in a little corridor, burned to death.
Yeah, and that the box actually coming in helped them out. But enough of my words, let's have a look at it again, because that literally was an amazing fight that could have just won the game for the LPL All-Stars.
All right, so watch this, right? They get the pick on a Xiao Zhao, a lot of burst damage, great engage right here. But look, they all pile in. They think they can chase down Troll. They think they can maybe chase down Wei Zhao. And there they are in a little group, and it just gets every single person. There's the Moonfall. They're stuck. They're completely trapped in there, and they all just fall over. GPL, they got too greedy. They thought they could pick up more out of it, and it got turned around.
I don't think that could have been in a more perfect position or had a more perfect outcome there. Well, it could have. Xiao Zhao could have survived, but you know, he got in there with the box to start things off. But the equalizer, so perfectly played, and the Moonfall, it becomes a lot easier when they're all bunched up like that right on top of you. Great stuff from the LLPL All-Stars. Let's see what they actually do with this Baron buff now. And something tells me that they're going to be trying to push it for a victory.
They've got most of their ultimates back as well. Only Xiao Zhao is missing it, and he's only 18 seconds away from having the box back. Not that they really even need it, to be fair. This is probably their turret. They've got so much sustain from the Baron buff. If Xiaoshua's coming from across the wall, they probably could engage it with Rumble and Diana, even on a turret dive, and it would work for him.
Well, Stanley is probably going to be one of their big hopes here of holding them off. Mistake will have to land those grasping roots and the Strangled Thorns, which are back up. In fact, most of the ultis are in fact now back up and available for, in fact they all are up and available for the play, but that is the turret gone down nonetheless. The GPL All-Stars decide, no, let's not fight there. We're probably not going to win that one.
No, not really at all. So they're going to have to give up every outer turret right now. The top lane as well has a giant minion wave that's pushing for them for free. It takes basically just a look the wrong way, and LPL will knock that turret down as well and turn it into loose rubble. Maybe rebuild something for themselves, maybe statues or trophies from the Rebels, because they're doing very well this game.
That turret is going to be going down here. Stanley getting the blue buff, all well and good over the other side of the map, but he probably needs to be there to defend. We talked about how strong his shot blast is going to be in holding them off, but if he's not there, he's doing absolutely nothing here, as we are going to see them going in for it. Ulti comes out of Varus, but honestly, can't really see that being worth it at this stage. Toy's trying to back him off, but the thing is, if you do that kind of damage, they're just going to get it back in the next half a minute.
What's so funny about that is how afraid GPL was of the LPL counter engage. They got a Varus ult onto Graves with a turret hitting them, and they're like, nope, can't go for it. They'll kill us if we do. That shows you how afraid GPL is right now. They need to wait out the Baron buff. They need to find some way to team fight, yet not get equalizered. I don't know if that can happen for him.
Hallelujah, trying his best there to wither down PDD. Wei Zhao, as we said earlier, did take a big hit when they were trying to siege up that inhibitor turret. Now he's back up to full. That's what the Bloodthirst is going to do for you, along with that Baron buff doing the work as well. But instantly taken down again to just 2/3 of his remaining health. So the Arena All-Stars doing a decent job of holding on, but just a matter of time, at least for one or two of these turrets while that Baron buff is up.
Well, this is going to be an interesting situation here. So these guys are going to go for this one. Baron buff, timer check, just about done. So this is kind of the opening of the GPL squad. If they want to make a move themselves and find a catch, this is kind of the point. The problem is these last few minutes have built a 6,000 gold lead for the LPL squad. So on their side, all they need to do for the Chinese team, all they need to do is say, just make another 5v5. We're powerful enough that we can kind of just auto-attack you to death if we have to. There's enough persistent damage from Diana, Graves, Hecarim, and Rumble that even without perfect ults, they'll probably just melt the GPL team anyway.
One thing is, there's like no vision down in that in the jungle there. They're trying to get as much down as they possibly can thanks to the Ruby Sightstones, and keeping the vision up will certainly help them here, the Greener All-Stars, and to be honest, over the other side, for the Chinese side to see exactly where the Southeast Asians will be pushing out if they even manage to get out of their base at this point. Certainly a risky play considering how well those last couple of fights, the Baron, the gold that you get off all of that, and then the items that follow, which now if one team fight goes that badly and then they pick up Baron, you can pretty much guarantee that the next team fight's probably going to be as worse.
Exactly, so this is going to be a rough situation. GPL needs to find a sort of fight where they don't get vacuum equalizer. That's the big thing. They cannot get hit by the Diana Rumble combo on everybody. They need to be able to spread out and play the poke game. And this plays into their lineup. None of them really have to go into melee grouped up, right? Jace can stay in the background. Varus and Zyra just will. Kha'Zix can wait and clean up and wait for the equalizer or wait for the Diana engage. And poke from the outside. They can keep dealing damage. Now that Baron buff is gone, there is no healer for LPL. Their health bars do not come back easily. So the poke game is the GPL move. You sit under a turret, you sit far enough apart, and the engagement's not there either.
Problem for them is that it's a minute, and we've seen now a second Guardian Angel being picked up by Messiah.
Yep.
Which means, well, 7 men, in theory, on the team.
Yeah. They can just kind of breeze through it.
Let's see how that one all goes. Less than a minute to go. Hallelujah does have that Oracle in place. Troll actually going to get locked up here by the grasping roots of Zyra. Shock Blast not quite going to hit them. And it looks like the LPL All-Stars are actually starting to push up towards this top lane. They noticed that Nasus wasn't quite home. But by the time he comes around here, they will have backed off from that one. Wei Xiao just trying to take a few minions and a bit of jungle farm as they go through.
LPL is using the time where they knew Nasus was far away. They said, look, we can power play this. 5 men in the jungle. Let's get some deep wards in because Baron is soon. We need the vision now far down so we can either pick up a couple of free catches with our long-range engagement tools, or we know you're not coming in to stop Baron in time. They've now set up this playground where they can react to GPL freely.
Thing is, they had no vision there either as well, so Mistake is trying to keep that up, trying to get a spot of what's there, but we've seen how crucial Xiao Xiao's hooks have been, and they're the kind of scenarios where you can be fairly easily be pulled into them as well.
Exactly. He's been so on point with those Qs. Those death sentences have really been proving their name here. See, the poke keeps coming out from GPL. They're trying. They're playing far back. They know the hooks can come, and so they poke and then leave, then poke and leave. They just haven't quite found the damage here. LPL still have control over Baron.
Yep, and right now we do see that Thresh was it Diana? One of them was waiting up on the top side. Yeah, it was Messiah here on Diana, just waiting up there as that red buff is going to spawn. Xiao Xiao will say thank you very much. Sorry, Wei Xiao will say thank you very much. That one is going to be mine. Toys here occupied by that top lane farm, and that is going to be the Baron started off. So difficult decision now for the Garena All-Stars. Do they just leave it, which I think is going to be the case, or do they risk going through the jungle? It's going to be Baron number 2 for the LPL China All-Stars.
Absolutely great moves right there. They had the vision control. They knew that, I mean, and think about what would happen, right? If GPL tried to fight that, they have to go in together through the jungle, which is eerily reminiscent of what happened in the last major team fight where they were together near the jungle and got destroyed. So you play the jungle game, LPL wins it, and GPL knew that.
Saya just going in there for that one. He's got Sonya's, he's got a Guardian Angel. He's pretty defensive in terms of that, but his damage is massive at this stage as well, especially with that Baron buff taken away. Here comes another wave. Let's see what the LPL All-Stars can do with it. Shock Blast not really hitting his target, and Messiah's going to go in. Stanley's going to die without anything to come down. The Equalizer will pick up Mistake. Hallelujah, next target, but the turret's gone down. And the LPL All-Stars here will be quite content with taking turrets and inhibitors. Joey going to get locked up, and they take down 2 of them in a split second, just like that. PDD is actually going to use his Sonya just underneath those Nexus turrets, and we are going to see the Chinese team going in for them. Messiah's Guardian Angel is going to get popped. Toys is going to die. They're tanking them up as they go, but this will be a win for China here. They are going to be going through into the grand final here of the All-Star Team Tournament on home soil, and you can hear the crowd absolutely loving it.
Just beautiful stuff by them. A very, very well-deserved victory. Honestly, the fight, every single time, every team fight, I feel like it went their way. And the crowd loves them. You can see PDD so cheerful, the rest of his team cheerful. Wow. If you guys didn't hear that, that was the crowd cheering.
I'm pretty sure they heard that one. It's such a great crowd, and well, we talked about it earlier on in the show that it can be a help, it can be a hindrance, it can be a massive help. Sometimes it can be a massive hindrance if you've not played in front of a crowd like this before, but they certainly are used to it. And you could see PDD, he's one of those players who loves that kind of attention. He loves his fans, and he loves to have that support behind him. They've shown that here going up against the Garena All-Stars. 2-0 victory, another 2-0 here, but a fantastic one again, despite the 2-0 scoreline.
Yeah, exactly. We've had such incredibly close games. You wouldn't believe it from the scorelines in any of these matches. Any of these matches, you'd be like, oh, wow, the whole tournament's full of 2-0s. Oh. Just gonna let the crowd talk for me, honestly. The whole tournament full of 2-0s. People would have thought, man, we've got a lot of clear-cut victories here. Not at all. Every series had, again, at least one super comeback game. Most of them have been super hard fought in general. These guys are definitely proving they're all incredible world-class players.
Yep, and China, of course, now just one best-of-3 victory away from claiming an extra spot for the World Championship for their region, which is a massive bonus to the league that they're playing, of course, the LPL, which is why they are the LPL All-Stars. But that's what we're fighting for here, really, in the All-Star Team Tournament, and they are now one step closer. Of course, for the Garena All-Stars, that's actually it for them. They're not going to play again. They had a bye through into the semi-final. They've bowed out 2-0, certainly not rolled over and died. They put up a great performance, but wasn't to be for them today. China reigning supreme in this semi-final. We're going to head over to Jat and Demon to walk us through the highlights from China's semi-final victory.
Thank you very much, Joe, and wow. Just wow. This place is pretty lively right now. And that camera guy at the end there, he's had Dyrus and PDD jumping at him right now. He's loving it.
I could not believe how loud that was.
Yeah.
Especially even after the game when they just started cheering.
I'd have to say that the gauntlet's been thrown down because that's probably the loudest I've heard. I think when they were shouting China, I think that's possibly the loudest crowd I've ever heard.
Yeah, well, one of the things about this arena here is it's 8,000 people, but it's denser than I've ever seen. Just the way it's constructed, everyone is so close together. So when they go for it, it is just incredible. But we have a game.
We do have a game, and what a game it was. There was a lot of fantastic, fantastic plays in that game, and it was hard to break them down, but we've had to... You just had to go with that one big move that PDD pulled off. And honestly, there was a three-man triple threat.
Yeah, and let's actually just get into this right away because even though we already replayed it, let's just roll it right from here because what happened is GPL killed Zhao Zhao and Troll wasn't actually in the fight. He ulted out. So you could see that GPL was feeling pretty confident here, knowing that it was essentially a 5v3. But they kind of got equalized a little bit because the equalizer went down with a Diana vacuum as Graves went in. That was essentially a 3v5 instant pentakill. So that really completely decided the game. Up until this point, despite all the kills that had happened, the gold was close. The whole series, the gold was close, but it was always China coming out with superior team fighting.
Yeah, because it wasn't until Troll came around the corner that he was even in the fight. Like by the time he'd gone, I'm going to run through.
I'm here, guys.
I'm going for the Baron, guys. I'll see you there. See you there. Go for the Baron. Well played. But yeah, I mean, that's crazy. That just shows China really stepping up their game. Although North America gave them a very good run there for their money, which bodes well for North America against Korea. That will, of course, be happening tomorrow on day 3. But what a game. And honestly, you know, that's the Garena All-Stars swept aside. They looked so good in game 1, but game 2, they struggled to it. Toys' build, we questioned it a little bit for Kazakhs.
It's so strange. It's one of the first Kazakhs we've seen in a long while that didn't go for a Tear of the Goddess early and eventually build it into a Muramana by the end of the game. And even though the Lizard Elder gave him a lot of farming capability, he didn't have the team fight execution power. Aside from just getting baited by a lot of amazing Zhonya's Hourglasses throughout the game, it just didn't seem nearly as potent as the Muramana. He did it for a bit of early game power because he knew he was going to get fed blue buff, but it did not work out for him in the end.
Yeah, and there's one thing we can learn from that is the fact that China's pretty lively, and the fact that PDD is not going to be able to play Rumble, whoever they go up against.
Yeah, and all the noise right now is actually because soon we're going to be having an interview with PDD, so we'll see. We're pretty close to the crowd here, and he's kind of a big deal.
He's kind of a big deal. So coming up, ladies and gentlemen, it is going to be the Chinese LPL All-Star. It will be PDD in the top lane. Will he be able to rumble over to the set to talk about his huge win? Well, yes, he is, but the question is, will the fans allow him to talk to us? The 2013 League of Legends All-Star Weekend will be right back after this. Stick around, guys. It's going to be a lively one. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the 2013 League of Legends All-Star Weekend. Right now, we are joined by China's effective All-Star. He is the top laner, PDD. Thank you very much for joining us to start with, and we're going to jump straight into it. How was it to beat Southeast Asia, the Garena Premier League All-Stars that had 3 members of the Season 2 World Final Champions?
PDD 你好，打败东南亚拥有一个上届冠军3位队员的队伍，你感觉怎么样？
感觉非常开心，这样会充分的证明，在今年 S3 我们有非常强的竞争力。
I feel super happy, and this proves we are highly competitive in Season 3.
And talk to me a little bit about what it's like to play with 3 members of Team WE, who's a fierce rival of yours in the LPL.
你感觉跟你的宿敌 LPL 中的宿敌 WE 3个队员搭配感觉如何？
感觉非常棒，他们一样是非常强力的队友，我非常的信任他们，然后我们的配合真的是堪称完美。
It feels great. They are super good players, and our cooperation and the synergy just so great. That's why we are good.
And I have a question, a personal question. What happened with the hair? When he shaved his hair?
你的头发哪去了？
因为我今天在 solo 中输给了 SOAZ， 然后我跟我朋友一个赌约，就是当我在 solo 赛输的时候，我就去剃一个光头。
Oh, so he's like gambling with his friends, and if he lose in today's solo to Soy,
so
he's gonna cut all his hair, and he did it.
He lost to Nunu Soaz. Sorry about that one, John. I had to get that one in there. But who would you rather face? Okay, you're coming up obviously into the finals now. You've got the Korean champions in there, All-Stars coming through, or the North American champions who you've already beaten once. Who would you rather see? Would you rather have the stiff competition of the Koreans, or a tougher game with North America because they took you guys all the way?
下一场的对手不是韩国就是北美，对吧？你更愿意面对哪一支呢？比如说挑战一下韩国队，或者是再撸一遍美国队？
我觉得2支队伍都无所谓，因为我们现在状态正好。当然，说实话，其实还是更想面对北美，因为我们在战术风格上现在觉得蛮克制他们的。
He says that's fine. He don't care who they facing, because they are so good right now and they feel super confident. But realistically, they prefer to face North America because in strategic file, you think China team is more likely to win against North America.
And now I just have another question here. Talk to me, PDD, about what it's like to play in front of this crowd. What's the environment like here for you on stage?
你在台上如此多的观众，你有何感觉？
感觉非常棒，给了我更多的力量，让我更加的有信心，而且我会打得非常的亢奋和激动，这会使我变得更强。
He's so exciting in the crowd and playing this stage, and which make him even more stronger.
Well, thank you very much, PDD. I can't tell you guys how at home just how big of a star PDD is here. Literally, fans get out of their seats, run and chase after him everywhere he goes. We're lucky to actually get him over here on the couch. I thought he was going to be mobbed on the way over. You saw how popular he is. We're, of course, going to head back over to Freakin' Joe at the desk.
Thanks a lot, Demon. We've had an absolutely insane day of action here in the All-Star Team Tournament. Our first matchup was, of course, North America taking down Europe into incredibly exciting games. And as you just saw, it was the home team, the Chinese LPL All-Stars, taking down the Garena All-Star squad 2-0.
And after those 2 exciting matchups, let's take a look at the All-Star Team Tournament bracket. With their victory, the Chinese LPL All-Star squad is waiting in the tournament finals for the winner of Day 3's showdown between the Korean LCL All-Stars and the North American LCS squad.
But before we get to the team tournament matches in day 3, we'll start the show off with the finals of the skill competitions. Up first, it's the 2v2 game between North America's Double Lift Annex Special and Korea's Prey and Mad Life. That's something you don't want to miss. And then, something you also won't want to miss is Europe's Diamond facing off against Korea's Insect in the Jungler finals.
And in the top lane finals, it's another matchup between Europe and Korea when Soaz takes on Shy. Then it's the mid laner's turn when Garena's Toys takes on LPL's Messiah.
And then when we're done with the skill matches, it's time for, of course, the team tournament. The North American LCS and the Korean LCL squads will battle it out for a spot in the grand finals against the Chinese All-Star side.
That's going to be a very fun one. But guys, immediately following that last match of the day 3, we'll have the world premiere of the League of Legends cinematic, A Twist of Fate.
Yeah, we want to show appreciation to the amazing League of Legends community, so we're excited to share that brand new cinematic with you.
And remember, the cinematic debuts immediately following the final match, so stick around for that.
Day 3 of the League of Legends All-Star Weekend starts on Saturday at 6 p.m. Pacific and on Sunday at 3 a.m. Central European Time. Well, that's it for this day 2 of incredible All-Star Weekend. On behalf of myself, Freak, Demon, Jack, Riv, Shocks, and the rest of the entire Shanghai broadcast crew, thank you very much for tuning in, and we'll see you for day 3. Messiah, this is going to risk here. Alex actually jumps in towards him. There's the ball barrier used by Alex. Ignites it down. First blood, Messiah. Well, Shy taking a lot of damage there. Easily expunges, and they're going to go head to head. One more here, and Shy gets it.
He gets the anchor toss down. The crowd control after. Both flashes come in. The harpoon hits. It may be first blood. The hit goes to Saint. The 1, 2, 3. No, he misses it, but he shifts back in. Another 400 gold for double.
Just getting out Penta.
Full kill for this. The 1 kill. Penta for double. Penta kill. Double it.
Wow, what a way to get an ace at the end of a 48-minute game.
But look at BDD, he's on top of them. They're going to clean up here. That is an ace, a quadra kill. Will they going in towards it afterwards? Yes, they will. And they're all going to drop down. The equalizer is in such a good position. They're going to rip them to bits. That's an ace coming out for the LPL All-Stars.
kind of the opening of the GPL squad. If they want to make a move themselves and find a catch, this is kind of the point. The problem is, these last few minutes have built a 6,000 gold lead for the LPL squad. So on their side, all they need to do, for the Chinese team, all they need to do is say, just make another 5v5. We're powerful enough that we can kind of just auto-attack you to death if we have to. There's enough persistent damage from Diana, Graves, Hecarim, and Rumble that even without perfect ults, they'll probably just melt the GPL team anyway.
The funny thing is, there's like no vision down in that in the jungle there. They're trying to get as much down as they possibly can thanks to the Ruby Sight Stones, and keeping the vision up will certainly help them here, the Green All-Stars, and to be honest, over the other side, for the Chinese side to see exactly where the Southeast Asians will be pushing out if they even manage to get out of their base at this point. Certainly a risky play considering how well those last couple of fights, the Baron, the gold that you get off all of that, and then the items that follow, which now if one team fight goes that badly and then they pick up Baron, you can pretty much guarantee that the next team fight's probably going to be as worse.
Exactly, so this is going to be a rough situation. GPL needs to find a sort of fight where they don't get vacuum equalizer. That's the big thing. They cannot get hit by the Diana Rumble combo on everybody. They need to be able to spread out and play the poke game. And this plays into their lineup. None of them really have to go into melee grouped up, right? Jace can stay in the background. Varus and Zyra just will. Kha'Zix can wait and clean up and wait for the equalizer or wait for the Diana engage and poke from the outside. They can keep dealing damage. Now that Baron buff is gone, there is no healer for LPL. Their health bars do not come back easily. So the poke game is the GPL move. You sit under a turret, you sit far enough apart, and the engagement's not there either.
Problem for them is that it's a minute, and we've seen now a second Guardian Angel being picked up by Messiah.
Yep.
Which means, well, 7 men, in theory, on the team.
They can just kind of breeze through it.
Let's see how that one all goes. Less than a minute to go. Hallelujah does have that Oracle in place. Troll actually going to get locked up here by the grasping roots of Zyra. Shock Blast not quite going to hit them. And it looks like the LPL All-Stars are actually starting to push up towards this top lane. They noticed that Nasus wasn't quite home. But by the time he comes around here, they will have backed off from that one. Weizhou just trying to take a few minions and a bit of jungle farm as they go through.
LPL is using the time where they knew Nasus was far away. They said, look, we can power play this. 5 men in the jungle. Let's get some deep wards in because Baron is soon. We need the vision now far down so we can either pick up a couple of free catches with our long-range engagement tools, or we know you're not coming in to stop Baron in time. They've now set up this playground where they can react to GPL freely.
Thing is, they had no vision there either as well, so Mistake is trying to keep that up, trying to get a spot of what's there, but we've seen how crucial Xiao Zhao's hooks have been, and they're the kind of scenarios where you can be fairly easily be pulled into them as well.
Exactly. He's been so on point with those Qs. Those death sentences have really been proving their name here. See, the poke keeps coming out from GPL. They're trying. They're playing far back. They know the hooks can come, and so they poke and then leave, then poke and leave. They just haven't quite found the damage here. LPL still have control over Baron.
Yep, and right now we do see that Thresh was it Diana? One of them was waiting up on the top side. Yeah, it was Messiah here on Diana, just waiting up there as that red buff is going to spawn. Zhao Zhao will say thank you very much. Sorry, Weizhou will say thank you very much. That one is going to be mine. Toys here occupied by that top lane farm, and that is going to be the Baron started off. So difficult decision now for the Green All-Stars. Do they just leave it, which I think is going to be the case, or do they risk going through the jungle? It's going to be Baron number 2 for the LPL China All-Stars.
Absolutely great moves right there. They had the vision control. They knew that, I mean, and think about what would happen, right? If GPL tried to fight that, they have to go in together through the jungle, which is eerily reminiscent of what happened in the last major team fight where they were together near the jungle and got destroyed. So you play the jungle game, LPL wins it, and GPL knew that.
Saya just going in there for that one. He's got Sonya's, he's got a Guardian Angel. He's pretty defensive in terms of that, but his damage is massive at this stage as well, especially with that Baron buff taken away. Here comes another wave. Let's see what the LPL All-Stars can do with it. Shock Blast not really hitting his target, and Messiah's going to go in. Stanley's going to die without anything. to come down. The equalizer will pick up Mistake. Hallelujah, next target, but the turret's gone down. And the LPL All-Stars here will be quite content with taking turrets and inhibitors. Chowie going to get locked up, and they take down 2 of them in a split second, just like that. PDD is actually going to use his Sonya just underneath those Nexus turrets, and we are going to see the Chinese team going in for them. Messiah's Guardian Angel is going to get popped. Toys is going to die. They're tanking them up as they go, but this will be a win for China here. They are going to be going through into the grand final here of the All-Star Team Tournament on home soil, and you can hear the crowd absolutely loving it.
Just beautiful stuff by them. A very, very well-deserved victory. Honestly, the fight, every single time, every team fight, I feel like it went their way. And the crowd loves them. You can see PDD so cheerful, the rest of his team cheerful. Wow. If you guys didn't hear that, that was the crowd cheering.
I'm pretty sure they heard that one. It's such a great crowd, and well, we talked about it earlier on in the show that it can be a help, it can be a hindrance, it can be a massive help. Sometimes it can be a massive hindrance if you've not played in front of a crowd like this before, but they certainly are used to it. And you could see PDD, he's one of those players who loves that kind of attention. He loves his fans, and he loves to have that support behind him. They've shown that here going up against the Garena All-Stars. 2-0 victory, another 2-0 here, but a fantastic one again, despite the 2-0 scoreline.
Yeah, exactly. We've had such incredibly close games. You wouldn't believe it from the scorelines in any of these matches. Any of these matches, you'd be like, oh, wow, the whole tournament's full of 2-0s. Oh. Just gonna let the crowd talk for me, honestly. The whole tournament full of 2-0s. People would have thought, man, we've got a lot of clear-cut victories here. Not at all. Every series had, again, at least one super comeback game. Most of them have been super hard fought in general. These guys are definitely proving they're all incredible world-class players.
Yeah, and China, of course, now just one best-of-3 victory away from claiming an extra spot for the World Championship for their region, which is a massive bonus to the league that they're playing, of course, the LPL, which is why they are the LPL All-Stars. Yeah. But that's what we're fighting for here, really, in the All-Star Team Tournament, and they are now one step close. Of course, for the Garena All-Stars, that's actually it for them. They're not going to play again. They had a bye through into the semi-final. They've bowed out 2-0, certainly not rolled over and died. They put up a great performance, but wasn't to be for them today. China reigning supreme in this semi-final. We're going to head over to Jat and Demon to walk us through the highlights from China's semi-final victory.
Thank you very much, Joe, and wow. Just wow. This place is pretty lively right now. And that camera guy at the end there, he's had Dyrus and PDD jumping at him right now. He's loving it.
I could not believe how loud that was.
Yeah.
Especially even after the game when they just started cheering.
I'd have to say that the gauntlet's been thrown down because that's probably the loudest I've heard. I think when they were shouting China, I think that's possibly the loudest crowd I've ever heard.
Yeah, well, one of the things about this arena here is it's 8,000 people, but it's denser than I've ever seen. Just the way it's constructed, everyone is so close together. So when they go for it, it is just incredible. But we have a game.
We do have a game, and what a game it was. There was a lot of fantastic plays in that game, and it was hard to break them down, but we've had to... You just had to go with that one big move that PDD pulled off. And honestly, there was a 3-man triple threat.
Yeah, and let's actually just get into this right away, because even though we already replayed it, let's just roll it right from here, because what happened is GPL killed Zhao Zhao, and Troll wasn't actually in the fight. He ulted out. So you could see that GPL was feeling pretty confident here, knowing that it was essentially a 5v3. But they kind of got equalized a little bit, because the equalizer went down with a Diana vacuum as Graves went in. That was essentially a 3v5 instant pentakill. So that really completely decided the game. Up until this point, despite all the kills that had happened, the gold was close. The whole series, the gold was close, but it was always China coming out with superior team fighting.
Yeah, because it wasn't until Troll came around the corner that he was even in the fight. Like, by the time he'd gone, I'm going to run through.
I'm here, guys.
I'm going for the Baron, guys. I'll see you there. See you there. Go for the Baron. Well played. But yeah, I mean, that's crazy. That just shows China really stepping up their game. Although North America gave
First
them a
team in
very
the
good
finals.
run there for their money, which bodes well for North America against Korea. That will, of course, be happening tomorrow on day 3. But what a game! And honestly, you know, that's the Garena All-Stars swept aside. They look so good in game 1, but game 2 they struggled to it. Toys' build, we questioned it a little bit for Kazakhs.
It's so strange. It's one of the first Kazakhs we've seen in a long while that didn't go for a Tear of the Goddess early and eventually build it into a Muramana by the end of the game. And even though the Lizard Elder gave him a lot of farming capability, he didn't have the team fight execution power. Aside from just getting baited by a lot of amazing Zanya's Hourglasses throughout the game, it just didn't seem nearly as potent as the Muramana. He did it for a bit of early game power because he knew he was going to get fed blue buff, but it did not work out for him in the end.
Yeah, and there's one thing we can learn from that is the fact that China's pretty lively, and the fact that PDD is not going to be able to play Rumble, whoever they go up against.
Yeah, and all the noise right now is actually because soon we're going to be having an interview with PDD, so we'll see. We're pretty close to the crowd here, and he's kind of a big deal.
He's kind of a big deal. So coming up, ladies and gentlemen, it is going to be the Chinese LPL All-Star. It will be PDD in the top lane. Will he be able to rumble over to the set to talk about his huge win? Well, yes, he is, but the question is, will the fans allow him to talk to us? The 2013 League of Legends All-Star Weekend. We'll be right back after this. Stick around, guys. It's going to be a lively one. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the 2013 League of Legends All-Star Weekend. Right now, we are joined by China's effective All-Star. He is the top laner, PDD. Thank you very much for joining us to start with, and we're going to jump straight into it. How was it to beat Southeast Asia, the Garena Premier League All-Stars that had 3 members of the Season 2 World Final Champions?
PDD 你好，打败东南亚拥有一个上届冠军3位队员的队伍，你感觉怎么样？
感觉非常开心，这样会充分的证明，在今年 S3 我们有非常强的竞争力。
I feel super happy, and this proves we are highly competitive in Season 3.
And talk to me a little bit about what it's like to play with 3 members of Team WE, who's a fierce rival of yours in the LPL.
你感觉跟你的宿敌 LPL 中的宿敌 WE 3个队员搭配感觉如何？
感觉非常棒，他们一样是非常强力的队友，我非常的信任他们，然后我们的配合真的是堪称完美。
It feels great. They are super good players, and our cooperation and the synergy just so great. That's why we are good.
And I have a question, a personal question. What happened with the hair? When he shaved his hair?
你的头发哪去了？
因为我今天在 solo 中输给了 SOAZ， 然后我跟我朋友一个赌约，就是当我在 solo 赛输的时候，我就去剃一个光头。
Oh, so he's like gambling with his friends, and if he lose in today's solo to Soy,
so
he's gonna cut off his hair, and he did it.
He lost to Nunu Soaz. Sorry about that one, John. I had to get that one in there. But who would you rather face? Okay, you're coming up obviously into the finals now. You've got the Korean champions in there, All-Stars coming through, or the North American champions who you've already beaten once. Who would you rather see? Would you rather have the stiff competition of the Koreans, or a tougher game with North America because they took you guys all the way?
下一场的对手不是韩国就是北美，对吧？你更愿意面对哪一支呢？比如说挑战一下韩国队，或者是再撸一遍美国队？
我觉得2支队伍都无所谓，因为我们现在状态正好。当然，说实话，其实还是更想面对北美，因为我们在战术风格上现在觉得蛮克制他们的。
He says that's fine. He don't care who they facing, because they are so good right now and they feel super confident. But realistically, they prefer to face North America because in strategic file, you think China team is more likely to win against North America.
And now I just have another question here. Talk to me, PDD, about what it's like to play in front of this crowd. What's the environment like here for you on stage?
你在台上如此多的观众，你有何感觉？
感觉非常棒，给了我更多的力量，让我更加的有信心，而且我会打得非常的亢奋和激动，这会使我变得更强。
He's so exciting in the crowd and playing this stage, and which make him even more stronger.
Well, thank you very much, PDD. I can't tell you guys how at home just how big of a star PDD is here. Literally, fans get out of their seats, run and chase after him everywhere he goes. We're lucky to actually get him over here on the couch. I thought he was going to be mobbed on the way over. You saw how popular he is. We're, of course, going to head back over to Freak and Joe at the desk.
Thanks a lot, Demon. We've had an absolutely insane day of action here in the All-Star Team Tournament. Our first matchup was, of course, North America taking down Europe into incredibly exciting games. And as you just saw, it was the home team, the Chinese LPL All-Stars, taking down the Garena All-Star squad 2-0.
And after those 2 exciting matchups, let's take a look at the All-Star Team Tournament bracket. With their victory, the Chinese LPL All-Star squad is waiting in the tournament finals for the winner of Day 3's showdown between the Korean LCL All-Stars and the North American LCS squad.
But before we get to the team tournament matches in day 3, we'll start the show off with the finals of the skill competitions. Up first, it's the 2v2 game between North America's Double Lift Annex Special and Korea's Prey and Mad Life. That's something you don't want to miss. And then, something you also won't want to miss is Europe's Diamond facing off against Korea's Insect in the Jungler finals.
And in the top lane finals, it's another matchup between Europe and Korea when Soaz takes on Shy. Then it's the mid laner's turn when Garena's Toys takes on LPL's Messiah.
And then when we're done with the skill matches, it's time for, of course, the team tournament. The North American LCS and the Korean LCL squads will battle it out for a spot in the grand finals against the Chinese All-Star side.
That's going to be a very fun one. But guys, immediately following that last match of the day 3, we'll have the world premiere of the League of Legends cinematic, A Twist of Fate.
Yeah, we want to show appreciation to the amazing League of Legends community, so we're excited to share that brand new cinematic with you.
And remember, the cinematic debuts immediately following the final match, so stick around for that.
Day 3 of the League of Legends All-Star Weekend starts on Saturday at 6 p.m. Pacific and on Sunday at 3 a.m. Central European Time. Well, that's it for this day 2 of incredible All-Star Weekend. On behalf of myself, Freak, Demon, Jack, Riv, Shocks, and the rest of the entire Shanghai broadcast crew, thank you very much for tuning in, and we'll see you for day 3. Messiah, this is going to risk here. Alex actually jumps in towards him. There's the ball barrier used by Alex. Ignites it down. First blood, Messiah. Well, Shy taking a lot of damage there. He's the Expunge juice, and they're going to go head to head. One more here, and Shy gets it.
He gets the anchor toss down. The crowd control after. Both blasts come in. The harpoon hits. It may be first blood. The hit goes to Saint. The 1, 2, 3. No, he misses it, but he shifts back in. Another 400 gold for double.
Just getting a Penta.
Full kill for this. The 1 kill. Penta for double. Penta kill. Double it.
Wow, what a way to get an ace at the end of a 48-minute game.
But look at PDD, he's on top of them. They're going to clean up here. That is an ace, a quadra kill. Will they going in towards the afterwards? Yes, they will. And they're all going to drop down. The equalizer is in such a good position. They're going to rip them to bits. That's an ace coming out.